What's up, people? What's going on? How y'all doing? Wait, I'm not muted, am I? I don't think I would be. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, good. Who's the debate with? It's with Tyler, the average debate enjoyer dude. I think you know him. I don't know if you've ever talked to him, but you might not know him actually. I don't know. Oh boy, yeah, can't wait, can't wait. It's gonna be miserable. Gonna be miserable, but we're good. We're good. Who's the debate point? Why? Should I add it to the title? Jesus, I've had 3 people ask. Never in voice? What? Oh, you've never. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You've talked to him on Twitter, haven't you? Yeah, yeah. Sorry, no, no, you're good. I just like realized like, I guess people are that interested in knowing, but yeah, usually people don't care that much. We don't even really have time to do dreidel or anything. I'm not using this one. This is just what I base my. Can't wait. I predict we're gonna get precisely 0 papers cited by Tyler. If he does cite a paper, it's gonna be dog shit, or it's gonna be paper that I've told him about previously, and he's like, "Oh, don't you know? Even your own paper says that 2 million manufacturing jobs were lost or whatever." Because I think I've told him like that's the highest estimate. It's like, okay, that's the highest estimate. Even I have problems with it, and doesn't seem like you would really know about it if I'm the one who told you about it. But have any of your relatives watched your streams slash videos and noticed the word gooning in the title? No. So I know my parents have seen my videos. I don't know if they've ever watched my live streams, and the videos never have gooning in the title. Um, no one has ever mentioned it, but I feel like certainly some of like my friends, or some of like my friends' siblings have like watched my stream before because they found out about it. Um, they've never mentioned gooning, but I'd have to imagine that there's at least like some people out there who would rather not see the word gooning in the title, but have yet seen the word gooning in the title. But no one has mentioned it, so. I don't know what the most. I know broadly kind of what Tyler's talking about, but I don't know exactly what we're gonna get into. So it'll be fun. Where'd my fairness thing go? I thought I had a fairness one. I found it. Oops. I think I have a paper in here about the environment. Will Trump be impeached if GOP loses seats in midterms? Well, he could be impeached, right? But he wouldn't be convicted or whatever. It wouldn't surprise me if he was impeached, but Senate has to vote to actually convict or whatever. So where the bigger issue nowadays is not even debating that stuff. It's just like knowing like what do I say in my opening? Because like everything is bad in so many ways. It's like I don't know what the most salient thing is, and it, like I don't want like I don't want to be accused of ask the Chinese AI what the fucking deep seek. I don't want to be accused of like filibustering or anything, but like sometimes like there's just a lot of reasons why something is wrong. Like there are like 10 different fucking reasons I can come up with for why saying that tariffs are so good because we need manufacturing is wrong. And like, you know, I don't want to just sit there and say all 10 of them, but like by the way, we got like 2 minutes or whatever. Gibbs might be a little late because he has food poisoning, I guess. But I don't know if you guys saw the Wick panel yesterday about what the Talia girl, and they brought in a bunch of Dems to talk to her. More importantly, though,
to say Talia.
I donated $5 and asked if she heard about the shrimp welfare project.
Non-Fawn to say Talia.
No.
Have you heard of the shrimp welfare project?
I didn't hear
The
it.
shrimp welfare project.
Do you know what it is?
I still can't hear what welfare project?
The shrimp welfare project is when you donate money to a project that will anesthetize shrimp before they kill them so they don't feel pain, maximizing utility of suffering. So you should donate.
She said probably not, and then I just took the clip and said I can shrimp welfare project fill you. And she said challenge accepted. So maybe we'll have that conversation at some point. More importantly, okay, Bethan's bulldog, my goat liked it and then said this is the guy that informed me about the shrimp welfare project. By the way, he's the reason I like it so much. I just think it's cool that he follows me. He's like, what panel let you talk about shrimp? And I said far too few. But then I also this is the hype chat. Quote tweeted it and said effective altruism panel win Wick. Wick said, of course Wick said yes because Wick is Wick, right? He'll set up anything. And Betham said he would do it. So maybe one day we'll get a effective altruism panel with me and Bethan's bulldog against some people. It'd be kind of weird though, just because obviously my opinions about effective altruism are like mostly informed by him. So like it'd be kind of like I don't know, like it'd be kind of weird sometimes if they say something have a good response to it, but it'd be like, well, my good response to it is it's just based off of the blog post that I read from you. So like, should I respond to it or should I just like let you take everything? But it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun. Who are debating? I don't know if you probably see him around being in Tyler, average debate enjoyer. I'm gonna go pee real quick. The opposite of Thomas Massey debating Rand Paul, LMAO. True. Don't get slapped. Don't imagine I'll get slapped. I might get annoyed.
Hello, non-fan. Chai, are you just not online? I think, yeah, I have you followed. Why's your...
I'm on a streaming hiatus because those comments I told you earlier are resulting in a 3-year relationship where I wanted to marry a dude and he walked up to me randomly in my kitchen a month ago and said, "You're going to make a great mom someday out of nowhere. Can't wait to fall asleep with you on the couch all the time. We're going to be building shit every other weekend together in our own place. It's going to be so fun." Just for me to say, "Hey, I really don't care if we even get a studio apartment. Can we please just live together already? Or can I have a promise ring or something?" And then he just got scared and couldn't commit. So I'm on a hiatus because I can't fucking deal. And I don't want to be live if I can't fucking deal. But this is fine. I could do short intermittent judging panel streams. I like doing that. Plus it keeps me active and I get to say hi and show off my new hair color, you know, ooh. Because I used to have ginger hair and I actually look like a fucking Republican. Now I look like a liberal, but guess what? It's a lie. I gotta turn my light on. Hold on.
Wear your blanket all the way up to your neck. Only allow the viewer to see your face. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. I don't know if that's the optimal strategy. I feel
Yeah,
like,
I'm going
you know,
through
it's
big
bad
changes. I'm like
optics, right?
changing my RL job, fixing my car up, like just kind of like, you know, making new streamer friends, but like actually making friends with them, not just online fake
Bro, I
shit.
already have more cozy points than most people. I have a
Yeah.
blanket to begin with.
But you
These
just gotta
fucking
kind of
motherfuckers
figure
have a
who's
blanket.
up for what.
Yeah,
so.
and like I have a couple new friends that'll call me and they're like, "Yo, I'm going through this shit and I just kind of wanted someone to talk to, and I know that while you work, you can just call whenever." I'm like, "That's
Yeah.
chill. Why didn't you call one of your other friends?" And they went, "Because you kind of seem like a real person and they don't." And I was like, "I appreciate that. I try very hard to just be myself." Like, what?
Yeah, I tried. Might have said it's the making friends arc. I tried the same thing, and I got a few like genuinely get along well with and speak to offline pentuple.
Yeah, I like Pentuple a lot too.
But like Gibbs is in it for the grind, and I totally get that. And like I don't take offense that he doesn't want to be like buddies.
Yeah, I don't
you know?
even share. Like Gibbs calls me randomly, just randomly on my actual phone number, and it's fine. I like talking to Gibbs. We're good friends, but I don't talk to him about my emotional shit because he gives tough love. He's not very good at like emotional intelligence to that extent as my friend. So we just play games. And when I feel like cussing about my ex, that's when I call him.
Yeah, they Tyler's live too.
Yeah.
Even if they
Rage
didn't,
friend.
even if they
you wanna
didn't know I'm
rage and
live,
drink about your shit, that's where you go.
Tyler's live. So
I don't know. I came here specifically to meet people online that follow politics as much as I do and bounce ideas off of them and find the holes in my
collecting all this.
arguments
I'm not
and
even
where
paying
I'm
attention to
wrong
what
or
they're
blah
saying.
blah blah.
They say something
Yeah.
like,
I'm specifically on that friend arc the entire time, and like I don't know. I'd say it's going well. I've met a lot of cool people I chat with. But at the end of the day, man, you gotta like the type of person that streams generally, like it's like a cop, how like not every cop is gonna hit their wife, but the type of people that hit their wives gravitate toward being a cop. So like it's kind of the same thing with streaming. Not everyone you meet here is gonna be some weird sociopathic, emotionless weirdo, but you're gonna meet them and like they will lie right to your face and do snake-like behavior. It's like as soon as you notice that, I grew up around heroin addicts. I just
boom, point.
see ya. Don't need your shit.
Well, does your
I
wife
just wrote
beat
my
you?
intro because sometimes I like to write silly intros. I'm sorry for what you're going to hear me say.
That's true.
In advance, I don't believe in some of the things I'm about to say in my intro, but oh god. It's going to be fucked. Gotta keep them on their toes, you know? I don't do this shit right now. Let's have some content.
I appreciate that you put more effort into your intro than the last two people that stepped up to debate me on this.
Well, I'm not really big into politics. I did start dipping my toe in on Prime Stream, and I do like the Women Wednesday panels, and every time I bring a topic, it is fucking politically motivated, because why do I want to talk about bullshit like, oh my god, what's your favorite color to paint your nails? I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about real shit with other women. And like with Prime, it was me kind of like
boys, right now
opening
you can
up
see
to figuring out the adult world of
their names
politics
at the
because I've
top.
never really given a
How
shit.
much you would enjoy
And I've always thought, well, I'll just
whoever
pick
Chai
what my
Bunny
husband
is.
picks one day. You know, like who cares? I'll pick a good man and like he'll have the right ideas and the right information. But then I'm like, ah, fuck that. I should kind of know about the world and how it works. So I'm inserting myself in those spaces and forcing myself to start talking about it. The only issue is I have to research topics to have an opinion on them. And a lot of the time, the topics aren't actually what you
What?
go over. So I'm just sitting there looking like a dumb bitch. And they're like, Chai, we want you to talk more. And I said, well, what about the topic you fucking told me to research?
Yeah, which is Gibbs panels are actually pretty good for that a lot of the time, though.
Don't fall into your sipping ways. You'll lose focus and agree that tariffs are actually bad. I'm pretty sure she is on his side. I'm pretty sure. I don't know for sure, but I think she's like his judge. Like Gibbs tries to get a judge for that's like somewhat biased toward each side.
Hello.
¿Cómo estás?
Hello, hello, hello.
You know.
So,
Senor.
The whole band's back together.
I know, right?
The boys are back in town.
Feels like a Gibbs panel.
I know, right? Let me just get our backup judge in here real quick.
Oh, called it, Chai. I did all that work yesterday, buttering up Kel too.
It's okay. It be the way it bees.
Yeah, sometimes be like that.
That's why Gibbs has backups.
Yeah, I just gotta just told him.
Because he's a professional.
We planned for these eventualities.
He's a professional. Guzzler.
I think Pentuple would be a fantastic backup judge.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
But unfortunately,
right, though. We both
Non-Fon scared him off to another continent, so.
True.
Yeah, I promise it's not Pentuple. Oh, I bet they're coming right now.
If Non-Fon gets elected president, I'm moving to Europe. That's what Pentuple just did.
Which is funny because he's literally in Europe. Or going to Europe. He's actually in the airport, I think.
He was in my chat a minute ago.
Yeah, he was at Skies and we were talking about fire dancing and how he's gay for Lucky Baseball, as always.
Pretty standard.
Let me just do my best Casey Tron impression real quick while we're waiting. And feel like that's good. Non-Fon, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. You doing good? Living the dream?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah.
Good. Talked to your buddy the other day.
Which buddy?
I
have a lot of buddies. Oh,
a lot of friends, yeah. A lot of friends you got. All right, they are in that waiting. All right. Okay, what is the topic? Do y'all have it is are tariffs good for America? Is that what it is?
Yeah. I think it was for me. It was Trump tariffs. Did they work specifically?
Okay,
but yeah, good for America. Like it doesn't really. Yeah, it gives him a better foothold to try to like. It's kind of lopsided. I like that one better.
Is that which one are we going with? Just tell me.
Let's go with Non-Fons because the one you just said he agreed to because that gives him a better argument.
Okay, sure, whatever. All right, cool. All right, thank you, Fairy Queen, for filling in for
yeah, no problem.
Fantastic. All right, let's kick this shit and take off. Welcome to another episode of the DC Debate Championship Series. Here today, we're gonna have an intense conflict over were the tariffs good for America? Are they good for America? What is happening? Then we're gonna have everybody introduce themselves, then we'll kick this bad boy off. Let's go with you, Tyler. Start us off with who you are. Where are you from?
Oh, average debate enjoyer. I am from America, where we believe in freedom and tariffs.
Fantastic. Good to hear. Non-Fon.
Yeah, I'm Non-Fon. I stream on Twitch and Kick at Non-Fon420 and Non-Fon on YouTube, where you can watch me have a lot of debates like this, have a lot of debate about other political stuff, other economic stuff, and I'm also from America, a place where we believe in the liberty to import.
All right, fantastic. Now to introduce my judges, Chai.
Yo, what up? My name is Chai Bunny Baby on most platforms, and I will be your right-leaning judge today. I believe in three things: God bless America, thick thighs save lives, and baby oil slip and slides.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you.
Everyone, sorry you can't see me. I'm on my phone. Internet's out. Okay. I'm happy to fill in though. I am the second judge. I don't know what I am. Okay, but I trust I'll find out by the end of this debate. Okay, and then I'll let you know.
Hey, fantastic. All right. All right, so let's kick this off. Who's going first? Have we decided on that? Who's the affirmative?
I'm the affirmative.
All right, so it looks like you're the affirmative. Let me just get set up real quick. 1 second. Non-fawn, are you streaming? Let me invite you to the stream together.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Also on here. Yeah, us professional streamers here. We got this. All right, good. All right, if anybody else is streaming, feel free to join the stream together. All right, let me pull the stopwatch on, and we will kick this off. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead and start. You got set. Oh, let me just tell everybody the rules. As y'all already know, y'all both already competed. You completed a lot. You competed at least once. Tries judged. I'm not sure if Fairy Queen's been here before, but basically what I'm about to do, you have 7-minute openings, and then after that, turn it open in about 25 minutes in, we will have the judges come in. They'll ask each person some questions. Then we'll turn it back open. Then about like at 45, I'll have the judges come back in. And then they'll do another open. Then they both get 3-minute closings. And at the end, the chat votes. The judges, you'll PM me the winners. And then I will have, after the chat vote, we will reveal the winners after I call on the judges. And you will say who won and why. And then we'll be good. All right, so start us off whenever you're ready. Average Enjoyer.
All right, we are gathered here today to discuss Trump's tariffs and put in place that their general impact on society and if they're good for the country as a whole. I am not going to actually have to give my opinion here. I'm going to base this all off of objective fact. The question is, did he carry out his goals, and were those goals a negative or a positive to the country? I'm going with positive, obviously. Starting with our founding fathers, the first thing that the first Congress did after swearing in was pass a tariff. There's nothing more American, beautiful than tariffs. You could fuck an apple pie, shoot a gun, and pass a tariff, and you'd be about as American as it gets. So we have to go into what these tariffs are. There's a monolith of the tariffs. There's 6 different ones out there right now. The movie tariff, the metals tariff, the car tariff. I'm going to go into 3 ones generally. And starting in 2012, we're going to look at Trump's statements on what his actual goal was from these. The main goal was to decouple from China. It was trade imbalances or bad deals, as he put them, and national security, which was put rather broadly, but focused mostly on fentanyl and border crossings. So as Trump said several times that these tariffs would hurt other nations significantly more than us, forcing them to the table on these key issues that they've been ignoring for sometimes in decades, or trade deals that they've been signing and then turning around and wiping their ass with, essentially. He did say it was going to cause some pain to us as well. It was a built-in feature that, yes, we are going to lose a little bit in this transaction as well. So just to say that that exists is not the affirmative, or is not the winning argument. You have to show me that it's actually worse than what we got out of it. So the 10% baseline tariffs, the auto tariffs, and the movie tariffs, I'm going to leave those aside just for the sake of time, because there's 3 other ones that I think encapsulate this argument better. 1 and 2, we only have a fucking hour. So first, let's start with the metal tariffs. These are the most commonly summed up as steel and aluminum, and most recently copper. This is a continuation of Trump's first term. So what did Trump do in his first term, and why? He forced Mexico and Canada to the table, signed the USMCA, and the reason is because China was flooding our markets with significantly cheap steel. Now, if Walmart moves into your local community and drops their prices below where they're actually even making money to put everyone else out of business, that's called predatory pricing. It's illegal. China signed trade deals with us to not do that and turned around and did it. So if we wouldn't allow it in our country, why are we ignoring it when China is violating trade deals with us? China's also seized dozens or millions, billions of dollars in intellectual property. They've violated all these trade deals. They started investing in Mexico, dumping their steel in Mexico and Canada, and with Trump's tariffs, USMCA put a stop to that. China did find a loophole that's actually being addressed. They're going to talk in 2026 about closing that, but right now, because of a second tariff, the fentanyl tariffs, the emergency tariffs on fentanyl, Trump was able to pressure them to form a united front against this Chinese metals that are being flooded into the markets. So he got his wishes with those tariffs as well. These same tariffs got Colombia, Mexico, Canada, or Panama, and several other countries to do different things like accepting migrants from their own country or working. Mexico, we'll get into all the examples actually, but Canada was the only one that's a bit controversial, but the Senate in a bipartisan way voted to take its emergency powers away for that. So we see, did that work? His emergency border policies, we saw 0 undocumented migrants that were allowed into the interior in May 2025. Fentanyl trafficking has dropped 54% year over year from March 24 to March 25. And Chinese steel has been massively slowed down. in our country. So I would argue that this worked, and if they persisted through the first administration and the Biden administration during inflation, if they were as inflationary as people say, why didn't Biden get rid of them? Why did he keep them in place as well instead of fighting against inflation? Finally, we have the most popular and probably the most controversial reciprocal tariffs. First spoken about in 2025, Trump said he would rather see all these countries drop their trade barriers, drop their tariffs, drop their taxes against U.S. products, and allow for actual free trade. He was pro-free trade in this stance, but he said this is not what is being done, and Liberation Day is there in order to ensure this happens. Now, the result of Liberation Day is currently we have 70 plus nations that are working with the U.S. government. And after Trump announced the other 100 nations were going to get some penalties last week, we have 15 to 20 more that have called up our country and started talking about trade deals. That's potentially 80, 90 trade deals. Now, some of them may be small, absolutely, but if you look in the past, Obama's administration got 3 trade deals over 8 years. If he can get 80 trade deals, even if the majority of them are small, that is a massive win for a small economic hiccup that we're already out of. When I say already out of, if you look at CPI, inflation has risen 0.4% over the last 4 months. If that trend continues, that's 1.2% inflation for an entire year. That's inflation back down to its lowest number since 2005. While at the same time, in those 4 months, wages have risen 2%, meaning wages are rising 5 times faster than inflation right now. This did start in 2023 under the Biden administration, but at the point that the rate that it's going, it's significantly ramped up. As for trade, we are importing less, absolutely, but at the same time, we're selling more overseas, and the deficit was cut in half. So U.S. companies are actually making these sales instead of other companies making these sales and that money going into their pocket. Regardless of if it gets funded back to us, eventually, U.S. companies having this disposable income and capital investment for their country is a good thing. So at the end of the day, China is the main threat. We are decoupling them. We have to completely decouple them from Iran because of unrelated to this debate things. We have completely decoupled Russia from them because Russia's broke right now. The reason why is because of drill baby drill. Trump's energy production is through the roof. It's the number 2, 3, and 4 most exported goods that have risen since Trump took office. And much of that's going to the EU. The EU was able to completely stop buying Russian energy imports and fully sanction them without hurting their actual economy, because the United States is now trading more with them, because we're selling more of our goods to them. So on a geopolitical level, national security and the decoupling from China, what we're seeing is companies fleeing China left and right, going to Vietnam and countries around them. Even China is investing in other countries because they know the tariffs on them are not feasible. With 1 out of every $3 on the global scale being spent by the United States, you need to sell products to the United States. Gotcha. So at the end of the day, I can defend all these arguments here. We'll see where non-fon goes.
All right, fantastic. Non-fon, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Sure, I think mine's a lot shorter, but I think tariffs have been a failure, both in a sense that they haven't achieved a lot of their stated goals and likely never will, and then in a sense that their stated goals are conflicting and not even good for America in the first place. So if you look at manufacturing employment, not only do American consumers and producers benefit from being able to buy a bunch of cheap goods and a bunch of cheap inputs from overseas, sorry, but tariffs aren't likely to even help manufacturing employment, as both theory and historical evidence demonstrates. We saw this during Trump's first term. It did not help manufacturing employment at all. It, in fact, reduced it. Even if they did, however, a tariff that benefits manufacturers would need to remain in place. It would not be negotiated downward after some negotiations with other countries. And a tariff that benefits manufacturers also wouldn't raise much revenue, because in that scenario, U.S. Consumers would not be buying the overseas goods anymore that are tariffed, right? The other stated goals, like reducing trade deficits, are similarly not likely to be helped by tariffs and still have negative effects, they don't have negative effects to begin with. Tariffs on our allies also undermine our relationship with them, and they hurt our ability to compete with China. In the wake of the tariffs that we placed on a lot of our Pacific allies, countries like Malaysia have begun signing free trade agreements with China. I don't like that. Obviously, I think a lot of our Pacific allies are going to be much more skeptical of our reliability as a trade partner after this. And also, I think Trump has clearly abandoned the reciprocal tariff idea, right? So to begin with, the reciprocal tariffs that were threatened to be placed into countries were not at all reciprocal. It was based on a bullshit formula that was simply the trade deficit divided by imports, I think times 2, right? Clearly, that was bullshit. And then he's recently abandoned that. You know, we saw our agreement that we got with Vietnam. This was not reciprocal 0 for 0. This was, we have Vietnam has 0 tariffs on the 13 billion that we export to Vietnam, but U.S. consumers pay 136 billion, pay 20% tariffs on the 136 billion worth of products that we import from Vietnam, right? It also looks like tariffs have been rolled out in a way as to like maximize uncertainty, right? Although, I mean, in reality, I think it's a lot more likely there simply was a never good plan behind them, as evidenced by the fact that we see, you know, trade policy advisors being informed of the sudden change in tariff policy, like literally while they're testifying in front of Congress. So for all those reasons, I think tariffs have been pretty bad for Americans.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Go ahead, boys. Y'all have about 50 minutes to fight. Fight.
You're muted.
Oh.
We're talking about the micro, not the macro. So the communication being bad inside the administration and with people tariff policies, that's kind of a silly point to bring up here.
Well, no. Look, so that is one thing. That is one thing that is evidence of my opinion, which is that there is no good, coherent plan behind this policy, right? I would expect if the Trump advisors had some master 4D chess plan with these tariffs, you know, we wouldn't be seeing things like that. We also wouldn't be seeing things like, oh, you know, the letter to Brazil complaining about a trade deficit, despite the fact that we run a trade surplus with Brazil. We wouldn't be seeing things like after Navarro leaves, the other advisors take advantage of that to convince Trump to do a pause in the tariffs. We wouldn't see things like the formula for reciprocal tariffs.
Okay, yeah, I get that, but this is like such a small, minor thing where we're talking about the national impact of the tariffs. You're like, well, the communication wasn't good. It just kind of seems like a nitpick thrown out the end.
Tyler, I think your entire argument, whenever you go through and say, well, there are 4 different types of tariffs and they're used for all these different types of things. I think that all is presupposing that there is this like master hand behind these tariffs. When
well, see, the thing is, you're confused about what the goals are, and you say that they're contradictory. That's why I do that, is because you're taking all the tariffs, you're lumping them into one load and saying, these are the goals that I pulled out, and showing it that they're contradictory. It's the same thing as saying like one Democrat says something and you say the whole Democratic Party supports this thing. It's monolith building. That's why
I don't think at all. Again, I think Trump.
And then I have like 30 nations right now I can go through and tell you all the concessions he got out of all of them from the different tariffs. You're saying there's no goals achieved. I see tons of goals achieved.
So look, again, I think what I'm saying when I say like, oh, these, you know, there doesn't seem to be a coherent plan behind this, is that I think it's a lot more likely that Trump is simply just wants to impose tariffs on on all these other countries because he's hated trade deficits since the 1980s, right? And he's just finding sort of ad hoc excuses to do it. That's why some of the tariffs are the IEEPA tariffs and why some are the Section 301 tariffs and things like that. I don't think there is actually any coherent like, you know, I'm gonna separate out these tariffs so I can achieve X goal of Y country and Y goal of X country. I think it's much more likely Trump.
Well, see, I would just say there is a goal, and it's just ignorance, because you brought up the Vietnam tariffs and you left out a very big part of what Trump's asking Vietnam for, and that's for them to stop being a main player in the distribution of Chinese goods in that area. Stop letting them put Chinese goods through their country. And they refuse that, and that's why he's still sticking with the tariff.
It's no secret to me that, you know, Trump hates China. I think like all of this trade policy is not even close to what you would do if you want to combat China on the global stage, right? So for one, the tariffs on our allies are you know, hurting our allies who we should want to compete with China. They're hurting our company's ability to sell to the markets in our allies, right? We want American manufacturers. We want American semiconductor manufacturers to be able to sell to Vietnam because they benefit from economies of scale.
Which tariffs are hurting our allies that I brought up? Because
for example, the recent ones in South Korea, for example, is a tariff that's hurting our allies. The recent tariffs on oil, copper, and steel and everything are hurting our allies. And look, additionally, if you wanted to decouple from China, you would not be doing the type of universal tariffs even on China
Mexico,
that we are doing.
The UK
right?
are all getting exemptions from different metal tariffs. It's in negotiations right now, so our allies are getting exemptions.
As far as South Korea, as far as I know, South Korea has not been exempted from these tariffs, and they're like a major importer we have for these things. And I believe we're tariffing literally everything from South Korea at 25% right now, or that's the threatened new tariff letter thing, right?
Yeah,
So,
right now they're paused. Right now,
absolutely,
most of the
our
reciprocal
allies.
tariffs have been paused for more than 6
Well, the reciprocal tariffs were paused, and Trump has started sending out tariff letters because that's clearly an indication of very reasonable, rational trade
it's a
policy we have there.
threat. It's a threat, and it's worked. Like when Canada put that new tax on us a couple of weeks ago, the tech tax, and he threatened them, and they immediately dropped it.
So
when he wanted Mexico.
So if I can just finish again. So additionally, if you wanted to combat China on the world stage, you wouldn't be doing the type of universal tariffs that we are seeing against even China, right? Because the less we buy from China, the more exchange rates appreciate, and that makes imports cheaper because our dollar is more expensive, and that undoes some of the effects of tariffing what you might think is actually important for tariffing from China. For example, whatever national security reasons we might need to tariff batteries, right? And additionally, you wouldn't be tariffing all the inputs that our companies use for these for the national security goods that we need to produce, like batteries, as Trump is doing with the blanket tariffs that he has on almost everyone.
I'm waiting for you to get to tell me, because you said this is how you combat China, and all you did was mock Trump's tariffs and didn't give me a reason to combat China.
I'm saying Trump is not doing a good job at combating China. If you want my...
Hold on, I'll let you finish. When China ignores 30-plus trade deals over several decades, your way to deal with them is mock tariffs and ignore
it seems like Tyler, it seems like you have just completely ignored my point, which is that the way Trump is going about "quote-unquote" decoupling from China is completely idiotic.
You never filled it in. You said this is the way we combat tariffs, and you never gave me a way.
Do you agree that Trump's method of decoupling from China is completely idiotic then?
No, I'm thinking it's working. You haven't given me an alternative. All you said is it's stupid because I say so. I do. Go lately. Yes, absolutely. That's what Trump said.
I don't think I brought up prices at all. But look, for one, I don't think that I might have.
You said it's going to make.
I don't believe it. But look, my point is that if Trump was truly focused on decoupling from China, the way he's going about this is idiotic. That is my point.
You keep saying
now,
that,
if you
but
want
you're not filling any of it in. You're just making that claim.
Tyler, I just explained to you. I just explained to you, for example, if you want to decouple from China, you would not be tariffing everything from China. You would be doing much more targeted tariffs.
Tell me what
Tyler, I'm not debating what the alternative. Tyler, okay, briefly, I can give you the alternative. Tyler, my alternative would be something like a common market for the for countries for our Pacific allies, right? So I would want to have basically no trade barriers with countries like Vietnam and Japan and South Korea, which we could have basically gotten, by the way, it's a TPP that Trump walked away from. And I also would like I would like to see much more targeted tariffs on China, if any tariffs on China.
That's
yes, I believe it. But Tyler, now that I've briefly given you my alternative, can you engage with the point that the way Trump is trying to decouple from China is completely idiotic?
No, that's not a point. That's your opinion. That's not a point I'm not engaging with, because all you're doing
Tyler,
is saying
do you agree that yes or no?
It's working. I'm giving you examples of how it's working.
Tyler, yes or no?
Hold on. No. You get the filibuster. Let me get my point out. I can give you several examples of how Trump's tariff have decoupled other nations from taking Chinese goods, including Vietnam, Mexico, Canada, and a few others. So all you're saying is, oh, we just give other nations better deals and do nothing about China. And that's going to decouple us from China somehow? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You're not giving me any. You're just saying, so his way is stupid. Do my way instead. It's a hollow statement.
Let me ask a question real quick, because I feel like this needs to be clarified with the audience, right? Because Donpon, you and you correct me in a second if I'm wrong. You seem to be taking the stance that the majority reason for the tariffs is the decouple from China, and that's specifically what the tariffs are. Is that correct?
I think that's honestly,
what is the main reason?
If I were to try to guess into the psychology of Trump, I would say it seems like that he just doesn't like trade deficits. I think that trade deficits represent us losing a trade.
All right, and to you, average bit Jordan, let me ask you this. So your argument, has been that it's been beneficial, and you made a plethora of them. But so what do you think the main reason for the tariffs is? Do you think it's the trade deficit, like you said? Do you think it's the decouple from China? Do you think it's the trade deals? What do you think it's the main logic behind it?
I gave 3 earlier that multiple fit into multiple buckets of, but I would say that
like a simple one, like a one-liner reason. What is the reason?
Out of the 3 that I gave, I would have to say national security has been the one that he's gotten the most concessions with.
You think that's his main goal of this tariffs? Is that
I think that's.
yeah.
I don't know what his main goal is. I'm looking at the results, what nations have given to him based on what he's threatened with, and a lot of it is combating China, combating the border, combating fentanyl. A lot of it is things that push China to the side, have nations stop dealing with them, have nations resist their flooding of the markets, as well as he's got the border secured with it. Mexico put troops on both borders and such. I would say that his most concessions have been generally under the broad brush of national security.
All right, cool. All right, in about 3 minutes, we're going to go to the judges. I'm going to turn you loose again. Go ahead.
Okay, look, Tyler, I just want like a simple yes or no here. Do you agree that if we tariff everything from China, exchange rates are going to appreciate more than if we just tariff certain things from China?
Yeah.
Do you agree that that offsets part of the effects of the tariff?
Maybe, but at the end of the day, China's going to suffer
Maybe.
significantly more, even if it offsets a little bit of it. China, if we 100% decouple from China, 100% of their goods is going to ruin their economy, which is set up around exporting, and all we have to do is pay a little bit more. It's a completely devastating blow to them. They were seeing fucking riots in their streets when Trump slapped the tariffs on initially that were only on for 4 weeks. And you're talking about how the economy is going to be destroyed from this. Like, most of these tariffs were there for a week.
Again, if we look at my point is simply, if you want to decouple from China, this is not a very good way to do it. So if you agree that obviously if we tariff everything from China, that's going to appreciate exchange rates and offset some of the effect of the tariff, wouldn't you strictly prefer to have more targeted tariffs against China?
Maybe, but if we want to decouple from them, maybe, like, again, you're doing nitpicking Trump's tariffs. I'm saying it doesn't matter.
This isn't a
disagree
nitpick.
with it. Hold on. You can disagree with what specific ways he tariffed them. It's not attacking the point that it worked. It worked. We're decoupling. We're seeing massive movement out of China from even China themselves. When USMCA was initially passed, China had to find a loophole in order to keep flooding the markets with their steel. So what they did is they moved out of China, and started investing in Mexico and building plants there so that they could sell money. It worked so well that China moved their infrastructure elsewhere to dodge the tariffs. So yes, it works.
Okay, look, again, my point is that holistically, obviously, the way Trump is doing tariffs is not a good way to decouple from China. So part of that is, as I just mentioned, you wouldn't be tariffing everything from China. You would only be tariffing certain strategic goods that we might want to decouple from China. Even then, by the way, not that I want to get into this, but I think strictly speaking, tariffs are probably never optimal industrial policy. But additionally, I do think that tariffs on our allies, tariffs on intermediate goods are also greatly undermining our ability to produce things that we might need for national security. I'll give just one example. Semiconductors are a very nationally, strategic good that we need to produce here, right? So maybe you can have a case for tariffing, certain semiconductors from China, right? But also, you wouldn't want to tariff the machinery, for example, from the Netherlands that semiconductors rely on in order to be able to produce in the U.S. because the Netherlands is they're the only ones capable of producing these machines used to make semiconductors. So, when you end up tariffing the EU,
with Trump's strategy, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. It worked. We're seeing the results. You're squabbling about the strategy. I mean, the debate is, did they work for America? And you're like, well, Trump could have done it a little bit better. Like, it's not a little bit better.
It's just the way, again, the way he's doing this is actively undermining.
You don't like it, but
the way he's doing it is actively undermining
America.
Us.
And you're like, well, he could have been more specific about tariffing certain things and this and that.
Let's go to the judges here. We're gonna have them ask a couple questions here now. It's about that time. All right, we'll start with you, Chad. What do you got for us? What is your first question?
My first question, because I have a general question for both of them, and then I can dive in a little further.
Sure, go ahead.
On personal. What's your definition of successfully carrying out goals? Is that all of the check bullets? Are we doing most of the check bullets? How do you describe successfully completing goals?
Me or him? I didn't hear.
Both.
Yeah, either one you'll start. And then we'll go to the
I mean, I would just obviously I think it's kind of hard to say holistically what achieving their goals would look like because they've kind of had like a what I would say like a whack-a-mole approach to try to justify all these tariffs. But I think by achieving goals, I simply mean, like Trump stated, he wants to bring American manufacturing back. I would expect to see pretty big increases in manufacturing employment, in manufacturing output all those things. If he's saying he wants to negotiate with other countries, I would expect to see trade deals that are like, pretty significantly better than what we had previously. Because I believe, obviously, in order to be successful, I would say the deals they had to get would have to outweigh the cost of all the uncertainty caused by tariffs, which is a lot.
Go ahead, answer that as well.
All right, so I would say that my metric for success, at least what was set forth by the administration. So you could say that there wasn't clear goals set out, but there's campaign videos ranging back as early as 2022 talking about each tariff specifically, why it was being put in place, how it was going to be implemented, and each one had different goals. The 10% baseline tariff had a different goal from the reciprocal tariff. Trump's exact words were it would be much easier if all these nations dropped their VAT taxes and dropped their X, Y, and Z against us and allowed for free trade. So when you see that as the intent behind the reciprocal tariffs, as he announced multiple times from the White House before implementing them, and then you see 70, 80 nations come to the United States willing to do exactly that, that to me is a massive success. When you say, I want to return immigrants to Colombia, Colombia says, no, you threaten to tariff them, and they let those immigrants in, that is a massive success. They set the goal for themselves, and when that goal was accomplished later, that to me is a success. Now, with Canada and Mexico, it's a little unclear because they were sometimes, some of their responses to the tariffs were doing things that they were already going to do, just doing them a little bit harder. So that to me would be a gray area, but generally most nations have done exactly what was demanded of them prior to the tariffs coming out in order to see those tariffs paused.
All right, Tyler, direct question for you specifically. You said Trump used tariffs like the founding fathers, but wasn't the global economy completely different in the 18th century? How is that a valid comparison?
Sure. I mean, if the world was extremely different back in the day when capitalism has existed longer than the United States tariffing, like, should we go to a different system? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, baby.
Okay, non-fun. Can you name a time in modern history when U.S. products were more openly welcomed globally than now?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Why do you say that?
Because holistically, like the average weighted tariff on U.S. exports has gone up because of all the reciprocal tariffs placed on the U.S. After all these after the tariffs that we place on everyone else, right? We used to have free trade agreements with like South Korea, with countries like I believe we had one with it's a lot of Central American countries, Australia. Those aren't nearly as strong anymore.
All right,
Yeah.
Fairy Queen, what you got for us?
Okay, I have questions for both of you. I'm going to start with you, Non-Fawn. I know that you began answering this question from Tyler, but I wanted to hear you finish the answer, which is how should the United States compete with China on the world stage? I know that you said we shouldn't be tariffing everything from China. I know that you said we should have a common market for countries, for our specific allies like Japan, Vietnam, or South Korea. I heard that portion of your answer. What I didn't hear at the end was the part that specifically had to do, aside from just tariffing specific exports from China or imports, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to be able to produce strategic goods in the U.S., I think what's important is that we have, or even our allied countries. I think what's important is that you have a lot of low cost, and you're able to benefit from economies of scale. So, for example, with semiconductors, obviously so one of the reasons why, like I said, universal tariffs in that case would be bad is because all the equipment that semiconductor manufacturers need to produce semiconductors. A lot of that comes from other countries, and if we want semiconductors to be produced here, we should obviously want them to be able to produce it here at as low a cost as possible. That's why we also have tax credits for doing that type of thing. And then, obviously, I would just say having broadly good relationships with our allies, especially the ones near China in the South China Sea, is important. I think tariffs undermine that, and I also think that these companies need to benefit from what's called economies of scale, where they can sell to the largest market possible. So like semiconductors is actually a really good example of this because, the reason basically only one country like Taiwan produces semiconductors is because they, as you're, how do I explain this? I don't want to use too technical terms, but if you only have to build out your fixed cost once, like your average fixed costs go down as you produce more units and sell to more people. So if you want semiconductors to be here, you want You want them to be able to sell to the largest possible market so that their average fixed cost it goes down a lot.
Okay. My next question is for Tyler. And so here's my question for you. So, given that consumers end up paying higher prices due to tariffs, how do you justify the economic impact on working class Americans in the name of national security or decoupling? And how long are working class Americans supposed to endure these higher prices before, like, we can justify the success of them? I know you mentioned that there have been many successes. I don't doubt that. But my question is, like, how much is the average American going out to the grocery store actually feeling, or how much is that actually impacting them?
I actually brought that up. I'll answer in reverse in my opening. In the last 4 months, inflation, urban CPI has ticked up 0.4% in the last 4 months. If we continue at that rate, that's 1.2% inflation for a year, which is as low as it's been since 2005. In those same 4 months, wages have increased at 5 times the rate of inflation, meaning we're not actually seeing the inflationary hit from the tariffs that was being promised. Prices have come down in the last 4 months for certain things, like the auto tariffs, been in place since March. You see the prices of cars dropping still. It was predicted in the second quarter we would see that inflation by Jerome Powell, and that was pushed off now to the late third quarter. And everyone's promising it's coming, but those same people were wrong about inflation under Biden for 9 months, and they've been wrong about Trump so far. So I would tell people, like, hey, look, we could probably drive down prices faster if we weren't doing this, but this is, you sell it to them how I tried to do in my opening. If Walmart came into your community and underpriced, or Amazon came into your community and underpriced everything to the point where they put all the other people out of business and then became the monopoly and then jacked their prices up, that's illegal in the United States. When we have trade deals with China to stop them from doing that and stealing our intellectual property, and they violate those over and over, they need to be punished. If we don't punish them for this, it allows other nations to continue doing the same thing, and then this whole thing falls apart. So this idea that free trade is free, we just ignore when people kind of give us the sleight of hand, slap us in the mouth, and steal from us. It sets a bad precedent to allow more of it to happen. It has to be done.
Okay. Respectfully, it is incredibly retarded to look at, like, the overall CPI for the last few months and the overall wages for the last few months and try to attribute any of that to tariffs, right? Like, obviously there's a lot more that goes into causal inference, and anytime we've actually done a study that tries to separate out all these 100 different variables that could be affecting these things.
She asked about the prices since tariffs, and the prices have gone down.
No, I understand that. I understand that's I'm responding to something you said, Tyler. It is obviously retarded to try to imply at all. I could answer her question, Tyler. Let me respond to the unbelievably stupid thing you said.
She asked me the question.
It's obviously
she asked about the gain in prices since tariffs. I pointed out the prices have not really gone up since tariffs. We're actually seeing a good inflationary rate at the moment since the tariffs have been implemented. You're saying it's retarded to even look.
No. What I'm saying is it is retarded to try.
I'm going to respond, and then I have a question, and then I'm going to turn y'all loose, and y'all can respond to that question as well. Y'all see that? We'll go back to judge's minute. Go ahead, non-vaughn, and then I will ask something.
It is retarded to look at these super broad, like, macro aggregates right after these tariffs were announced, right after only some of them have been implemented, right? And then try to assess whether or not tariffs are having any inflationary impact. There's obviously a lot more that goes into causal inference. Once again, look at any study historically. They say, guess what? Tariffs raise prices. If you look at, hey, by the way, even if you just look at the data right now and you actually compare what is the price of goods that we're importing relative to the pre-tariff trend, those actually are up since the tariffs were announced. Some of them have been going up since December, even slightly before the tariffs were announced, right? Like, clearly there is good evidence that tariffs raise prices, and you see that even with the data we have now. It's just obviously it's not going to have a major impact in the big aggregate numbers we see. And wages as well. We have a lot of good evidence that tariffs reduce wages.
Let me ask you a question, Antoine, and then I guess I'll let
wages are up 5 times on inflation.
Hold on, Tyler. No,
you said it's retarded to look at the data. That's right.
No. Tyler, you have to be intentionally misunderstanding my argument if you believe what I said.
No, it's retarded to look at the data. We should go off of what you say is right and wrong.
No, Tyler, please, Tyler, you're the one.
Stop. All right, I'm asking a question here. Did you have any other questions, Fair Queen?
I guess I wanted to hear, if it's okay, I wanted to hear non-fun respond to the wage increase, because the gist of what I'm asking is how much is the average American actually feeling the impact of this, and how much of it can be attributed to like the increase of
Uh,
prices, like because of tariffs. Like that's
and,
like the
and,
gist of.
Perfect. All right. And actually, here's what we'll do. We'll just add on my question to this, and then you can respond non-fun, and then y'all can fight. And here's my question, right? So you mentioned non-fun as well, not counting like like numbers in the short-term index, right? However, I think we probably all agree that the tariffs aren't solely just for economic gain. Sometimes we have political motivations. Do we think that the fact that they've gained 108 billion in tariff revenue for the first time in history is a good or a bad thing or insignificant thing? And I'll let you answer her question and my question, and then y'all can fight.
Yeah, well, I'll answer the second one first. I mean, I think the tariff revenue is bad just because tariffs are not an efficient tax. We could raise equally as much revenue, if not much more revenue, by much more efficient taxes that don't have the same negative effects on uncertainty, don't have the same negative effects on business investment, don't have the same negative effects on distorting decisions about trade, all those things, right? And so wages, right? Obviously, like I said, my point here is simply, it's obviously dumb to say the U.S. did tariff here, wages in the entire U.S. economy have continued to go up. They've continued their trend upward, right? And say, therefore, tariffs played a role in that. There's a lot more that goes into causal inference. And guess what? We don't, economists have done this before. You don't need to trust me. You don't need to trust what I'm saying. Look at all the evidence historically. I can pull up some studies I have that say, hey, guess what? Tariffs tend to have a negative effect on wages, and trade tends to have a positive effect on wages because, I mean, for one, obviously mechanistically real wages just go up if the price of goods falls, and for two, as production is shifted towards more productive use cases, right? That's the whole point of trade, is that you specialize in what your most productive is. As labor gets more specialized, average productivity goes up, and therefore average wages go up as well.
All right, I'm gonna let Tyler respond, and then it's gonna be fight time, and then we'll come back to the judges here in like another 10-15 minutes, and then we'll get going. All right, go ahead, Tyler, respond to.
Yeah. Well, I think.
And then y'all are good to fight.
I think a lot of my points still are just standing. It's just retarded to look at the data. So the fact that wages are currently rising 5 times faster than inflation means nothing. Don't worry about it. I just don't buy that. On top of that, we heard in the introduction, Trump abandoned the biggest and the vast bulk of the tariffs, which were the reciprocal tariffs, and then he went after the naming convention. They weren't reciprocal in the way I think it should be done. So with Trump abandoned the tariffs, what tariffs are hurting the economy? They were in place for 7 days, and since then it's been threats and talks with paused tariffs, while 80 deals are getting discussed right now. So either the economy is going to hurt from this, or he threatened them, pulled them back, and now is getting exactly what he asked for by threatening them and slapping them on in the first place. So I see an argument with some cognitive dissonance that hasn't been parsed out yet, in that Trump abandoned the tariffs, but he's also using these tariffs and it's hurting the economy, and we'd see better growth if they weren't in place, but they're also abandoned. On top of that, I heard trade deficits have no negative effects on the country. Then if we exported and we didn't make any goods, that would have a massive negative effect. Like, what if we got into a war that blew up one of our trade partners? We would not be able to get that good anymore. It's a national security argument. The same argument Joe Biden made for the CHIPS Act. It's a national security argument to be able to produce certain things in the United States. So having a massive trade deficit to the point where we're just buying things and not creating things ourselves, this would be a higher end trade deficit than we're running right now. It's just a hypothetical to kind of debunk one of the arguments I made in your introduction. But a massive trade deficit would result in less industry here, less things here, less national security. Even the sugar industry is something that we protect, because if we completely export our sugar industry to countries that make it for much cheaper, we no longer have sugar. It's a nutritional thing that Marco Rubio is one of the people that champion that. So we do this for other reasons than just we could have the best economy ever if we shipped all of our jobs away.
Okay, so look, Tyler, just real, you cannot honestly believe that my position is that it's dumb to look at the data about wages. You cannot honestly believe that that is my point.
That's what you said, man. You said it was retarded to
Tyler,
look.
My point is that it's retarded to try to do causal inference. You personally try to do causal inference about the effects of tariffs on wages just by looking at this one example in the US, by looking at wages in the entire country overall, not comparing it to some synthetic control or other countries or anything, and just try to do that to assess the effect of tariff on wages. Can we agree that's stupid?
No, I don't agree, because you're saying this is a big slap in the face to the economy, and the bad outweighs the good is your argument. And I'm showing you in factual data right now. The good is still outweighing the bad on the point that you're arguing economically.
But you're assigning,
you haven't touched national security.
And we had to talk about national security, but you're assigning causality to wages when the causality isn't there.
The only argument you made as an alternative is the common market, and it's something Trump actually implemented with his favored nations policy. So your only alternative is something Trump is currently doing to fix the problem. And if it was all that was needed, why the fuck would he tariff in the first place? Your only alternative was like weak. So I just don't buy it. I just think you don't like Trump.
Trump walked away from the TPP, where he would have had a common market with a lot of these other countries that were currently tariffing. And Trump, my point about the reciprocal tariffs, by the way.
That's not true.
My point about the reciprocal tariffs, by the way, it's not that I don't have an issue with the nomenclature, but it is that Trump has clearly abandoned the idea of a common market. Trump has clearly abandoned the idea of zero for zero trade barriers, of actual free trade, of reciprocal reciprocity, because in the trade deals that we've seen with the UK and with Vietnam, Trump has kept 20% tariffs in Vietnam and 10% tariffs on the UK. This is obviously not zero for zero trade barriers. This is not free trade. This is thinly veiled mercantilism.
Trump threatened that. It's not actually, the deal's not done yet. He threatened to do it. And again, we brought this up. You didn't have any point to counter adjust it. The reason he did that is not because of trade. It's because he's trying to get them to work less with China. The main goal of the tariff is not just economic. All you're arguing is economic. You haven't touched national security. You haven't touched decoupling with China besides a crappy alternative.
Tyler, the first whole section of this debate was me talking about why I don't believe the way Trump is doing this is actually effective.
You said it was retarded. I'm saying what you've actually given us as an affirmative argument. It hasn't touched national security besides favored nations policy.
I did not say. I said a common market would benefit U.S. national security
favored
as well as
policy.
being
Yes,
able to. Again, the favored Trump has clearly abandoned this idea of ever going to a common market because he wants tariffs on Vietnam. He wants tariffs on the UK. Trump has clearly abandoned this idea, if he even ever had.
So
it,
your argument is you read his mind
in the first place,
and you ignored what his actual
my evidence
said,
that
which is
when
they're trying to get Vietnam to decouple from China. You're saying he just wants the tariff from 20%. I know this because if you say otherwise, you're retarded. It's not an adult argument.
What you just claimed that was an unbelievable train of logic you went down. What you just claimed was that Trump is interested in actual free trade and an actual common market and most favored nation policies, right? And my point was Trump is clearly at least no longer interested in this because guess what? The trade deals that he has signed, or at least the phase one agreements that we have with Vietnam and the UK, are not based on reciprocal trade barriers. They're based on the U.S. keeping as many trade barriers as possible and these other nations keeping as little trade barriers as possible.
That's not true. I'm looking at the UK deal right now, and they're working on zero for zero tariffs. Right now, they're sitting in a favored nations policy that gives them extra off of the metal tariffs. So right now, the UK is seeing benefits that most other countries aren't seeing because of favored nations policy, and they're currently working on zero for zero tariffs or trade barriers right now. I'm looking at it. So
no, that's not what the fate.
At the end of the day, I gave 3 reasons. You isolated one and ignored the other 2. The other 2 were decoupling from China, not just trade barriers. It was decoupling from China and national security. So if we're telling Vietnam you have to stop trading, letting China basically use you as a salesperson, if you want to do good trade with us, that's a way of putting pressure on China, as he's done again with many other nations.
Okay, so again. But I feel like I have addressed national security. Here, let's just, if you want to go down that route again, even though there are things you just said I still want to respond to, do you think it's good that Malaysia just signed a trade deal with China?
I mean, generally in the grand scheme of things, no, but that's the bet they want to lay in, then we'll fucking hit them hard.
You think we're gonna tariff Malaysia into a trade agreement with us now? No, look. So obviously, a lot of like the president of China has been meeting with a lot of countries in Southeast Asia because they no longer view the U.S. as a reliable trading partner. That was like literally Malaysia's stated reason for signing a trade deal with these people. And again, I feel like I have addressed national security by saying this is clearly it's not a good thing for national security to tariff intermediate goods that are necessary for producers in the U.S. to produce these things, and I'm assuming you can still hear me, and for you to export. Oh, damn, he's gone. Well, I'll finish, but and for you to kneecap U.S. exporters' ability to export the goods that we want to be produced here.
All right.
Well, I can still hear you. Yeah. Again, like you're talking about the negatives. But...
I was gonna be like, I guess he gets the filibuster,
Yeah, no, you're talking about the negatives, and you're not wrong on some of them, but like the negatives are still resulting in a better economy than we've seen in 5 years, with inflation potentially as low as we've seen since 2005, with wages rising 5 times the rate of inflation right now. Like, all these things are good, and you're telling me it's bad, but if tariffs are bad for the United States, then the economy doing as good as it is right now, better than it has in 5 years, with all these tariffs in place and all this shit going on, means we're getting to have our cake and eat it too. And
Tyler, this is obviously stupid. This is like, if someone was like, oh, hey, we did a minimum wage in an area, and then guess what? Employment increased afterwards. Therefore, the minimum wage increases employment. Guess what? That's not how causal inference works, because it could be the case, and in fact probably is the case, that if you didn't do the minimum wage, employment would have been even higher. So it's obviously dumb for you to look again at these big aggregates
you on that. I'm saying,
then why do you keep your evidence for tariffs working economically?
We're in your scenario where the economy is hurt by the tariffs, and the economy is looking pretty fucking good. So, and the argument of if tariffs are good or bad for the United States, that undercuts your argument to the economy doing good, wages rising faster than inflation by 5 times, inflation at like a 20-year low. If the economy is doing that good, and your only argument is it's hurting the economy, then you don't have an argument, is my point.
No, I get, Tyler, you at least know that my argument is also this undermines national security. You might disagree with it, but you at least know that my only argument is not the economy. It is also our relationship with our allies and our ability to produce strategic goods here. So, clearly, that is not my only argument. That's obviously bad faith. But again, it's obviously weighing my issue is twofold. One, that you seem to be, earlier at least, you seem to be implying, and I believe you even said that you do believe, tariffs are at least somewhat responsible for wages increasing in the U.S., and that seems to be ridiculous. But obviously, it's a question of, and also, by the way, we did get a Q1 negative GDP, which seems like that should be something that we probably weigh into, how good or bad the economy is. But obviously, it's a question of weighing the constant benefits.
Were there any tariffs in the Q1?
There were tariffs that were announced, but they were obviously. Wait, Tyler, that actually, if nothing else, is evidence
so there
were
no tariffs in Q1, and we had negative GDP growth.
No.
But in Q2, we're seeing massive GDP growth.
Tyler,
where there's been tariffs in effect the whole time.
Tyler, look, there were tariffs announced in Q1 of 2025. Obviously, Tyler, this is nothing but adding to one of my points, which
the markets reacted immediately, right?
Obviously,
the markets overreacted immediately just based off the announcement. But we're not going to see any market reactions otherwise for months. All the ones that I'm saying, all the bad things I don't know why you keep. They're coming down the line in like 6 months. Trust me, bro.
That's my point. But look, obviously there was a lot of uncertainty. Like, you can just look at the graph of economic policy uncertainty. Obviously there was a lot of uncertainty during Q1 of 2025, and obviously there's a lot of evidence. Do you deny that the evidence shows that uncertainty does reduce investment?
Sure.
Sure, you deny it, or
sure, no, sure, it's a thing. I just
So obviously,
pointing to that micro fact and saying that this is my diagnosis and it's 100% right for the economy. I saw this shit. It's like it's
obviously
it's QAnon shit. Wait,
Tyler.
Hold on. I'll tell you why. When a federal judge blocked the Trump's tariffs, we saw a couple days later there was a big spike in the market. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's because the federal judge blocked his tariffs," and that got slapped down, and the markets continued to go up. And everyone just ignored it. Like, oh, my prediction was Because nobody, like, you're just guessing. You're looking at the things that confirm your bias and just guessing. But here we
Tyler,
see markets hitting records. We still currently see markets hitting records. So if you're arguing this hurts the economy, and the economy is still doing good, that means your argument is kind of shit. Like, you don't have an argument that these tariffs are doing bad.
This should be
it's just saying it could be slightly better.
This should be trivially easy to answer. Do you agree that if Donald Trump never mentioned tariffs, the stock market would probably be higher than it is right now?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Clearly, again, we should compare to the counterfactual of the economy if we didn't have tariff. And again, it's a question of weighing the costs and benefits. So we have just a fuck ton of evidence from tariffs historically that they do have negative effects on the economy. They don't increase employment. They don't increase wages. They do raise prices. They do all these negative things. But the benefits, so far, these trade deals have not been at all anywhere close to outweighing the cost of these, right? And most of our trade deals are leaving in place the tariffs that are tariffs on our side, as in tariffs.
So what are you saying? That Trump is just so good on the economy otherwise that he can keep wages going up, prices going down?
I don't know how you got that.
So good on the economy otherwise that
Tyler, that is Tyler. Do you think nothing at all? I have no clue how you got that from what I just said. What I just said
because
is that
wages are going up.
We have a lot of I understand wages going up.
Down.
How many times have I said you should compare, obviously, to the counterfactual? And we have a ton of good evidence, actual causal evidence. Tyler, how many studies do we?
Yeah,
I have a whole document of
yes,
studies.
I get you're saying. There are downsides, but I'm telling you the downsides are minuscule and nobody's noticing them. And as you can see from the economy in the last few months, they aren't resulting in bad numbers. The numbers are pretty good.
Sorry. Obviously, there are people noticing them.
But again, the drain on this.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a good time. We're gonna go to the judges now here real quick. Let's start with Tariff. What do you got for me first here?
Okay. All right. So I have questions for both of you, and I'm gonna start with Tyler. Okay. I'd like you to respond to Non-Fon's point more about Vietnam and the United Kingdom. What is your response to concerns about this upsetting our allies and implications for diplomacy with our allies? I know you clarified about about Vietnam and like what your justification for that was. What's your justification for the United Kingdom, and is that or why is that different?
It's the same for Australia. Would be another example. We actually had a surplus with them. Trump slapped them with the 10% baseline tariff, the movie tariff, and the metal tariff. But because of favored nations policy, they got a bunch of exemptions on the metals. But their market is flooded with Chinese metals as well. I mean, it could potentially piss them off, absolutely. But at the end of the day, a lot of these places did have trade barriers with us, maybe not in the form of tariffs, VAT taxes, other things like that. With the exception of the 10% baseline tariff, almost every reciprocal tariff got put on these countries, and a bunch of that was to squeeze out China. Like Vietnam, like, yeah, cool, they dropped their trade barriers, we're going to zero trade barriers with them, but another concession for them to decouple with China was put into that, and I think that's an important thing that Trump ran on since 2022, that his foreign policy goal was to get our markets unreliant on China in case there was a geopolitical event where we needed to go against them. So
if I have a follow-up question to that, how reasonable do you think that really is, though? Like, do you really think that, I'm not going to say this well, but how reasonable is it really to expect like all of our allies, all of them, to decouple from Chinese exports and imports? Like, is that a concession you think is a reasonable one to expect?
Yeah, absolutely. Look what happened with Ukraine and Russia. As soon as we stopped fucking with Russia on a massive scale, to the point where the EU wasn't even capable because they were taking in so many Russian energy imports to keep their economy fueled, they would have to switch a massive amount of their imported energy to more expensive energy. So the fact that we are the leaders in sanctioning nations that do bad things, we do expect our allies to get on board with these sorts of economic interventions, absolutely. And when they don't, we turn fucking French fries into freedom fries and shit like that. Absolutely. It is something we need to hold strong and have a united front for when the West decides it wants to come down on a country causing trouble. Yes, we should expect them to move in that direction, the same way we expect them to move in that direction against Russia, Iran, and any other adversaries that are doing bad things in the world stage. Yes.
I know that you. Well, actually, I won't. Like, I'm not in the debate, so I'm just going to move on to Non-Fon. So, Non-Fon, I'm going to ask you a question that tails off from the Russia and Ukraine point. one, do you support economic sanctions on Russia? And two, okay, what standard of behavior does a country have to reach in order to justify economic trade sanctions on their nation? That does not have to do specifically with the economy or for like what's best for the American economy.
I mean, when it comes to Russia, I don't know if I have that. I don't know if I have that strong of an opinion on how much we should be sanctioning Russia. I mean, certainly, I would say like freezing the assets of like oligarchs who have yachts stationed in the U.S. or whatever is probably good. When it comes to the other type of sanctions, I don't know if I have a super strong opinion on if they've done more good than harm. I would have to read more into that. When it comes to like I do believe if a country like is literally using like actual like legitimate like slave labor, it's probably fine to ban the importation of those products, right? Like Biden did that with the Uyghurs in China. You're not allowed to import stuff that is likely made in like Uyghur slave camps or whatever. But like generally speaking, like any of these unfair trading practices, it usually trade with quote unquote unfair trading practices is still advantageous to the U.S. overall. Obviously like essentially the way to think of it is trade is like literally just a way of producing the things that we import by first producing the things that we export and then trading for them. So to the extent that China is like subsidizing solar panels or whatever, well, it just means that for any given amount of exports that we sell to China, we get more solar panels, and that might have negative effects on U.S. solar panel producers, and maybe there are some cases where there are national security reasons to be against that. But it also means that U.S. consumers get a lot of cheap solar panels, and usually those benefits still outweigh the positives of that.
Okay, I have a couple of other questions off of that. So this goes back to what our conversation about like the increase of wages, and I know that you and Tyler had a back and forth about that, and I understand your point about it not being a reasonable time for us to see the actual impact. When is a reasonable time? Like and
Well,
I don't know the data, I'm not familiar with the research or not, but like a year from now, would it be a reasonable time for us a reasonable deadline for us to expect to see, I don't know, the impact of like what this has had on the average American consumer? I
well,
know you
and
say
it's
like
not
right now it's not like a reasonable deadline as of right now, but when is a reasonable time?
it's not necessarily just about like the reasonable time. Now I do I do think like a year from now it'll be easier to judge the effect of tariffs on prices because we'll just have more data, especially for for longer when the tariffs are actually in effect. But it's more about how you do the type of this type of causal inference, right? How do you determine what is causing something? So if you see wages are going up 5% in the U.S., year over year or whatever, there are 100 million quadrillion different things that could be behind that because the U.S. is a really big economy with 1,000 bajillion different moving parts at any given time. So it's more about how do we do studies that try to isolate the effect of these things. And obviously, Tyler does not have
So
any of those because the studies that do that are on my side, right? Like the IMF has a study where they look at 151 different countries over the course of like 50 years, and they find that tariffs, guess what, reduce wages when we actually look at this type of causal inference.
hang on, hang on. I understand that. But I'm specifically talking about this specific impact of this tariff, like on what's recently happened. And if you're saying that the quality of like the research that's like been put up, that's fine. But if you're just talking about the impact of tariffs in general and over the past 50 years, um, that's great for historical data. But we are looking for like something that's more recent, like that has to do with the here and now.
Sure.
I guess
I
I have
mean,
one more question for you.
hold on, real
Yeah,
quick. There is one piece by the Federal Reserve where they do try to estimate it. Now they say like obviously it's hard to do it with the data we have right now, but it does find that even now tariffs have increased prices at least to some extent. It says so far they've led to a 0.3% increase in core PCE good prices, which contributes to a 0.1% increase in core PC prices overall. And this was written in May, so even this is a little like outdated by now. The data they were using was even older, but we have already seen price increases from these, so you can determine.
okay. I guess I just have one more question because you mentioned like the actual slave labor. So, for instance, like the Uyghurs in China. Um, I mean, I understand that like you're defining it as literal slavery. Do you have any ethical concerns with like how our products are made and where they come from and under what conditions? I mean, outside of like literal, I understand like people that are literally bought and sold, like that might be one thing. But I mean, this is a common, complaint that criticism that people have, frankly, of this policy is that, like, yes, you get to have cheaper goods, you get to have a higher amount of goods, but it also comes like from off the backs of deeply unethical labor. So
Right.
child labor, for instance, right, et cetera, right? So I guess to me, like why do you just draw the line at literal slavery? Like, why not extend it to other exploitative practices, like within businesses?
Because I think
Like,
the
for
evidence
instance, like
shows.
pollution, for instance.
Sure. Well,
child labor good.
Tax pollution. I think a lot of child labor is good. So, I think the evidence shows that, for the most part, things like sweatshops, things like child labor are good for the developing countries, where they're from. We have to think about, when we buy clothes that like we might consider unethically made by the U.S. standards, like, well, what are the alternative for, children in these countries? Most of the time it is doing agricultural work, which pays less in wages and is more dangerous. There's a good book. I've read this whole, there's a long discussion to be had about this. It's called Out of Poverty by Benjamin Powell. I wish I had the digital version of it so I could show the graphs. But the people like in sweatshops get paid higher wages than in other sectors. We see that as countries develop, they tend to move past sweatshops. Right, the sweatshops are like the first ring in economic development. Right, and it's very hard for countries to develop without going through a sweatshop phase where they have this unethical treatment and everything.
All right, Chai, what do you got for us? Looks like you muted.
Fuck, dude. Like, if you had an 8-year-old, could I send it to the sweatshop first of all? Holy shit, would you like your 8-year-old working in my sweatshop?
Well, I think the reason that we don't see, I think the reason why we don't see children working in sweatshops in the U.S. is because the U.S. has high enough average productivity such that the average, family has high enough wages such that they can afford for their children.
Can I finish? In the United States that is made by an 8-year-old, do you eat it and feel good?
I don't really eat chocolate, but so again, the reason I don't feel bad buying from sweatshops is because I think the alternatives for children working in sweatshops is usually worse. Like you're not thinking about that on your side. If you don't buy the chocolate bar, that child may well end up starving to death. There is like actual legitimate evidence of it, of this. I could say to you, there are cases where plenty of cases where children who aren't working in sweatshops get laid off. And they move to prostitution, or they starve to death, or they go to agricultural labor, which provides the country a lower overall growth rate, and it doesn't allow the country to actually economically develop. The reason we don't have 8-year-olds working in the U.S. is because the U.S. has a high enough average productivity such that parents can afford to not have their children work. If you want less child labor, what you want is to increase average productivity in these countries. And guess what? We have a lot of good evidence that trade increases average productivity in developing countries.
I do have an actual question for you. If the tariffs were so bad, why did Biden keep so many of them in place? And does it suggest that they are potentially strategically useful?
I don't think it suggests they're strategically useful. I think part of the reason that Biden kept them in place is because countries don't want to look weak by unilaterally bringing down their tariffs. I do think economically, like strictly, it would have been best economically to just unilaterally bring down the tariffs. But a lot of times, people don't want to. Countries' leaders don't want to look weak by unilaterally bringing down tariffs without an agreement from the other side to bring down these tariffs. And part of it's also like just basic like public choice theory, because the benefits of tariffs are so concentrated in just like a few actors. The U.S. sugar program is a good example of this. We have tariffs on sugar. Sugar producers are able to heavily lobby the U.S. government because they can all coordinate and act effectively. Whereas the benefits of trade are so diffuse. Every single consumer would benefit from trade with free sugar, or free trade in sugar, but each individual only gets helped about like $30 a year, right? So a lot of times we see these big companies are able to have their concentrated efforts to impose tariffs, and consumers don't act in such a way to get rid of the tariffs because the benefit is so diffuse for the consumer side.
So, real quick, Biden not only didn't get rid of the tariffs, he added a 100% tariff against China on EVs specifically because he wanted the U.S. EV markets to succeed. So, just throwing that out there.
I don't know why you think, I agree, Biden did some bad things. I think that was a bad thing that Biden did.
I'm not saying that you agree or disagree. I was just answering her question about why Biden kept him in place, He kept them in place and added to them. He added a 100% tariff against Chinese EVs.
There were also some he removed, right? But yeah, like I know he negotiated to get down some of the steel tariffs and stuff with our allies, but.
So also to address your point with Fairy Queen, I tried this line of argument, Fairy Queen, on a WIC panel. I got confirmed Non-Fan wants to ship our jobs to China, but it's something that only the richest companies in the United States have access to. So they can get tax breaks, they can bypass human rights, they can bypass worker protections, they can bypass U.S. taxes, and most importantly, they can ignore U.S. climate policy and go to one of the most pollutant countries in the world to do their manufacturing because it's cheaper. So basically, we get cheaper goods if we go with Reaganite trickle-down economics, is what Non-Fan's arguing here.
Yep, that's definitely my argument. Look, listen, I obviously think that tariffs are good for every group of people you just mentioned. Sorry, trade is good for all the groups of people you just mentioned, and tariffs are bad, right? Like, trade is good for workers. Trade is good for poor people. I think all the evidence suggests this. Tyler doesn't seem to have much evidence on his side for these things. He just finds, like, intuitively, oh, it feels wrong when we, it feels like it will hurt people.
We'd have it's best economic practice to not tariff. I granted that already. What I said is it doesn't have enough impact to matter because the economy is doing great right now by comparison to the last 5 years.
No, I understand, but I'm responding to the point you just made that, like, I'm such a big, like, trickle downer and everything.
Oh, that's obviously that was tongue in cheek. That was tongue in cheek.
Right. That's obviously not the case. I care about what's best for U.S. workers, and I believe free trade is what's best for U.S. workers overall.
Okay, Tyler, time to wipe the smile off of your face. You claim tariffs helped raise wages, but the data tells a different story because between April 2024 and April 2025, nominal average weekly wages grew by
causal
only
inference is my passion.
3.6%.
I love causal
about
inference.
$43 a week, and while inflation was 2.7%, resulting in a real wage increase of just about 9%. Do you think $9 extra
God, these people
per
are so
week
smart.
really is helpful? Can you explain
Causal
how
inference.
such minimal gains meaningfully improve everyday living cost burdens? I mean, it took 5 years to get minimum wage from $15 to $18, and the average household can't even keep up enough to have livable experiences in their life. They can't even get a house these days. The cars are more expensive. Dealerships can't even sell shit because nobody's buying them, and I know that one from personal experience.
Personal experience. Let's go.
There's a bit there to answer your primary question. That is actually not a claim. I'm correlating them. I'm not saying that they have causation. What I'm saying is, with the tariffs in place, it is economic best practice, what Non-Fan is saying. I'm saying that the economic fallout from the tariffs is so minuscule, we still see wages rising, despite that in the data, it does say tariffs cause wages to fall. Suggesting if we didn't have the tariffs, wages would be rising faster, inflation might be falling a little bit faster as well. Absolutely concede to that, but I'm saying it's minuscule in comparison to the grand scheme of things with many other factors, the most important one being the cheapening of energy. That's why I think we see inflation falling at the rate it is, we see wages going up at the rate it is. That's what I was saying about gas earlier. So that the energy, the drill baby drill agenda, I think is having more effect on wages than anything, because what he is saying is a lot of correct things. It's just, I think his overall argument is that it's hurting the economy, and it's like the economy is doing good, so maybe we can suffer this little bit of a hit while the economy is still doing better than it has in 5 years. But yeah, no, the price of cars, I worked at a car sales place at the time, that was the chips thing. That was why I liked the CHIPS Act. We definitely needed to have chips here in case there was an issue with Taiwan. That's what jumped the price of cars up. We've actually seen in the last 4 months of urban CPI, the price of new cars has been coming slightly down, but because of the auto tariff, with the exemptions of 15% off if you produce inside the United States, could potentially drive it up in the third quarter. That's what the Fed's saying right now. If that's the case, maybe we'll see those go bye-bye. I'm not sure, but Trump has been responding a bit with how economic downfall to his tariffs have been generally. But yeah, no, you're right about your concerns. I just think that I didn't link those two things together as strongly as it might have come off. My bad if it did.
All right. Anything else? Okay, cool. All right, y'all, I'm going to turn y'all loose for a few minutes here, and then we'll get the closings. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to know, Tyler, who propagandized you into believing that VATs are trade barriers?
That's just something I won't squabble on that. If you say they're not, they say they are. That's just something they said that they were trying to work out. They included that. I mean, it's
it's not that they say they are. It's that they are lying.
Die on that hill.
They are lying and they know they are wrong because no serious, legitimate economist thinks VATs are trade barriers. VATs are consumption taxes. They tax all consumption, regardless of whether or not that's consumed in the country. So, obviously it does tax imports in the same way our U.S. sales tax taxes imports, but it also taxes domestic goods at the same rate. So there's no preferential treatment given to domestic manufacturers, right? So this is, that's obviously not true. That's just a lie used to justify all these, super high
The
tariffs.
argument I'm reading right now for it is that VAT exemptions often apply to local companies inside that nation, and the exemptions don't apply to imports in the same sectors. So we see VAT exceptions kind of being levied unfairly, and that's why it's being held up as a barrier.
Well, to the extent that like there are exemptions, that'd be the same as like literally any other tax. I guess you could have like credits for so if you want to incentivize something that could incentivize domestic production. I mean that's obviously like the same like the U.S. Now we have a tax deduction if you buy a U.S. made car, right? That's not to say that sales tax is discriminatory. It's to say that the way we have a deduction for U.S. made cars is a discriminatory practice within the sales tax, right? But that's obviously not what Peter Navarro and all these people are saying.
And the other argument is that VAT is worked into the prices of the nations that have a VAT. So when we sell our goods over there, it's an extra form of taxation because we have our own worked into the price regulations, taxes, etc. So it's a second tax that they're charging us that's already worked into theirs. Well, they get an advantage over us for that as well. But those are that arguments I'm going to die on the hill of. So
it's not really. I mean, the U.S. sales tax does tax business transaction, and that can lead to tax pyramiding, which is why it'd actually be better for us to have a VAT than the current sales tax that we currently do. But it doesn't really affect. That's our fault, right? That's us punishing ourselves.
I just had a follow-up, right? Because you said like we could just kind of deal with this for a while. But if I have friends who make over $100,000 a year and they're very well off and they are feeling this, how do you think the average American that doesn't make that, because the average American is supposed to deal with this? How are we supposed to just get through this?
Well, again, if it got worse, if the situation got worse, if inflation was going up at a higher rate than wages or just higher than like the 2005 record in the last 50 years, then I would argue, yeah, we should probably lower or drop the tariffs. But we're seeing overall good economic trends with everything at the moment. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a good second quarter here coming out. All the jobs numbers have been up. We're still seeing a bit of unemployment, but there's arguments that the interest rates causing that. A lot of the dealing with it is more waiting for it to come back down. It is coming slowly back down to where wages are being higher. It's just not going as fast. The way you would explain that is, look, we have free trade with deals, and if one nation, the largest nation in the world besides us, with trade, is going to ignore our deals, eventually it'll give the green light for other people to continue it, especially ones that are under their banner. We need to hold them accountable for their actions. Otherwise, free trade could crumble if everyone just starts ignoring their trade deals and robbing their trade partners. The fact that they've stolen $500 billion from the United States is enough for me to say, fuck them. We need to punish them for it, but it's drastically more than that. So at the end of the day, we can't allow these infractions against our country to continue, and both parties agree with that. They just have different ways of dealing with it.
Well, again, the issue is like one way of dealing with it, right, is to plan being successful, and the other way is to plan not being successful. So again, my argument would just be that the way that we're doing universal tariffs, the way that we're tariffing our allies and everything like that, that makes tariffs unsuccessful because those type of tariffs are just not good at achieving the goals of reviving the industries we need for strategic manufacturing industries, things like that.
China pretty good though.
I'm not aware of how much it's hurting China, but I don't care necessarily how much China is hurt if it doesn't actually get us the goal of being able to build semiconductors here, being able to build batteries here. And those are something that subsidies do a whole lot better than the type of universal tariffs that raise costs for U.S. firms and hurt U.S. exporters do.
All right. Well, that sounds like a good point for us to do some closings. All right, and then wrap this bad boy up. I'm going to give y'all 3 minutes. Tyler started, so it looks like you're going first here. Non-violent. Let me just pull up my stopwatch. And whenever you're ready, go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I should have wrote a clipping beforehand. I don't think that we saw any like serious evidence presented from Tyler, right? Like obviously, I have a lot of papers on these things. I got very good like causal analysis of these things. I did not see the same from Tyler. I don't think Tyler, may say like, oh, you simply just disagree with the methods that Trump is using for these national security things. Obviously, the methods are what can make something successful or unsuccessful. So if we're arguing whether tariffs are actually good for Americans, well, obviously, if we're doing tariffs in a really, really, really bad way, they're not going to be successful. Or it's not going to help Americans. And I think we've seen that, with Malaysia signing trade deal with China. With I think even the UK is signing trade deal with India. It seems like the world is moving to free trade with each other, but not necessarily with us. And I think that's a bad thing because trade makes us overall a lot better off. And I also think that the uncertainty effects, which is something we didn't discuss too much, are obviously a big cost as well. Trump has also abandoned any idea of common market, zero for zero trade barriers. Any trade deal he has signed has kept these trade barriers. There are at least trade barriers in place on our side, 20% on Vietnam, 10% on the UK. Again, that's what the phase 1 agreement says. I know Tyler's shaking his head. Look, at the end of the day, we just have a lot of really fucking good evidence that tariffs are not good for the economy. IMF, 151 countries over 50 years, tariffs reduced employment, they reduced productivity, they reduced wages, had all these negative effects in the economy. And with the way Trump is doing these tariffs, he's not helping American national security at all. He's actively undermining it by raising the cost for U.S. producers to produce the strategic goods we need to produce within the U.S. and harming their ability to export to other countries as well. That's a bad thing for national security. Harming our allies is a bad thing for national security. I think these tariffs have pretty clearly been a failure.
Right. Thank you so much. All right, Tyler, go ahead whenever you're ready. You got 3 minutes.
All right. So the question here was, are the tariffs good or bad for the United States? And the conclusion there, Don-Fon, you said a lot of things that you never once even argued here. You just kind of went off on a list of things that were never brought up, that we never got to dispute. So you just basically made a bunch of hollow assertions, which, again, you can bust out all the studies you want. I granted the point that tariffs were not best practice for the economy. What I showed you in the data and with my other arguments on national security is that the minuscule amount that they actually hurt the economy is not hurting the economy as a whole. And at the same time, we are preserving actual free trade where these barriers are getting dropped around the world. Now, you praise China for getting 2 trade deals, one with a country they already had a trade deal with, but then say that 80 trade deals with the United States is no proof of success at all? You're saying China got a trade deal with the UK and Malaysia. And you're like, oh man, they're fucking winning this thing. But the 80 countries that are currently working with the Trump administration, multiple of which are dropping all of their trade barriers to 0. I can count 20 right here, all dropping all trade barriers to 0 with the United States, including that's the long-term goal with the UK. That's not a success. We shouldn't worry about it. Us actually holding China accountable for intellectual property theft, breaking all these deals, and showing that there's accountability if you don't actually do what you say you're going to do on the world stage for trade. You're saying that's worthless, whatever. Let them continue to get away with whatever they want because a small glitch or a small blip in the stock market happened, but everything's still rising. We're still getting record rates. We still have wages going up. So yes, at the end of the day, you are right. It is not best economic practice, but the downsides that have happened compared to all the upsides, all these trade deals, China being handicapped, they're being isolated on the world stage with Russia and Iran being handicapped. Iran for a different reason, obviously. Russia is completely sanctioned right now by the EU on their energy. Like, it's a huge fucking hit to their economy and them being able to fuel their war against Ukraine. And they were only able to do that because we started exporting more oil to them. And that's part of Trump's deal, is to sell more U.S. goods. Like, this has been an overwhelming success in terms of what he set his goals out to be. And the only downsides have been, it could have been done a little bit better, or we could see slightly better growth if we just ignored all these unfair things happening back to us. This is what he ran on. This is what people voted for. And this is the results that he's getting, just mashing them together and saying all these tariffs are this, but he also backed off of all of them, but he also is still doing them, and they're bad for the economy. It just, I didn't get a coherent message out of you because you kind of bounced around on that. I just don't feel like you addressed my points as well. So hopefully I get the dub I deserve.
All right, thank you so much. All right, chat. The poll is up, so y'all got 3 minutes to vote. Judges, go ahead and DM me who won. Don't say who won, and then we'll come to y'all in a minute after the polling is done. I'm gonna use a brief restroom break real quick, and then we'll hop to it.
Reply to my DM immediately, Gibbs.
Let's reveal if everyone else did not occur overnight. It will occur in the next few years. Well,
I think all three of us are going to grid. Or not? Are you going to grid after this?
No, I have another panel that I was invited to. That I think I'm going to be on. Yeah.
Yeah, I might go to grids. I might get on the NCAA. You know, we'll see in a second.
This is your
You guys are
friendly
allowed to vote for
reminder
me.
to remember if
poll.
you are connected to your Amazon Prime account, you can use a Prime sub right now for free to watch Admiral Gibbs without ads. And it's free. You're welcome.
Thank you. Very, very nice promo. It's always good to get the grifting in. Very nice. Yeah.
Reply to my DM, Gibbs.
Damn, chat didn't like me.
Real?
You still got like a minute and a half.
Well, that's true.
Yo, no primers in the chat. Poor.
You know, by the way, you know, from my chat, you know, !TTS in the chat, if you guys want to donate, you know, trying to fundraise for, what am I trying to fundraise for? I don't know, Shrimp Welfare Project. Being named average debate choice, yeah, some of the worst
40
takes
seconds left.
and investigates more poorly than anyone I've seen. True. Taylor, not on
And
child
then,
labor. I do love child labor. Child labor's good.
We done.
Go to-
If y'all like the debate championship series, guys,
We can do a whole
guys,
debate on
post in
child
Discord.
labor.
Y'all can join,
That's
sign
what I
up,
wanna do.
challenge people. Soon, next month, we're going to be doing the contender series. It's Tyler will be a part of it. We'll be having the contender series to establish our first champion, and then after that, the algorithm will be suggesting matchups as well as people being able to call people out. So check it out. We're always looking for more people to compete and yell and all that good jazz. All you got to do is sign up and call somebody out, and then agree on we figure out a date and time, and I'll set everything else up.
I'm trying to keep this alive, man. The last 3 debates have been me and somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I have some other ones planned, but I want to get the contender series done. Like, that's kind of like my big thing. Also, it looks like Non-Fun wants
Yeah, I
to
saw
chat
you
mode.
like that.
But yeah, I have a plan. It's good that you bringing people in, and the exhibitions are good. I just, like I said, I'm ready to do this thing.
I
And
saw
so,
you
like,
linked that
that's my
easy
big
money.
concern.
I was skimming through it, but it
I've
doesn't
had a
seem
few other
nearly
people might
nearly
have
as bad
called
as
up
his
in
first
trouble as
one.
well.
Because
So we'll set that up. But once
just
he's back,
copies-
and we'll run that shit, and we'll get it done. Then we can really kick this thing into high gear. I got some
This
cool features I'm going to add
Marginal Revolution
that I
video.
think people are going to like a lot that I've worked on and prepped up, but I can't do it until there's a champion established because of the weighted variables in the algo. But looks like Non-Fawn got a dub on the from the chat. Looks like we're going to go to the judges, see who won here. Let's start with Fairy Queen. Who won and why?
Okay, so honestly, it was pretty close. I thought that both of you did a really good job. I thought that both of you came really
Truth.
well prepared for today.
True.
I'll be honest, I was not convinced with Tyler's point about the impact upon like the average American worker. I was more convinced of like what Non-Fun had to say regarding that particular point. I think it's probably very reasonable to say that we just don't have enough information at this point to really say like what the impact on the American economy the tariffs have had. But I did think Non-Fun, just to be honest with you, like your answer to like I had a question for you, which was what standard of behavior does a country have to reach in order to justify sanctions?
Did I not like the child
And
labor?
I did not like your answer. I thought your answer sucked. I'll just be honest, right? Because my immediate thought, which I didn't get into with you because, I'm not a participant on the panel. Like when you mentioned, for instance, like that's the best option that they could have had, like in their local vicinity. I mean, it was to think about like what the impact of what these corporations have in other countries. The fact that
Oh,
they
they're
do
so
buy up
good.
land from small
They're
farmers
so
under
good.
pressure, and that they do seize illegally or through corrupt deals, or that they make the only viable form of employment their industry by
So based.
basically making the economy a monopoly in that local country, which is kind of
Not
more
good
of
evidence
a
of monopoly.
leftist critique of labor. And so to hear you simply go, well, I guess, the sweatshops are the best they've got, I'm sorry, but I didn't find that, just on a personal level, I did not find that. But more
Typical
seriously, for the
leftist
point of the
emotion.
debate, like it is an actual question, like just beyond the state of the economy of like at what point, how many times does a country have to insult you or do something terrible or violate our norms before we impose a sanction? That's the purpose. That was the reason like why I brought up Russia versus Ukraine and whether or not you supported that. It was to basically see, is it that a nation invades an ally or a foreign country? Is it that they have human rights abuses? Is it that they are trafficking drugs into our nation? Like, what is the standard actually? At what point do you justify or not justify it? I didn't find your answer to be sufficient. And
Yeah.
for me, like, that was a big enough of a reason to give Tyler the W, even though I thought that you had a lot
Right.
of really good information. And I still agreed with like what you said regarding wages and inflation.
All right, so we're 1-1 here. Jai, who won and why?
Well, she's gonna go with Tyler.
You're muted.
You muted.
Sorry, I just unmute so I don't fucking make vape sounds and shit and I forget.
Also, probably don't like this how they.
Ty, you had me
how
for
that
the
was
first
based.
half. I won't lie. I really just loved thinking about what your answers are going to be. You had me really locked in when you were talking, and there was just like a presence in the way that you spoke about what you were talking about that just kind of made me feel like you were very confident. But then, Non started getting in there and he started to win me over. And so I had a tough time deciding, and I just had to re-clarify the question, because if it was Trump successful with what he's doing with his tariffs, you could win. But if it was, do I feel like this is best for the American workers and people? I'd have to go with non, because who is this affecting?
True.
The people that have their own local suppliers to do this? Well, they have them. What are they paying the price for? They could just go to their own local people. We don't even have local people for everything. So I'm gonna have to go with non. I think we should send peanut butter out to these countries with these shop working children. I think there should be some other kind of answer to that. But overall, I don't think this works for me, and I'm an American working citizen.
That's a pretty big upset right there.
The judges both went the other way.
Yeah,
We sure did.
That was good.
We
That's a good
sure
one.
did.
Well, it looks like, hold on, I got TS going here. All right, well, thanks so much for competing. Good job. Congrats, Non-Fun, to win. Better luck next time, I guess, Tyler. I'm sure you'll be back again. You like to fight these out, so that's a good trait. I appreciate it. We will be having a Contender Series soon, and we'll establish a champion. I encourage people to do as many of these debates as possible, because there will be benefits to being ranked higher when the season starts in earnest after that. But yeah, any closing thoughts from anybody? Shout out your stuff, what you're going to be doing after this, yada, 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 etc., and we'll go from there. Go ahead, Tyler.
Well, if everyone's skipping grids, I'm gonna go watch The Sopranos after this and cuddle up with my fiance probably, and it was fun.
Yeah, I haven't decided about grids yet. I'm like on the fence right this second whether or not I'm gonna do that or I'm gonna do something else. But we'll figure that out after.
I got a few baits out there. Hopefully we can get another one of these next week. I'm gonna keep this DCS alive.
Don't worry about it. It's gonna stay alive, Papa. Yeah, it'll stay alive. I promise. We're good. But I appreciate it. That's always good. Non-fun. What do you have? Just what you got going on?
Yeah, I had a great time. I think Tyler is by definition one of the better debaters on this, just because he doesn't fall for the dumb economic arguments as much as other people do. Okay, so I think by default he probably gets that. But yeah, I'm Non-Fun. If you want to watch me defend the glorious child labor in sweatshops, okay, how good they are for developing countries, check me out. YouTube at Non-Fun, Twitch and Kick Non-Fun420, and I guess Twitter at Non-Fun420. Yeah, I'm gonna go on another panel after this, so you guys can come check me out and watch that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. And then my judges, give yourself shout outs. So whatever you want to do. Chai, go ahead.
I am on a streaming hiatus, but you can click on my chat and go type !Discord and talk to me there. Since we're talking about shows, there's a new season of Dexter that I'm interested in checking out. And I'm going to go smoke some weed and, I don't know, play some video games. I had a great time tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed having this debate. I think it's one of my favorite ones I've sat in on.
Fantastic. And Fair Queen.
Hi, everybody. I'm also kind of on a streaming hiatus, but I love talking to people. I love getting the chance to talk to people. So again, just like Chai, if you want to hit me up on Discord, actually, if you could hit me up on my alt, I'm on my phone. My internet's out. I'm actually desperate for human contact. So please, it's Fairy Queen's phone in Gibbs's Discord right now until Tuesday when the internet guy comes. But otherwise, you can find me on Twitter at DaRealFQ, where I yell at people on the internet. Okay. So please go there if you'd like to see my long ranting tweets. Thank you.
All right, fantastic, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for filling in, Fair Queen. Thanks for everybody for competing and everything. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do now.
Yeah, I just gotta.
I feel like maybe we both dog past each other a little bit. Okay, but before we get on that, first of all, just want to say sweatshops are based. Okay, look at the sweatshop wages compared to comparable agricultural wages and everything and stuff like that. But look, like I don't know how many times I said like I believe like these universal tariffs are like actively undermining national security, not just like not helping it, but like actively undermining it. Because it makes it hard for U.S. producers to produce the strategic goods we need. And he was just like, oh, so your criticism is that they could do a little better. It's like, no, it's not my criticism. My criticism is it's undermining us. But yeah, what's up, Vegan?
As I messaged, I have points more so about your technique rather than your
no, I understand. That's typically. No, I love this part where I get feedback on my rhetoric and sometimes my points as well, but oftentimes, usually it's just a rhetoric. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So as you know from me, if you watch any of the boss debates or shit like that, obviously I had the one hiccup with the big JC that
radish.
One time.
No, I thought
no horseradish. I still kept my guns of how I normally do stuff.
Okay.
I was just unprepared for that specific debate because I thought it was going to be the normal format that we always had, and then it was spiced up like at the last minute from my perspective, and so I'm like, oh, I went in going with the mindset of what I always do, and I didn't see that it was going to happen the way it did, and so that's why I kind of fumbled in regards to my rhetoric. I mentioned the big JC one from like 2 months ago or wherever, where I went unhinged. Like I lost my normal thing. What I think is critical for a lot of people when they engage in a debate about whatever topic, in this case, you were discussing against average debate enjoyer, and I noticed immediately that there was like it got into a shouting match like within the first 10 minutes after the intros for both of you.
No, that happens a decent amount.
What happens, unfortunately, when you do that is you get more emotional. Your tensions are running higher and you're focused on the wrong things, where it's like, oh, he just called me retarded, or whatever insult was used by whatever party in any debate. And so you're so focused on trying to get back at that point, you're not actually thinking about what you initially had as your strong points. And it clouds your judgment in regards to what you should be focusing on. And so it's something that's learned, obviously. But it serves two purposes. One, it benefits you because you are still able to address your original points you were hoping to bring up because you don't forget them because you're not emotionally charged. And two, when it comes to the audience, like in this case, the audience is watching you as well, they're going to see somebody shouting and screaming, and then the other person's really calm and trying to calmly address the problem or whatever the debate is about. And your average reasonable person is going to look at the calm person as the more rational body. They're going to have that inclination to side with you regardless of the points in particular. It's something that definitely would be a boon for you, even though it is hard to physically do in real time, because even during your debate, like there was a lot of times that both of you guys were talking at the same time, and you were like, Tyler, let me make my point, Tyler. And then there were other times where he was trying to make a point, and like interjection back and forth just doesn't look good for either side. Sometimes it's better to just let them finish their point and then try to interject once they're done to discuss like the main argument. In particular, like he said something, you want to interject your point against it, and then you guys started talking over each other. What I would have done is let him continue, finish his point, and then target the initial point, because if you target that initial point and focus heavily on it, the second half of what he had to say would have been like forgotten by people that were listening in, or they would have rendered it moot because this other point you wanted to address is more important anyway, and in the end you still look better.
I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to, in my experience, it's hard to find an exact balance, because like there are plenty of other times where I've done debates and like sample texts will come up afterwards and be like, you should have been more aggressive. Like you should have, when he said something like unbelievably stupid, you should have just said like, that's retarded. I'm gonna explain why before you keep saying more retarded things, right? But I don't know. Like I think I tried to stay calm, but obviously there were a lot of interruptions in general. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it is hard. It is a learned thing, and you'll just get it with experience.
It's not your fault if only they saw your mom's Facebook, then they might be more understanding. True, real. I mean, I won, so like, but.
But yeah, so it's something you'll learn as you do it more, and I think as what Starfuse said here as well, that was literally the next point I was going to make or come up with.
Wait, don't.
Definitely don't.
Tyler, do not
leave.
Sorry,
even
Carter,
if,
don't.
Like, it's
don't
right there.
make
It's like this
Facebook.
person is clearly
don't
a moron
do
that does not understand anything they're saying.
I'm pretty sure you can find out where I live.
Don't
from
do
that.
it, because then you look worse for the audience. You can still make them look a fool without directly insulting them.
I don't know. I think I think it's also useful sometimes, at least. I mean, it feels like it is. I don't know. To me, it's important to say like, for some things, it is, it's not just wrong to be like. Although I mean, to be fair, like part of his point was more nuanced, which is like, oh, if tariffs are only having, if tariffs are having negative effect on the economy, and like, oh, it's only, but we're still seeing a stronger economy overall, then maybe it's worth it. But like, if your point is like, oh, clearly tariffs are not bad for wages because we're seeing wages go up 5% still or whatever, like that, that's a that it's like a really stupid thing to do, and I feel like it, somehow it's important to signal to the audience like this is not just like a elementary, it's not like just like a honest mistake. This is like a pretty like fucking dumb thing to do. But
yeah, I think in that case I would still, maybe the way to view it is to assume you're talking to the audience and not to your opponent, and so your opponent says something that is factually just horrendously incorrect. You are going to appeal to your audience, and you're going to explain why that
40 minutes about.
And come at it like pretend that you're a teacher trying to explain the point, rather than, hey, this guy's retarded.
Well,
even if it may be true. Again, I come in from the rhetoric point of like, it's if you'll be more appealing to the audience if you sound more appealing to them. I mean, Starfuse is agreeing with me. Starfuse is based, obviously.
That is true. Starfuse is based. So, also Starfuse, I wish I read some of the chat while I was debating, and I saw you post something about year over year, month over month. But yeah, I saw you post in Discord. He was comparing year over year wages to month over month increases in prices, which really, I mean, I maybe could have caught that just based on what he was saying, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's dumb.
You might have caught it if you didn't get overcome by emotions.
I don't think it was over. I mean, I think it was aggressive. I don't think it was ever like actually overcome by emotion. But guys, his language is quite offensive. I think it's my obligation to link your mom's Facebook. Now, do you think the economics profession is on average center left? In today's U.S. political climate, they might be center left. I feel like it might be more accurate to describe them as usually center right, because like most economists before Trump probably would have been center right, but like nowadays, being center right in 2000s is probably closer to being center left today, right? Like it feels like that's about right. like I know Greg Mankiw. I think Greg Mankiw, who was like he obviously everyone knows Greg Mankiw's textbook. Like I think he worked in the like Bush administration. I think he either worked in a Bush administration or at least like openly supported Bush. But then I know like he also like openly supported Kamala Harris this election cycle. So like it's kind of the same. They're mostly Democrats even before Trump. Really? I mean, definitely could be the case. I mean, it makes sense still, but yeah.
When is the panel?
In like 40 minutes about, which I have a little bit of stuff to react to fill that time if I need to. So.
What's tonight's panel?
They gave me this here. I can go over this now. I think this is supposed to be a wish list for Democrats in 2029, or it might just be a wish list in general. A Project 2029 wish list back in February when we realized Project 2025 was indeed the playbook agenda for Trump, asking ourselves what we think actually make America great again. I want to revisit that list for tomorrow's panel. Okay. So I think this is I guess not necessarily for Democrats, but from what I've read, everything in here is something only Democrats would do. But this is the Project 2029 wish list, and apparently we're going to go through some of these and talk about them. AI created? No, I think this is is written by multiple people. I think no offense to NOK. Don't know if NOK Life is here right now, but from what I read, I think NOK wrote. NOK definitely proposed a decent amount of this stuff. Maybe Casey as well. But it definitely seems like a lot of left-wing people are the main writers of this. Yeah. So
let me get on in there.
Restoring demand. I mean, it's like
righties.
It's an open panel. I think if you want to join it. So, and I mean, horseradish, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
he was the one that had the alien debate on.
Well, that's true, but I meant like, are you in his server and stuff?
No, but I obviously could get in if I really wanted to. Midas here to offer his criticisms.
I mean, I don't really have any. I just think that there were a lot of things that weren't necessarily like in the prompt that were like easy slam dunk arguments against like a lot of what Tyler brought up. I was messaging Vegan in real time about a lot of the stuff that are like very
easy I think you would have to
arguments that are very unfortunate that you just didn't know off the top of your head.
You'd have to pack the court because you couldn't do it via law because the law would just be ruled unconstitutional again. Repeat the last part of that. Sorry, I got distracted by chat.
Oh yeah, I was saying that there were a lot of slam dunk arguments that it seems like you just didn't know off the top of your head that were very easy counters to what Tyler was actually arguing or proposing in your guys' debate. And it's a shame that like it's just something that wasn't originally in the prompt, but it should have come up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely I'm an economics guy, and like Tyler knows. Tyler knows. First of all, Tyler just believes the economic tariffs are usually pretty bad. I think he knows that he would not be capable of winning on any of those points. But I think it's I don't know. It's hard to.
Yep. No,
hard to argue
absolutely.
Some of the things, but
I took down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bullet points just throughout the debate where points were. I don't even think Tyler knew fully what he was he didn't know like fully what he was actually debating because there's no way in hell he would believe like some of the things that he said if they were come directly from like the Trump statistics or like the Trump what you would call like I guess typical advisors because like even things that were proposed by the Trump administration were counter to what he was actually saying.
Sure, yeah. I feel like I'm looking at this. I feel like I probably disagree with fucking most of this. This is like Citizens United, to repeal that, you'd probably have to like pack the court. I don't know if that's a good idea. And also, I don't know. I think people overestimate the effect that Citizens United had, but I don't know how I feel about it entirely. But foreign PACs and super PACs, I guess you would probably have to repeal Citizens United in order to even really do that. Publicly funded elections, I don't have a strong opinion. Tutably seems fine, but ranked choice voting and national popular vote. National popular vote, I agree with. Ranked choice voting, there's probably better voting systems out there, but I haven't done a
Name
reading on them.
the objectively best voting system out there. Veritasium actually did a video on it if you want to watch it.
Yeah, I think I've seen that video. They're like democracy is mathematically impossible or whatever. Yeah, I think I've seen that video, and I'd have to do more reading into voting systems. I remember Micah. I swear to God, Micah had a Substack about them, but I couldn't find it. But I think like star voting. I'm pretty sure star voting would probably be better than ranked choice voting, but I don't even know enough about star voting to say. So, or like what's the other? There's like approval voting or something. Yeah, there's other probably better ways. And gerrymandering. If you can do that, sure. I don't think anyone is like actually against that, but like it's kind of a hard thing to do. Require independent, nonpartisan.
Yeah, hang on. If you say you don't think anybody's against it, but obviously it's still there. People are benefiting
because the
from it,
people in power are in favor of it. Obviously.
Yeah, so they're not going to change it then. They don't want to because it keeps them in power.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to you'd probably have to elect people in primaries that would actually be willing to do it. But
there's also some issues regarding gerrymandering and like how like congressional votes happen, as well as how many districts there can be. Because even in I think it was Alabama, there was a talk about adding a new district, and they were saying that they didn't believe that that would be in the best interest of like federal elections and overall like Democratic votes coming out of Alabama. So they just restructured the districts to have one more Democratic district and one less Republican one, which doesn't really help them all that much because it's still overwhelmingly Republican.
Sure. Expand voting rights, automatic voter registration, election day is a holiday. Probably in favor of that. It seems to make sense. And the filibuster, I really don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I feel like, well, intuitively it feels good, but I saw King of the Coast was against it, and I weigh King of the Coast opinion, a non-zero amount, right? So if I see King of the Coast against something, I intuitively I believe that he has a good reason to be against it. But I don't know what that reason is, so I don't know how to feel about it. There's no perk system. Any flawed system invites exploitation. When it comes to voting districts, someone's going to come out ahead. True. Well, I think there might not be any perfect system, but I think like with some type of proportional voting system, you can avoid at least a lot of the issues that we have with gerrymandering. Like, yeah. Mailers, reps on voting records inform voters about their representatives' actions. I mean, I can't imagine a fair way to implement that. I feel like that'd be very hard to do, but maybe. He's still being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian at times, in my opinion. Unbelievable. What's up, hamster?
Well, listen, I'm gonna take off. You'll have a good one.
Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. See ya. Okay, there hamsters go. Goddamn. Tie elected official salaries to national median income. Ensure politicians' wages reflect real-life economic conditions.
Did you win?
I did.
You did? Like, he conceded, or?
No,
he barely won. He eked out a victory.
I was going to say, the judges ruled in my favor, but it was like one, the chat voted for me, and one judge voted for me. The other judge voted for the other guy. So.
W.
True.
Nice. Wait, what were his arguments again? What, like, I was reading through your thing. It's like,
I mean, it's mostly he didn't use
jobs.
He didn't use the same arguments that he's used before. So previously his arguments, and I can say I need to edit that video. That was like 2 months ago at this point where we had that conversation. But his arguments previously, which I still believe he believes at least some of these, is like, oh, tariffs probably cost net jobs, but because manufacturing jobs are better paying and provide better community and things like that, we should want to protect all these manufacturing jobs.
So like some positive externality type of thing, or
basically. And I think he basically conceded on this later, but he was like, oh, manufacturing jobs are like higher wages and higher quality. So like, if we protect these manufacturing jobs, like people's wages are going to go up. And, it's like obviously some guy wages go up, but like, is someone else unemployed because of that? It seems like it's more important to care about.
He's just unemploy everyone except for one person, give him like $1 million.
And that's true. Average wages are infinite. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then I don't know. This time he was the big thing he said is like, oh, the economy is doing good right now, and you, Mr. Non-Fund, might have papers that say, oh, tariffs are bad for the economy. But if they're only, if they're bad, if they're having a negative effect, and their negative effect is only this economy, right? Like if the negative effect is, is still leading to a good overall economy, then these negotiations are going to be like so epic and worth it. We're gonna decouple from China, and we're gonna get fair trade with all these countries, and I don't know.
That's right.
They're like negotiating 40 chefs.
I know, yeah.
The thing that I was weirded out about, I don't think Average Debate Enjoyer said it explicitly in voice, but I saw his text messaging. Like he seems like he's a right winger, and per this debate. Yeah. And then he made comments in chat about how he's angry that China is skirting climate change regulations and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, which obviously is a left-wing talking point. And then he was talking about how we got to keep America first, which is right-wing talking point. I don't understand why he would care about climate change, since that's not a right-wing talking point. Why he views America as allowing its citizenry to be the worst per capita with emissions for climate change, and any country that wants to industrialize themselves or improve their standard of living is like a de facto enemy of America.
Right. I mean, he claims to be a Bill Clinton Democrat. Now, I think maybe I don't know enough about Bill Clinton, but I don't think that's necessarily a fair characterization of him. But he says he's like center left, and he does have like some center left views, and that he cares about climate change, and that he argues for tariffs partly because he's like, oh, worker protection tariffs are needed for worker protection. Does he support NAFTA? I don't think he does. I think I'm fairly certain he's against it.
Oh no, he doesn't support NAFTA.
Well, but partially because I think he says like, oh, Mexico's just violating the agreement, blah 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 blah. But, yeah. Yeah,
because they're sending fent over or whatever.
That's true. They are. Enough fent to kill 250 million Americans. Okay, don't if it weren't for Trump stopping the fent.
Yeah, they're sending over like what, 1%, and Canada too. They're sending over like 0.1%.
Yeah, what you do is you take all of that mass, put it into an IV medication, and just inject it into people at a dose that would kill them. LD50 dose into every single person you can, rather than what people are actually fucking doing, where they're taking it to get high, and then their supply that would have killed them in one dose lasts them a couple weeks.
Right. And obviously you can build up. I mean, you can build up tolerances too, right? Like you can.
Yep. Can't forget that. We should, as a defensive strategy against Mexico, dole out free fentanyl to the populace so they can start building their tolerance right away.
I think tariffs is a huge gamble. The U.S. gets massive benefits as the fiat currency of the world. I don't know how true that is. I mean, I think Paul Crew in his article about it, I think it's called like the relative unimportance of seniorage. It seems like the U.S. probably has we probably benefit like $800 billion a year from that. I don't think it's that big of a effect. A big one being the ability to export most of its inflation. When a dollar is worth 99 cents, that hurts all countries based on a dollar. Not that many countries are actually based on the dollar. Now, to some extent, I've seen this, by the way. Easy money. The new tariffs are basically the Liberation Day tariffs plus or minus like 10%. It doesn't really, with 20% being the new minimum. Because let's go, that's awesome. Can't wait. Right, but so obviously a lot of other countries do hold U.S. bonds like in reserves, like their central banks do and private investors do, and they can be hurt by inflation. Now, obviously, bonds are priced in such a way that it accounts for that inflation risk, right? Part of the reason you get paid interest on a bond is because of the risk of inflation. it doesn't seem like that's not really what people mean by exporting inflation most of the time. Countries value their currency against the dollar. I'm talking about the basic financial market. What do you mean? So the dollar like is the world reserve currency. I don't know what you mean by they value their currency against the dollar. Again, like a lot of central banks hold dollars in reserves. Bonding is a free pass on the Epstein file for saving 2/3 of the U.S. from fentanyl. That's true, actually. Dude, I can't believe the fucking Epstein shit. Like it seems, I care very little about it, but it is funny to watch some of the MAGA people squirm a little bit about it. But and also Pam Bondi, obviously saying that she saved 2/3 of America from fentanyl overdoses. How much does a Spanish dollar trade for a Brazilian dollar? So I don't know the names. I mean, I have no clue what the exchange rate is. They value both of them against USD. So yes and no. When you say who is the they in this case, right? So you're correct in a sense that oftentimes for international transactions, the dollar acts as an intermediary currency. So if you are from Spain and you want to buy something from Brazil, you may use your Spanish dollars to buy American dollars and then use the American dollars to buy Brazilian dollars. But that's not valuing your currency against USD. That's just that the dollar is used as a medium of exchange. But obviously, like there are, anything has like value relative to other things, and like you can directly exchange, or like Spanish currency for Brazilian currency. It's just like usually that's it's harder to like find like sort of matching transactions to do in that case. But that's obviously not what you mean. I disagree. The very valuation of everything in the world. What do you mean? Like obviously you can measure the value of something relative to dollars, but like you can also measure, like I don't think countries, or except for countries that do explicitly peg their dollar to or their currency to the dollar. Like it's not true that but that's the very meaning of fiat currency. Most countries are fiat currency. What do you mean? In fact, I don't know if any country's on a traditional gold standard anymore. Fiat is a car brand.
Sometimes you gotta lay the truth nukes on these people. Is Bitcoin not a fiat currency? Just an electronic version?
I don't know if it. Well, I mean, it's a cryptocurrency. I don't know if it technically fits the definition of fiat currency. I think usually. I mean, maybe it technically does.
Isn't fiat currency just
I don't know if Bitcoin actually fits the definition of currency, but I mean, Wikipedia says a type of government issued currency, which I guess Bitcoin isn't government issued. But I mean, it seems a little weird to always have it be government issued. I mean, I think you can have fiat currency without being government issued. It seems weird, but I don't know.
Well, I mean,
that FDR destroyed the Chinese economy? I didn't know that, Starfuse. What do we think of the Nick Adams being the new U.S. Ambassador to Malaysia? I don't know who Nick Adams is. Maybe I do.
Oh, actually, here. The second bolded point on that wiki page. Fiat money can be money declared by a person, individual, or government.
Unlike fiat currency, cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin aren't backed by the full faith of the government, but they do display the same attributes a fiat currency system does.
Yeah, so it's just this random government-sponsored thing, even if the government sponsors it, but the people disagree with the government, then it doesn't have value anyway, because it's what the people want rather than what the government wants. Although, obviously, the government is a strong force in deploying a currency as what should be accepted as a standard.
Who will be president come 2029, and why will it unironically be Gavin Newsom? It will be Gavin Newsom because American politics tends towards the dumbest outcome, okay? Can't wait. But hey, listen, if Gavin Newsom can actually do the abundance stuff correctly, then maybe he will be a fucking good candidate. But I just feel like running any candidate from California right now would be would be a bad idea.
I'll be old enough to run for president this next election. I'll have to run on the vegan party. I need all of you guys to vote for me.
People trust Bitcoin, so it has value. That is what makes the U.S. financial relationship different. The trust of the world offer legitimacy. I don't know what you mean exactly. Like fiat, to some extent, fiat currency has value because people trust it. It's like you're right in that sense. But like that's true of any fiat currency. That's true of like other countries' currencies too.
Yeah, I think he's criticizing that definition from the AI that it requires government intervention or government support for it to be considered a fiat currency. I think he's just going over the definition rather than like functionality.
The dumbest outcome would be AOC? What? How's that the dumbest outcome, okay? Listen, I ain't like everything about AOC, okay? But, you know, she's I don't think that's the dumbest outcome. I just think that's I think that would be a little goofy, but Silver Purchase Program initiated by FDR in late 1933 in response to the economically small but politically potent silver bloc gave a large short-run subsidy to silver products at the cost of destroying any long-run monetary role of silver. More important, and opposed severe deflation on China, the only major country still on a silver standard, enforced it off the silver standard and onto a fiat standard, which brought forward in time and increased in severity the subsequent wartime inflation and post-war hyperinflation. The Silver Purchase Program thereby contributed, though perhaps only modestly, to the ultimate triumph of the communists. Damn. What does AOC know about economics? Well, have you know, AOC has said that she has read Milton Keynes, so, you know.
How many words of Milton Keynes has she read?
Do you not get that, do you not,
No, I don't know. I was trying to make a different joke. I don't know who. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Milton Keynes is not a real.
I got. Milton Keynes. I thought you said Milton Kings, and I thought that was a different individual. Yes, now I understand the joke.
She literally posted to her Instagram story something about Milton Keynes. When she meant, I think she meant John Maynard Keynes. You know, I don't think she meant Milton Friedman. But let's discuss
about to make
the benefits of a 4-day work week, please. It's funny, masses. I was just reading today about how in 1930, famed economist Milton Keynes predicted that by 2030, GDP and technology would have advanced so much that it would allow everyday people to work as little as 15 hours a week and provide.
I gotta find this Milton Keynes, dude.
I mean, it's got to be someone else named Milton Keynes. So
I was gonna make a joke that I was like, I looked at a couple words of phenomenology of the spirit, but I didn't like actually understand any of it.
Doesn't AOC technically have an econ degree, right? She's friends with MMTers. I remember that, like, she had MMTers on her staff. I didn't think she technically had an econ degree. The point that's more important is that Trump, looking at globally most trusted currency and saying most countries are taking advantage of us, and they do their best to try to gain the system. The point is that for 70, 80 years, it hasn't mattered. The U.S. gets the lion's share of the gains. I mean, you know, I don't think many other countries are like actually taking advantage of us. I think Trump just thinks that a trade deficit represents that, when there's, you know, that's obviously not really what a trade deficit represents. Also, it will be funny that the trade deficit will almost certainly increase because we're expanding the budget deficit as well. But, you know.
A bachelor's in economics. At least she knows Milton Keynes.
International relations and economics. I mean, I
guess
that
wasn't
counts.
Milton Keynes like some Swedish economist?
I mean, there's got to be an economist named Milton Keynes out there. There's got to be one. Got to be one. For imagine her economic advisors, if she was president, it'd just be 50 Sams. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Milton Keynes is a city in England.
What a horrible world that would be. 50 Sams running the U.S. economy.
You know what we need? We need more child laborers.
That's true.
That's what we need more of. No,
Sam is
you know,
kind of based.
you
I mean,
had a good
I
point.
I would much rather have 50 Sams instead of one Trump, right? I think Sam has good reasons to believe what he believes, and I think we probably agree on like 80% of things. But and obviously in the areas we do disagree, like he's more well read than I am. So like even if I have sort of intuitions against it, like I kind of defer to it sometimes. But
I think what you should have done with your child labor point was to focus on America, since obviously everybody on that panel or in the debate was American, and they view it from the aspect of how we see America today. You should have wound the clock back 150 years and be like, okay, so why did people have large families, and why were children laboring on farms or elsewhere at the time? Because they needed to survive, but then now we're at a point where we don't need to. But other societies are not as economically as advantaged as we are. I think that would have sounded
that's
more
probably
appealing to
where
him, but obviously it's still a really shitty point to bring up.
That's probably where I should have started out, right? I did eventually get to that, like I said, like, oh, it seems like sweatshops. I think I was basically quoting the book. He's like, sweatshops are the first step on a ladder towards economic development. But
and I think letting him get away with saying child slavery rather than child labor obviously made you look really, really fucking bad.
We didn't know heterodox allowed policy. That's true. That's true. We should ban Austrians but allow post-Keynesians. I think think if I had to ban one, I'd probably ban Austrians. All right. So
I'm Austrian.
Wow.
My family came from Prussia on my mom's side a couple
generations. Get out of my country.
6 generations ago. Too late. I'm already here. I'm established.
We're deporting you. Now I support ICE funding.
That's right. Okay, somebody posted a picture of Ben Shapiro doing the "this fucking sucks" pose about the Superman movie. Why does it suck? Like I haven't watched it myself. Why is it?
I don't.
I
haven't.
I don't hate it.
I think I could be entirely wrong because I have not paid close attention to it. I think it's just because the director said like, "Oh, Superman is an immigrant, and this represents immigrant struggles." I think that's basically all that happened.
I'm going to do define immigrant, a person who comes to live permanently in a foreign country. Per definition, he is technically. An immigrant. I mean, technicality, he's got it.
People also said Superman movie was anti-Israel. How is it? I mean, first of all, I can't imagine it's like that anti-Israel. Like how is it going to be anti-Israel enough for you to actually get mad at? But
it does a Superman flashback to 1941, and then Superman ignores the European theater of the war. He only focused on the Pacific.
I feel like the mainstream should engage more of heterodox folks. Post-Keynesians make better points. I'm assuming you mean than RBCers. Truth nuke.
What's an
RBCer?
A
person who comes implies will or control. Well, I mean, if you want to say, it seems like it's still fair to consider like people who came over as children, even if they didn't control that, like immigrants. But he had no choice. But I mean, neither do.
Comes definitely does not imply anything.
The real take is Superman's an anchor baby. Okay, Superman was.
Yep.
She just wanted birthright citizenship.
And what is an RBC? I only know a red blood cell. Real business cycle theory. What the hell is MSV? You keep dropping more acronyms.
I actually don't know what MSV is. I know what RBC is, but I don't know what MSV. Monetary U? What?
U. What is YOU? I don't know what that acronym is either.
Then his YouTube chat has filters. Yeah, what's like about YouTube is it has filters, and I can barely control them. I can ban words, but I can't really I don't. Oh. It stands for morally superior vegan. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. What sucks is YouTube chat has filters, and like there's nothing I can do to really control them. It's kind of are annoying in there. I don't even think I can allow certain words. Maybe I can. I just haven't looked that far into it, but I know I can ban certain words, but that's it. I feel like saying Superman is like saying all humanity came from Africa, so we technically all immigrants from Africa. I mean, it's obviously like
from Africa that were forcefully brought over in large numbers to America back in the 14 to the 1800s.
Just watch Superman.
Which is far
I
more
hate
recent
Israel.
in history than.
No, we're not kidding about how anti-Israel and pro-Palestine the Superman movie was, and they were not slick with it at all. Wait, what the fuck even happened in the movie?
Like I said, he's transported back to 1941, and instead of engaging on the European front, he has to have been on the Pacific front. He ignored Unit 731 as well.
What the fuck even happens? And there's no what the fuck?
I'm not seeing anything either. What the fuck? You know, we have Grok. We have Grok for a reason.
I don't even know if Grok's gonna know.
Gork. Why is the new Superman movie considered Semitic?
Average leftist media analysis, yeah.
It's thinking hard. It's still thinking. It's grinding gears to figure this out.
Someone said, explains why Ben Shapiro hated LMAO. Yeah, I know. Is it video out yet? It's probably not out yet, but I bet he would explain it.
All right, here we go. I'll just read it for you. The new Superman movie is facing claims of being considered anti-Semitic due to interpretations of its narrative, particularly how it's perceived to allegorically represent the Israeli-Palestine conflict. Here's a breakdown. Allegorical conflict. The film reportedly features a fictional advanced nation with a powerful military attacking a, quote, defenseless neighboring people who live behind a fence, unquote. The setup is being interpreted by some critics and fans as symbolic stand-in for Israel and Palestine, with the conflict mirroring real-world geopolitical tension. Superman's Jewish origins. You know what? Here we go. The character of Superman was created by Jewish teenager Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster in the 1930s, often with his origin story and identity carrying strong parallels to Jewish experiences like exile and assimilation. This historical context makes the perceived political allegories in the new film particularly sensitive for some viewers who feel it's disrespectful to use a character with these roots to promote what they see as anti-Israeli or anti-Palestinian narratives. Finally, one more sentence. Director's response. Director James Gunn has denied explicit political messaging in the film, but has acknowledged that it raises current ethical questions.
Wow. Oh, wait, it is up. What? Want to watch movie clean, so I'm muted for a minute? Okay. People are trying to, people are trying too hard to find stuff to get angry about. Very true, very true. Okay, Vegan, I'm going to watch a little bit of this, probably watch a little bit of Destiny trying to draw a supply and demand graph, and then the panel's going to start, so.
Here, you're gonna share your screen then, and I can watch with you.
Bro, making me do all this work. What the fuck? I'm sharing my screen on twitch.tv/.
Yeah, but that's like a 10. I have you up. It's muted, so I'm giving you a viewer. Hi, there you go.
Lighter news. I just want to comment on the fact Superman is coming out this week.
Real time, not
So,
10 second delay.
of course, this is much lighter news. Superman, the new movie from James Gunn. I've been a little skeptical of it because I think that James Gunn, he said, Superman is the story of America, an immigrant state for all of these Hollywood folks to undercut the picture of their own film before it even comes out. It's insane. It's totally insane. By the way,
I watched Destiny here. We should watch this, actually.
I'm trying to think how much.
Care less about Ben Shapiro. What did I click on? Oh my god, how did I click on that? This one, I think this one is not nearly as bad because he just copies. He like just takes a screenshot.
I need to learn to draw these better. I have to learn to draw these. It's like the most basic fundamental graph of all the fucking econ, and it explains like so much. There's really no excuse. If I talk about economics so much, I should be able to have this.
True, actually, true. Can you maybe learn how to draw this?
Why is he taking this long to draw it? It's an X with.
Well, because he doesn't. He barely knows how to draw this one. Like last time he. Oh I like how Destiny never mentions that taxes caused deadweight loss. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I've seen dude, I was reacting to or I don't know if I was reacting to it. I saw fucking Mentis Wave talk about that too, and I was like, okay, you know what, maybe this one time, okay, you do actually have a point, fucking retard Wave, but.
Okay. This is our golden guide to all things. This is our golden guide to all things in economics. Okay, we worship the lines. All right, this is our cross. This is our cross. Okay, this is the equivalent of our crucifix. Okay, but for econ. The y-axis is your price, and the x-axis is your quantity. Okay.
Wow! Dude, last time Destiny drew a supply and demand graph, he switched. So he made two mistakes, but they canceled each other out, right? Because he had the x-axis be price, and he had the y-axis be quantity, and then he also switched to the supply and demand curves, right? So he had the supply curve being downward sloping and the demand curve being upward sloping. So he made two mistakes, but they actually canceled each other out. So technically, it was a correct curve, just inverted. But
D, this line represents the demand, and then S represents the supply.
That's
or
crazy.
suppliers, demanders and suppliers. Okay, it looks weird, but it's very intuitive when you understand what it is. Okay, so
does it look weird?
If the price of a given thing is incredibly high, let's say a car, $1 million car, the demand, the quantity demanded is going to be very, very, very low. All right.
Whoa, that's crazy.
As the price decreases, as the price goes down, the quantity demanded increases, right? So if I sold you a car for $1 million, look, not many people are going to want that $1 million car. If I sold you a car for $1, everybody's going to want this car. But
why is he using quantity?
I sold you a car for $1 million. Look, not many people.
He's still
going to want that $1 million.
Well, no, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense.
Right. If I sold you a car for $1, everybody's going to want this car. But why can't I buy?
It looks like to me you were saying like, oh, this is the price, and like, oh, look,
cars for $1. Well,
it works either way.
Suppliers.
Really, if not learn to draw a Phillips curve, that's true. The basic supply and demand graph is basic, dude. He needs to learn a lot about the Phillips curve actually, because he does not quite understand it yet. If you guys want to know how he drew it before, we'll skim through this. He draws this, and then he does the price down here. Or no, he does the supply and demand, supply being downward sloping, demand being upward sloping, and then he does the price down there. But technically, I think he does fix it. But it's funny. And then at one point he draws his swastika. Where's the swastika at? Yeah, there's the swastika. Why?
Oh, he's trying to do the.
He's trying to represent elasticity, but he's doing it in a really dumb way.
Yep.
Don't want to make cars for $1, right?
That's true.
If there's a $1 car, there's going to be barely any supply. Maybe one person would make a car for $1. No one gives a fuck. However, if the price for a car was $1 million, they want to make 1 million cars, but they don't have the buyers for it. So what happens is there is a supply and demand equilibrium. There's a market equilibrium here where the quantity supplied at a given cost and the demand supplied at a given cost are the same. They reach equilibrium. And there's our market equilibrium.
Whoa.
There are other ways to kind of talk about this as well. You've got suppliers will supply things up to where the marginal.
Hours ago.
What? Yeah, this is
He did this 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
He's finally learning supply and demand.
A little bit.
The production equals marginal cost, but we don't need to worry about that shit. That's all factored into the holy lines, okay?
I guess he's correct there. I mean, obviously, whatever.
When you set things like price controls, meaning so a natural market will, and I'm using natural with a little bit of freedom here, because what is a natural market, right? The natural market will arrive here on its own, will reach market equilibrium on its own, definitionally. That's what equilibrium is, without external forces. If you set a price control, then things happen, okay? So let's say, for instance, that the price organically wants to be here, we'll say for tickets, okay? However, let's say that the market would settle on a very high price for tickets. They're a very low item, and they're very high in demand, right? They're low quantity, high demand, right? A lot of people want to buy this, right? So let's say that I want to say, well, I think that this price is way too high, okay? So I want to lower the price. Okay, well, if we lower the price, right, what happens? If I lower the price, say, to here, okay, the demand is going to increase dramatically, right?
True.
And suppliers' willingness to supply will decrease. But this is the part that I need to learn how to draw.
It's a line.
There is like there are market surpluses that are created for certain people. I need to understand better how to draw
Point
that.
A and point B.
So let me
Oh, no, he's talking about how to draw consumer.
about this for a second, okay? I can explain it. I just don't know how it shows up in the graph. But basically, when a price ceiling is set,
and the deadweight loss,
there is a market surplus that is going to the demander, to the consumer. I'm just trying to think of what.
Wait, CS&P? Yeah, I think that's what he is talking about.
That looks like. So price would go down, right? Price goes down. This is the price one. Fuck. Somebody give me a link with the surpluses and all that shit, and I can look at it and understand it.
Price is the y-axis, dude. Come on. Price goes down,
This
it
is
goes
so
down.
bad, I know.
I look at all the lines. Oh my god, look at all the lines.
Wow, this is
Ah!
crazy.
Okay. Lower.
So oh wait, he didn't even figure out how to draw the line himself. He had to.
The horizontal line intercrosses the supply and demand. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Well,
so let's lower the price artificially.
Oh wait, no.
If we lower the price artificially with like a Ticketmaster or something, right? We say, okay, we're gonna make these prices. If the price goes
okay, we
lower,
did it. We did it.
Do I have to draw the one down here?
Yes.
Then what's happening?
Your quantity demanded is up. Quantity
supplier
is lower. That's a shortage.
How do you measure like surplus to the supplier? No.
The surplus to that's this down
The
here.
demander.
That's you have it. Okay.
Wouldn't it be this?
Is he doing this just for a show?
I-
I've never taken an
don't know.
econ class, and
the
I
controlled
understand
price, we can
this.
read that the quantity demand
I might not know like the
then they're able to
terms,
get
but
at the current price.
Yeah, then he just watches the Marginal Revolution video, which is a good video. Incredible. Aren't you friends with him in Discord? Why didn't you call in? Technically, I am friends with him on Discord. I've never even spoken to him, so I don't know how open he would be to me just calling in.
Or rather, a poorly set price, basically. So when prices are set artificially low on concert tickets, and then let's say there are no scalpers, you might have like 1,000 people that buy concert tickets, and it might seem cool, but there's a bunch of other people that would have bought it that now can't because people who were not willing to pay as much as they would are now, buying the tickets first, and then So this.
I mean, there is like a legitimate. I mean, the reason artists price their tickets so low is because the artists have a reputation that they want to uphold usually. So like that, it's typically like Taylor Swift doesn't want people angry at her for having fucking insane ticket prices, even though even if that is like the actual market rate for prices, just because that'd be a reputational hit. She probably thinks that long run she would actually have a net loss from that. Okay, we're gonna start the panel in a little bit. Doesn't look like
when does it start?
Set up yet. I think Horse Ranch is still on the starting soon screen. So, can we look at all projects 2028? Yeah, hold on. Let's quickly speedrun. Okay. So we have this stuff. The Citizens United, basically, the voting rights stuff. The implement ethics oversight for SCOTUS, overturn Trump v. U.S., establish independent panel to review pardons, which you would need a constitutional amendment for, I guess, but maybe that'd work out. Create check and balance for overreaching executive orders. Technically, I mean, I don't know what new ones they would create. Yeah, but sometimes people like other forms of rationing. They just need to recognize that it is another form of rationing trade-offs. Well, that's true. Okay, basically, like half of these econ ones are cringe. Cap CO paid 100%, 100 times the lowest salary, not even the median salary, the lowest one. Obviously, end extreme inequality. Inequality would be forever solved if we just cap CO pay. This is true. Raise the minimum wage $15 to $20. I mean, like, not necessarily super bad, but suboptimal. Expand Medicare for all. I think that there are better and worse models of universal healthcare, right? So I'm probably more of a multi-payer.
Quick interjection before you finish your speedrun.
Sure.
Is this panel, is it going to be like two teams, one squaring off against the other
No,
team, or is
I
it
don't-
literally just everybody has their independent thoughts?
I don't think so. He
it's
just said
independent thoughts, I'll
he said
show
he
up
like invited. Looks like a Sam wish list. This is true. I think it's a he told me like, oh, we have a diverse group of people, so it's definitely not going to be teams. Although I imagine, it will in effect be somewhat team like, because there's going to be obviously.
I'm gonna go do other things. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna join this panel, and I'm gonna go in as a person who literally knows very little about any of these things.
Based.
But I'm gonna have a base take on every single one.
That is true.
So I'll see you in the panel.
Okay, see ya. Appreciate it. Okay, expand Social Security by raising the cap. But yeah, also, first of all, Sam and Econoboy don't necessarily like this one. I asked Sam about CEO pay caps once, and he said he doesn't care. So I think that Sam would write something far more nuanced. That is true. That is true. Listen, we're ironically saying, okay, it's a Sam wish list. Okay, it's not a. I'm sure it'd be more nuanced. Yeah. Social Security by raising the cap. I mean, probably net good. I would say. I think there are probably better retirement models out there, but I have to read more on them. Universal Basic Income pilot program. Think this is fine. Subsidized education for high value careers is probably good, but I mean, if it's just for high value careers, I probably don't have really an issue with it. Ban corporations from owning single family homes is like a nothing burger proposal, really, because it's just not that big a deal. How are they paying for this? Yeah, I don't know. Probably through, obviously just wealth taxes. Oh, what's up, Hunter? We just need a post-growth economy. It's incredibly sad that government won't acknowledge a simple solution. That is true. That is true. National rent control. Obviously bad. And corporate tax havens and establish a corporate tax floor. Now, technically, in a sense, I want to do this because I think if you just switch to a destination-based tax, you would avoid this issue entirely. But, corporate taxes are not good. Wait, what is this? This is just a 2029 wish list by some people who would who I'm going to talk to in a second. Tax asset gains when collateralized. Cringe. Well, you probably shouldn't be taxing it at all. State and federal sovereign wealth funds. I mean, I don't really know if I see the need to have like a bunch of individual state ones. I don't know why we wouldn't just have one big, awesome federal one. Okay. Universal free public college and trade schools. Probably against this one, especially. I mean, like, I think if credential inflation isn't a problem now, which I do think there is at least some problem of credential inflation, it probably would be a problem if we did this, right? Cancel interest on student loan debt. I'm mixed. I don't really know. Oh, wow, thanks. Kick booster, incredible. Increase K through 12 public school funding. And reliance on local property taxes, ensuring equal funding for all districts. I mean, like, maybe, like, I don't know. Like, there's probably broader reforms we need. I don't know if funding is the biggest issue, right? Because funding has been going up, and like educational outcomes have not been going up with it. But wait, was the Biden student loan thing means tested? It was a little bit, but like it was means tested. But obviously, the people who get student loans in the first place are richer than the median person, probably, right? But yeah. There are far better education reforms. We need more tracking. True. Expand teacher pay and benefits, raise salaries, and provide debt forgiveness for educators. I don't know about the debt forgiveness. I'm probably in favor of some type of teacher pay raise thing. Maybe not at a federal level. I don't know. But ban for-profit charter schools. I really just don't know if the outcomes of that are good or bad. I mean, like... Certainly, like I don't know, like it's hard for me to imagine they're like that harmful. So, why did they randomly switch from numbers to bullets? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh yeah, they did do that. Goddamn. Oh, this has two. Maybe they like. It looks like they probably combined two different things, right? Because these were pillars, and then this is something else. National Free School Meals Program, fine. Abolish standardized testing as a sole means for extent. I don't know what this looks like, but standardized testing is probably fine. Expand STEM and vocational programs. I don't know what that looks like. I mean, STEM is good. Mandatory civics and media literacy education. Pillar 3 infrastructure, climate, public services, Green New Deal. Fine. I mean, there's probably some things I think go too far or whatever, but ban fracking, probably bad. Probably, ban it. Probably subsidize alternatives. Expand public transit and high-speed rail. Fine. Internet's a public utility, guarantee universal, affordable broadband access. I mean, probably not. I think the private market probably is good enough there. Free mental health and addiction treatment. Expand access to mental health services. Paid family leave and universal child care. These are probably both cringe. Legalize cannabis and expunge records. I'm fine with that. Abolish right to work laws. I'm mixed on that. I would probably lean towards being against it. But, sandwiches for all. Establish a national food security program ensuring no one goes hungry. Why wouldn't you just like we already have SNAP. Criminal justice, civil rights reform, end qualified immunity, fine. Abolish public prisons, fine. Ban civil asset forfeiture, prevent law enforcement from seizing property without a conviction. No clue how to feel about that one. End overcriminalization and reduce sentences for nonviolent offenses. I mean, it's easy enough to say. Harder to know what that actually looks like. Decriminalize sex work, probably fine with that. Break up big tech monopolies, probably cringe. Ban AI-based hiring discrimination. I can't imagine that's a big deal. Protect digital privacy, establish strong data protection laws against corporate surveillance. Don't know. I wonder what a King of the Coast wish list looks like. I mean, I think we all broadly know what it would, some of the things on there, right? Dude, there's only one person there right now. What is AI-based hiring discrimination? Yeah, I don't really know. He's still in the waiting room or starting soon screen. No, he's got one dude in there.
All right. Why the fuck is vegan way the hell down there, though?
He said he didn't have perms to join.
There we
the
go.
ones, so.
All right. Welcome in, non-fun, and welcome in, vegan. Real quick, give me a split second. I got to go shut that door. I'm going to sweat my cojones off all night, but the noise is distracting. Talk amongst yourselves.
That's good.
What's up?
I'm trying to get my headset found because otherwise I'm the outlier. Cringe profile, Discord profile picture abuser.
That's true.
Thank you. So real quick, we were just in the middle of this is the getting to know you, Lethe, non-fun, Lethe, vegan, Lethe. I don't know if y'all know each other. Maybe you do from other panels.
Familiar.
Cheers. Yeah.
I've met non-fun before, I think, or I've seen.
No.
Oh, because so vegan used to. I met many of them in the bosses debate panels back before Russia told him no more.
Yep, and he died.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Did you say he died?
No, I have no idea what happened to him.
Okay, I was gonna say no. Don't you fucking put that juju on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that juju? No. So anyway, so back to progressive, because it looks like we're going to have mostly progressives tonight, and none of the conservatives committed. So when you say progressive, that just basically means that you want shit to get better, right?
Exactly. And I believe in incrementalism. I believe in rule of law. I'm also a capitalist for the most part, but within reason.
But I'm sure that every conservative you talk to calls you a commie, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. All right, checks out. Well, again, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir, and welcome in. You saw what we're working on. I don't know if you've got any points specifically. Vegan, welcome in, sir. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself as well for the people just now tuning in.
Well, I'm vegan, and I decided to join this debate panel to give the audience a member who has very little knowledge, in-depth knowledge about any of the topics that are going to be discussed here. So that way there's somebody that can be laughed at or, what have you. So I'm only coming out with based takes, from my opinion. So we'll see what happens.
That's exactly what we're looking for. And as I explained to Lethe, there will be probably people coming and going throughout the night. I invited about a dozen folks, so we'll see who shows and who doesn't. But definitely having more people on team center left is down for good. Non-Fawn, first of all, how'd your debate go? Did you win? Did you kick his ass?
I wouldn't say I kicked his ass, but I did win. Yeah, it was fun.
Barely won. I watched. Barely won.
barely won is still a win. Why don't you tell us about yourself? Where do you fall? How do you describe yourself, Non-Fawn, politically?
I think the term neoliberal probably suits me best. Some people tend to get more meaning out of that term than I do, but vaguely center left. Pretty capitalist. I don't hate a lot of the progressive agenda, but I do think a lot of times they go wrong with the more what I would call anti-capitalist market intervention stuff. But yeah, just generally, I voted for Kamala Harris. I got Joe Biden behind me. Generally, center-left dude who streams Twitch and Kick at NonFun420 and on YouTube at NonFun.
Fantastic. And we're going to do those shout-outs a couple more times throughout the course of the night, I'm sure, because I really suck at this, which is sad because I've been doing this for far too long for me to suck at it as bad as I do. But I don't know how to do all the fancy shit very well. So we will wait until some of the mods start showing up and trickling in, and they'll do all those fun bits of magic. So you saw the list that I sent you. I'm actually going to go ahead and send this to Vegan as well, because I did not know he was going to show up, lest I would have sent it to him. Badoink. Let me download that. Go like this. We can do that. Oh, actually, you know what I can do? I can also go like that. Huzzah. See, I'm not as shitty as I thought I was. But I'm still going to send you a copy by going to here. So the long and short of it here is that back in February, not long after, so I'll give a little preamble while I'm sending this over to him. Back in February. No. We'll go a little bit further back than that. I was duped, so to speak. I was of the people who were believing that the Project 2025 thing was not real. That as I read through it, I was like, well, there's a couple of things that aren't completely stupid, but the vast majority of it is. And there's no way that this is actually going to fly. There's no way that this is actually going to happen. And I understand how absolutely naive and stupid this makes me sound, but I also believed when the dude said, no, man, I don't even know who the fuck that is, kind of shit. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So yeah, this isn't a thing. That's fine.
So to quote a great man, I gotta ask. So you've been you've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray. What a muck.
Absolutely hoodwinked, 1000%. Yes, sir. So with that said, okay, why the fuck did that go away? I had it. Downloads. So I believed that the smarter minds would prevail. Okay. Hang on. Okay, I gotta do this, I guess. It won't let me just fucking copy paste it yet. There we go. I can't paste it into the little whatever. All right, so there you go. There's a copy. So several of us got together once I saw that Project 2025 was absolutely a real thing, and a couple months in, once I started seeing that he was literally just going through step by step, hey, get in here, IP. The boozle was banned indeed. Welcome in, Beach. All right, see everybody's showing up now. So anyway, so we all sat around and we decided, you know what? Let's make our own wish list. What would it take for us, in our opinion, to make it so that the next administration, because I think at this point it's safe to say that there's going to be a sea change. I mean, of course, assuming that we're allowed to have another election. I know. I got to be careful of the conspiracies and all. But yeah, my actual guess for the record is that he's going to find a way to put us into a wartime situation so that he can say, but wait, y'all said it was okay for Zelensky to not hold an election during a wartime, so we're in the same situation, bro. We just can't. We just can't right now. Okay, kids, that's what I think is going to happen. But regardless, let's say there is an actual election. I think it's safe to say we're not going to get another Republican in office. Enough people are pissed at this point that I think we're going to get an alternative. That said, I don't want for us to once again have, hey, appreciate that, Beach. You're the best. I don't want them to go in there and say, well, what do you guys want from us? And just a return to the status quo, a return to the absolute waste of fucking time. So several of us sat down and we made a list. We made a list that I actually was pretty happy with. And then there's another gentleman who, Koina, out there in the chat, who happens to be our legalese-minded gentleman. He actually made it sound all professional and shined it up a little bit, put a little spit and polish on it. And that's what you see before you.
Did Anarchy have any say in this list? Asking for a friend.
I do believe that Kay might have been involved in that stream. I don't remember for sure. This was like 6 months ago now, 5 months ago.
Okay, that was a while ago.
Yeah, it was back in like February that we did this. So I don't remember who all was involved, but at first it was just all spitballing, and then Koina did it and made it all look pretty, and then after that we kind of went back and revisited it just a couple of weeks ago once he had it nice and had a small discussion.
Pretty sure it's not
but that discussion was
sure.
pretty much universally progressives and or left-leaning people. I'm really hoping, and I really believe that in order for something like this, and I don't have delusions of grandeur. I understand that the Heritage Foundation is not going to turn into the Horseradish Foundation. I get that this is not going to, like, the likelihood of this ending up on Pete Buttigieg's desk is very, very low, right? But that said, there's always the possibility. So he unfortunately
have faith,
IP. I think there's we'll discuss. That's another fucking panel for another time.
That's it.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. Fucking train of thought derailed because something moved in front of me in ADD. Yeah. So I would like to get an ideological quorum, right? I would like to get something together that most of the people in the middle can agree on. I understand that nobody's going to agree on everything. I know that we're never going to have a perfect piece of legislation. I know that we're never going to have a dream agenda that sucks in everybody. But I also know that most of the moderates and people that I talk to, whether you're a moderate left or a moderate right, there's a bunch of shit that we can all kind of agree on. Like, you know, Americans shouldn't be starving in the fucking streets. Nobody should be starving in the streets. But like, even if you're a diehard conservative, patriotic, red-blooded Christian, you should not be okay with fucking people dying in the streets from malnutrition, right? Like that seems like a ground ball.
Rewrite the entire econ
that
section,
said,
make it
I want to go through this
lab.
and revisit it now. Almost 6 months later, like I said, we're
I'm hoping the middle ground we can come
into the first administration.
It's just Econoboy's
and I kind of want to ask all of us: number one, is there anything that needs to be added? Number two, is there anything that needs to be taken out? Number three, are there any lessons we've learned in the last 7 months that need to be addressed? Because one of the things that I definitely need, or I definitely feel like should be, is some restructuring of the executive powers, right? I think everybody here probably could agree with that. Yeah, everybody, yeah, we all agree that. Yeah, okay, cool. So there are a few things that are already in this, like, and it's funny. I was actually going through and reading this over this morning to refresh myself. My wife was sitting there, and then I was very excited about the ones. I was like, ooh, that one was mine. That was mine. Ooh, that one was mine too. So again, there's a few of these, and one of them does kind of relate to presidential powers, and like I don't understand why the president has the ability to pardon people, let alone sell pardons, right? But I've since found out that apparently that was a Civil War throwback. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. Yeah, so okay, I feel like we're past that now, right? And especially
Sure.
I
Wasn't
don't know if you guys saw this one,
pardon
but
things
in
a
light of the
reductio
fact that
for the
one
immunity
of the people
decision?
that Trump pardoned from the January 6th protests, riots, whatever we want to call it, one of those people actually has now been sentenced to life in prison for planning to destabilize the government and cause a civil war. Yeah, just got life in prison for planning a civil war and to destabilize the government. So it's like maybe just maybe the president isn't the best person suited to decide who gets sudden arbitrary freedom and absolution.
Yeah, I don't know if they are.
I don't know. That's just
considering achievability.
that said. Going through this
Feels like
list
we should.
and refreshing it, and I'm also babbling here so that Vegan has a couple of seconds to just peruse so he knows what he's up against. As you said earlier, each and every one of these line items could potentially be a fucking panel on its own. Like each of these lines is a whole thing. But I also feel like unless we get some conservatives in here, we're probably not going to get a whole lot of pushback. So I feel like maybe if we all lean in close and we all whisper, grumble 3 times really softly, he might just manifest.
I just throw a Pokeball into a bush and usually I catch a wild grumple.
I can probably be like an economically minded conservative, although ideologically I would assume I fall under a progressive viewpoint.
Well, I'm not. That would be completely inappropriate and would probably get me canceled. So I'm just not even going to make that joke. So, for what it's worth, though, non-Fawn is generally our economic conservative. He's usually the guy who's like, that's just not going to work. So,
well, I disagree with him on a lot.
Yeah, I have
quite that snarky, but I do my best. So.
I do have I skimmed through it. Well, I didn't skim through it. I read it. I have a fair number of disagreements with the econ thing. But we are, if you do want to talk about what should be added and presidential powers, something before we get into the disagreements, we should all agree on. I do think presidential tariff power needs to be reformed. I don't believe the president should have the power to unilaterally change tariffs in the way that he does now. Although to be fair,
he doesn't technically have that power, does he? Like it's it's like a twisting of the rules that he's using, right?
Yeah. So a lot of the tariffs right now, the IEPA tariffs, which is like emergency authorization something, that law doesn't mention tariffs, and that those tariffs will very likely get struck down by the Supreme Court. But even there are other things like Section 238 and 301 tariffs, I think, that do grant him I would say too much unilateral power to tariff other countries. Although there are more restrictions on those type of tariffs that Trump doesn't do anything.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was a lot. As anybody who tunes in regularly knows, I suck at fucking numbers. So math and me, we do not get along. I'm a words guy. So, well, that depends on who you ask, right? So I mean, and really, that's a debatable term because one can be 1.1. Like decimals still fall under the category of. I don't fucking know what 1 + 1 is, bro. You can't ask me that kind of shit. So that said, I also I invited you, and you're sitting in the chat. As long as you keep the racial slurs to a minimum, and by minimum I mean a nonimum, you would be welcome to jump in here. Because from what I got last time, you were on the conservative side as well. So,
libertarian, does it count?
Well, that's the closest thing I can get to a conservative, Lethe. Like they won't have a conversation otherwise.
I think I would self-classify as a libertarian. No, by no means like a Ancapistan person, but I'd say
Right.
libertarian.
Well,
how many times a day do you think about the killdozer?
3 to 4, not excessively.
He might actually qualify.
What
The
is a
killdozer?
killdozer?
That's the guy who got
Oh, you haven't heard the
angry
killdozer?
at. He got angry at his employer, or sorry, he was contracted for work. He got angry. He was kind of shafted on the payment, and so he got a bulldozer and loaded it up with armor.
Oh,
And
I remember that. That was a long time ago.
blew his work to smithereens.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, okay. I do remember that. That was a thing. Yeah, okay. I hadn't thought about it in a while. Is that a libertarian like dog whistle?
Oh, that's their favorite thing in the whole wide world. They want to make government buildings and the killdozer kiss.
Dude,
Like touching tips. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, funny enough, Grumple has told me I'm not allowed to call myself a libertarian. I told him I don't call myself a libertarian. The stupid tests do. Like, which of course everybody's like, oh, well, those aren't real. Oh, okay, cool, sure, that's fine. I don't need a label. Like for what it's worth, and because you're new and you don't really know me that well. Like for me, I hate the term centrist because when somebody calls you a centrist, it makes it sound like you're a fence straddler, right? And I'm not. I'm aggressively I'm passionate about my positions. They just don't line up with any ideology. I am aggressively pro-choice and aggressively pro-gun. Which side of the fence am I on? You know what I mean? Like I want sensible regulations, but I also don't want the government sticking their finger up my ass. So which is it? Like I feel like we're in a community and communities should help each other out. But I
Bold takes
also
we got going
am
on
on
today.
board with I don't want people sucking off the community tit and not giving, doing what they can to
Aggressively
pitch in.
pro-gun is a
Like,
choice, I know.
so I
I don't know
struggle
exactly
with a lot of these
what you mean
things,
by
but
that.
a lot of the people that I talk, we used to call these people liberals, people like me. We used to just say, oh, the guy that voted for Obama. Yeah, that's me, right? But then again, like I said, if there was one thing that I beat the drum on, it is fuck the DNC, fuck the RNC. I think that we need to get both of those businesses out of our politics to begin to actually start to heal. But again, I digress. With that said, this list, when we try and put it together, when we try to keep talking about it, we try to get it out there into the public sphere. I worry because I know that the best shot we have would be that this falls in the hands of a Democrat, and they just fuck it all up every single time, consistently. Like, and what I'm seeing with the whole like Hakeem Jeffries and the Zoran Mandani and all that, like the all of the shade, and it's like, motherfucker, we're on the same team. What is wrong with you? Oh wait, we're not on the same team. You're on the big money team. And so again, like I said, that it always comes back to get money out of politics. And part of this you'll see is us doing that. But anyways, okay, I've babbled enough. I was hoping that to defend their weed with fully automatic rifles. That's right, IPA. I want my LGBTQ friends to be able to defend their weed with fully automatic rifles. And for what it's worth, that 2A thing is actually one of the horseshoe. That's my first exposure to the horseshoe theory. Whenever I first started streaming, I actually had a very, very leftist person and a very, very rightist person. And one of the things that I very quickly found out they both agreed on was, no, don't take away my guns. I needed to defend against them. So like, oh, that's the horseshoe. Okay, I get it now. So anyways.
There's a Game Boy in your religion discussion channel. Game Boy wants terms. He doesn't have them for some reason. I don't know why I didn't have them. That's why I was in the AFK channel, because I reacted to your rules thing, but it didn't give me.
Yes, sir. No, because unfortunately the bot got broken, and so I apologize for that. And I don't know how the bots work. Somebody did that for me 3 years ago when I first started streaming. It's been broken for like 2 years now, so I just have to let you cook for a second, and then I give you your permissions. And yeah, so Game Boy. I do love Game Boy, but the thing is, he likes to leave every time. So it's kind of annoying that I have to give him the permissions every single time.
Come on, Game Boy.
And there we go.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
love
Good.
to
I'm
leave
not.
and come back constantly. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to give you perms anymore. Either
Yeah.
stay or leave. Pick.
That's it. But on the same token, I do enjoy and appreciate Game Boy's put his contributions. So I give him leeway I do not give most people.
You spoke to me like a disappointed father. I felt so bad. I'll stop leaving.
Good. I have that skill. So it's because I am a disappointed father. Anyways, welcome in, Game Boy. Welcome back. Glad to see you as always.
Howdy.
Well, at least we have one quasi-conservative. I say quasi because he's relatively enlightened. So for the most part, he does not want to step over the bodies of the homeless on his way to work. I don't think. Is that correct, Game Boy, or are you ambivalent to other people's suffering? I don't remember.
I'm not ambivalent. I just hate homeless people. That's more about it.
Yeah, why don't
Like-
they get a job?
Yeah, I know, right? Get good, bro. Like, Jesus, go take a shower and just sign up for Domino's. Like, yeah, because that's how that works.
I read
Anyways.
Atlas Shrugged. Guys, you need to be enlightened.
Oh yeah, another libertarian. See, like I said, Lethe, all I can get that leans conservative that'll stick around is libertarians. I say leans conservative because they're the only ones who are at least halfway reasonable. Anytime I talk to somebody who's all the way to the right, you end up seeing the cognitive dissonance in real time, and I can't stomach a hypocrite. That is literally that is the worst thing in the world to me. Is a hypocrite. So it's like if I nail you down on a thing, I'm like, you see A equals B, right? Yeah, and you see B equals C, right? Yeah. So A equals C. I mean, I just don't believe that. Okay, fuck off.
That's
Ayn
kind of
Rand
where
is
we're
garbage.
at right now.
I've heard.
Yeah.
I've
You end
heard.
up with two extremist ideas and pretty much like a near center where most people kind of agree except for some nitpicky issues. And then you have the loudest people taking a hold, and then the inmates run the asylum, and we're all screwed.
100%. 100%. And funny enough, that was the other thing. That was the other. If I was to say that I had some sort of an actual agenda beyond what we're about to go over, it is that right there. The fact that if you talk to people, the vast majority of people,
Is that
there's
what the
about
actual agenda?
80% of overlap. Right? There's about 80%. I have not talked to a single person who thinks that it's swell for politicians to accept bribery. Okay? But yet they still do. I have not met a single person who doesn't say, yeah, I think probably term limits on Congress people is a good idea. But yet we can't get that done. There's so many things like that. It's like, and as a progressive, if we actually want to start solving problems, we got to make progress. Let's work on the shit we agree on. We can quibble over that other fucking 10% on each end some other time. But let's get the shit done that we agree on first, and let's see where we're at. You know what I mean? So I agree with you. Like it's those extremists that are squeaking in the corners that just piss me off. So, but they're the clickbaity ones. They're the ones who get all the attention and they take up all the room in the conversation.
Okay. CEO face.
Anyways, so yeah, so I try not
CEO
to. I try to
Manifesting
avoid
it,
inviting any of
manifesting
those obnoxious extremists. Although they do still sneak in from time to time. So
I'm glad I'm not an extremist, but certainly every time I walk in, you're like, well, at least we got someone who's a conservative.
Well,
Pisses me off a little bit.
You are further left than anybody else in this room, I believe.
Right.
Excuse me. You are further right. Thank you. Further right. I'm sorry. I misspoke. We are all further left than you is what I meant. So.
Yeah, I mean, I openly call myself a traditionalist. I don't think anyone else would.
My chat is asking me to ask you if you've had any Steve Weisers before the panel.
You know what needs to be added? It's veganism and dog
my chat
eugenics.
is asking you.
Oh, asking me. Any
veganism,
Steve
state-owned monopoly on
they
dog
think you look
breeding,
like Stone
okay?
Cold Steve Austin.
Two things, okay, that need to be added.
Listen, brother.
It's not the worst one I've heard. It's not the worst one I've heard.
Yeah, that
no,
was Hulk Hogan.
No.
I wouldn't put that on anybody. I actually like him so far.
Yeah, no, and that's actually the biggest curse for me on Twitch, and I know it's why I am where I am doing what I'm doing, and I'm at the success level I am, because I know that if you look at me, I look like I voted for Trump, right? I get that, and I hate it, but it is what it is. I didn't choose this face. I didn't choose all of this. This is, no. My wife tells me that I look like what's his fucking name? And I hear this all the time. The dude, god damn it,
the bald fat guy.
Fuck you, vegan. Yeah, that guy. No, well, yeah, he is. God damn it, it's not important. Whatever. I think I look more
True,
like Tom
not important.
Segura because
True.
really, because he's cuter than the guy that my wife thinks I look like. But that's okay, neither here nor there. And now it's gonna drive the fuck out of me until I remember what the guy's name is. He was on Mad TV. Will Sasso. Will Sasso. That's the one that I get a lot. Is people tell me I look like Will Sasso. So, anyways, back to it. So now that I have been judged for my physical appearance, everybody, I hope you're really happy with yourself. And speaking of which, actually, is anybody else streaming right now? Non-Fun, you are?
Yeah, I am.
Non-Fun,
So
you
it's-
are? Okay. Well, I tell you what, if both of y'all, because again, I suck at this, if both of y'all would just throw something into my chat real quick, I'm going to click y'all and do the stream together thing so we can all see each other's chat, which I find to be very useful. That way, when people are making fun of me, I at least can cry on the inside instead of having to hear it third party, you know.
Do you want my jerkmate link?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Put it up. I want to
send
watch.
it.
If you're gooning this next hour or two, I'm all about it.
I'm practicing.
And Vite.
I can't cut peppers.
Muted,
Can I cut tomatoes?
Okay, and yeah, you don't need to hear my mic. Yes, join the fucking call. I was the one who started the call. What do you mean, join the fucking call? Grr. And then Lethe, if you would be so kind, good sir. Your invite
What
has
are
been
we
sent, Mr.
talking
Nalban.
about?
We are talking about Project 2029.
I got
Oh.
all the chats are going crazy right now.
The chuds? Is that what you said?
Chats. All the chats are going
Yeah,
crazy.
he's got a lot
right
of chuds in his chat.
I was so caught off guard. I was like, I didn't even know I was in his chat.
Self-described traditionalist chud. Got it.
How
So-
do I manage the sound so I don't end up?
Oh, you just mute it.
Okay.
Did I invite you?
Yeah.
We're on the thing.
Okay.
I'm not muted.
You gotta understand, Radish, nothing ever happens.
True.
Still getting a feedback loop. What's going on?
So in that little window, the stream together window, you should be able to see on the bottom mic and audio. You should be able to mute both of those.
Got it.
There you go. Perfect. So I invited Vegan as well.
I actually don't have a stream yet. I'm waiting for a buddy of mine to help
see.
out, and he's been busy for the past about month here. And
Oh.
once he helps me out, then I'll get my
Wait, it was a mistake.
stream
NYC
rolling.
smells like hot now. Thoughts at non-fun.
Very cool. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I don't know how
Vegan
big a
and,
deal
Vegan
is.
and
How
Game
big a deal
Boy.
is the smell?
That
I
could
did have a friend go to
possibly
New
go
York
on
and
there.
anecdotally tell me.
All
He
right.
knows what
So,
weed smells
looks like this is
because of
probably
going to New
this is
York.
probably at least enough people for us to get started. So, again, thank you guys, all of y'all, for joining. I'm sure
Let's
other
go.
people will probably straggle in later, and as they do, we will.
Dude, we're starting
we
with
will
money in
take
politics,
a
which I don't have strong enough
interrupted
opinions on.
moment to welcome them, and then we will move right back into it. And basically, all of y'all have had an idea or have had a chance to look this over a little bit. I don't know if the better way to do this is for us to just go through this one at a time and see who disagrees with which, or if it's better for y'all to call out specific pieces. Where does the prospect of a third party stand in your idea for Project 2029? If Elon's party is a pipe dream, Elon, fuck Elon. Oh, appreciate the follow there, Lethe. If Elon's party a pipe dream, forget that anyone might be about Elon, but someone with that kind of money is hard to ignore. Yes, he is, IPA. So I would love for this to end up in a third party's hands. However, I also realize that the likelihood of a successful third party is very low. Ooh, appreciate the follow there, Hammer. I've said this before, and everybody tells me I'm stupid for this, but I'll say it again. I wish that the Libertarian Party and the Green Party would unite. And whenever people tell me that I'm stupid for this, I tell them, go watch the fucking third party debates that took place last year. And you will see that Chase Oliver and Jill Stein agreed on, again, about 80% of the stuff that they talked about. About 80% of the prompts, they were on page, and they came together on it. It was just that 10% of squeaky wheel shit. So let's get the stuff done that they agreed on. That will do the trick. But as far as the practicality of a third party, I understand that it is not as likely as I want it to be. Insofar as the Elon Musk party, the fact that Musk reached out to Peter Thiel, or no, not Peter Thiel. What's the other one? Curtis Yarvin. He reached out to Curtis Yarvin for advice. Any of you who do not know who Curtis Yarvin is, he's basically the devil. Maybe just the Antichrist. I'm not sure, but he's definitely a guy who got beat up in high school, and now he wants to punish the world for it. So, with that said, I do not want that person anywhere close to our politics. He's already too close because JD Vance and him are low-key lovers, and so yeah, Chase Oliver was a joke. Yeah, again, it's the closest thing we can get. IPA. That's the problem. And oh, you have a crush on him too, Game Boy? Okay, well you can go ahead and fuck all the way off too. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and, since nobody made a suggestion, I'm just going to go through these one at a time. And I'm just going to, if anybody, shout it down if you disagree with it. But hopefully Koina is still out there in the chat. If he doesn't join us, I know he's probably putting the wee ones down for bed, and then he'll join us a little late. But he's the one who's probably going to have some answers for some of the more wrinkle brain questions that you guys might have on this.
Yeah, my brain is really smooth. Don't you guys worry.
Right on.
Real smart.
We like smooth and silky, buddy. We like smooth and silky. We got the lube in the back. All right, so number one, pillar one, restoring democracy and government accountability. He even broke this down the way that Project 2025 was by the pillars and all that jazz. So I thought that was extra nifty. Goal, curtail corruption, strengthen democratic institutions, and return power to the people, which is another thing that if you don't believe that the power should be in the hands of the people, I would call you un-American. That's just me, though. Hey, there he is, Koina. So repeal Citizens United. This is number one. For those of you who do not know, listening at home, Citizens United is the... I believe it was a court precedent. It was a precedent, right? Where we decided that corporations are people. So we need to reevaluate corporate personhood and constitutional rights for corporations. Right. Is there anybody in this conversation who thinks the corporations should be treated like people and should have the same rights as an individual does?
Not necessarily, no.
No, I think... Listen, okay, once we get to the econ ones, I'll have stronger opinions. But I think...
That's fine.
Like, from the evidence I've seen, I think people probably overestimate the impact of Citizens United. I mean, I think... I think for one, saying that Citizens United was like the case that made corporations people, I don't think that's accurate. I'm pretty sure like the main effect of Citizens United was basically just upholding that, it was like repealing that part of the it's like bipartisan campaign law that prevented you from doing like express advocacy within 60 days of a general election. But I think it had already been upheld previously that like PAC funding can be allowed basically unlimitedly as long as it's like an independent expenditure or whatever.
I think that's correct, but I think oftentimes like the whole personhood of corporations comes from they still hold responsibility of the person who founded the person, like the corporation, and their rights, but yet hold it as a different political body. So it has certain exceptions, but still holds individual rights somehow. And that was the precedent up until Citizens United. I might be wrong.
So I look more at the situation we have with the opioid crisis, when Big Pharma can murk off thousands and thousands of people and nobody is held responsible for these situations. That's when corporate personhood becomes a shield that should never be in place. Once things get out of hand like this, there should be some means to hold somebody or some board or some people in general accountable for these things.
Vegan?
You know what? I'm going to step out of what I personally hold, with a background in medicine, with the opioid epidemic by Purdue, they initially didn't have as much knowledge as we have now about how addictive these substances are, and they were viewed as very powerful painkillers for procedures that were performed on people. I think it could be viewed with the lens of scrutiny in the sense that the medicine was exceptionally important for people recovering from procedures, but then there were also pretty scummy things they did where they were giving out like candy bags with opioids in them back in the 90s. And it's a matter of how addictive did they know at the time these medications were, and if they were doling them out willy-nilly, like for free in a lot of cases, were they actually benefiting from doing that? And it's something I guess I'm not so well endowed with knowledge about this particular thing and the evolution of the opioid epidemic. Just that there is some nuance to it, although majority of it, with hindsight, says that Purdue was a bad actor or a bad force in regards to.
Well, just to interject, we don't have to focus on that. You can go with Exxon and the oil spill, and them being willing to say, "Hey, we'll pay the fines." You can look at JP. What is it? JP, not JP Morgan. Whatever the cigarette companies, Philip Morris. Like, there are so many entities that have caused damage, and nobody was held responsible.
In that case, I think if sticking with the argument of not necessarily what I hold true personally, but more so because there probably isn't going to be too much for naysaying. I think in that regard, they definitely should have just bankrupted those companies if they weren't already, or essentially driven them into the ground, and they could try to build from the ground up again if they wish. I'm not sure what legalese they went through that allowed them to continue to exist today. If they were literally just said, "Okay, you know what? Since you're a corporation, you're getting off scot-free," which I don't think is what happened, but.
So you have faith that the free market will prevail, basically. That the company will fold up under the pressures from the people.
No, I mean, I think their legal retribution should still happen. I'm just not sure why, like in the cigarette company or in the Purdue company, like the specifics of why they weren't essentially sued into oblivion. Like what was the factor, and if it relates to Citizen United that allowed them to continue to exist when in any other case they would have just been obliterated into nothing.
Got you. So let me just read real quick, because I put it in the chat. I'm going to read just the top here. What was Citizens United about? This is a Citizens United explained by the Brennan Center. .org. Citizens United arose in 2007 when a conservative nonprofit organization challenged campaign finance rules that stopped it from promoting and airing a film criticizing then presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. The Supreme Court eventually decided 5-4 that Citizens United was within its First Amendment rights to spend its money disseminating the film, but rather than opining solely on the case before it, as it had been asked to do, the court took the opportunity to entirely strike down century-old prohibitions on corporate independent spending, money that doesn't go directly to a candidate or party. This applied to labor unions as well. Lower courts applying the rule extended it to invalidate almost all fundraising and spending restrictions for groups that support for groups that purport to be separate from candidates, many of which are today known as super PACs. So it was more about citizen PAC, I guess, or super PAC permissions and powers, the bandwidth or the freedoms that they are given to engage in political persuasion, basically. But I am kind of curious, though, a conservative nonprofit organization. So Citizens United was, hey, there you go, Grumple. See, I knew you'd be out there. Welcome in, Boo. If you don't make it in, though, that's fine. Yesterday went long. I assume that's the beginning of an excuse of why you're not going to be able to make it, and that's perfectly fine. No worries. At least you made it in here for the chat, and we appreciate you. So the rationale for the ruling wrote for the narrow majority that limits on independent spending from corporations and other outside groups equate to limiting their speech and thus violate the First Amendment. That's the key. So the personhood thing, the idea that a corporation would have First Amendment rights is ludicrous. The people who work at that corporation, the people on the board of directors, they are welcome to say whatever the fuck they want to. But whenever you are using the power and the resources of the corporate entity itself in order to try to persuade people or to try to influence the public politic, I feel like that's kind of, we know that a corporation is going to have its own interests in mind. It's not going to be doing this for the betterment of the average person, right? We're not doing this for the betterment of America. We're doing this for the better of that business. Just like why a lot of us don't like the idea of corporate lobbying, I think that this gives teeth to corporate lobbying that I don't.
There was a study. I know I have this study somewhere. That found that like corporate lobbying does actually.
I'm curious if
does actually do a decent amount
you
of
could
like pro
acknowledge
trade
that a
lobbying
corporation
and like
has
pro
the right to say some things that could potentially
like things that do benefit
impact
the average person.
political
So
opinion
it was like pro
on a broader
trade, like pro
scale
free trade, and like
without
pro.
saying that it has personhood.
It's
I
pro
think
something
if you
else.
acknowledged the freedom of a business to portray a certain image or opinion, and to act on that opinion, that is not the same as giving it the freedom of speech. Because an individual has the right to vote or pertain to like democratic processes that I don't think a corporation should. So that's where I draw the line in personhood. But I would say that a corporation should be able to come out with a political opinion. Like even some may say like supporting gay rights is a political opinion because it comes in contrast to something. Like I think that's a broad one, but like you get my point.
I do. And it looks like Koina is clarifying that it's not about repealing the personhood. Can you clarify, Koina? Because this was one that was added not by me, so that's why I'm kind of wishy-washy on the.
I know you have a study. I know you have a study.
Can you fill in a little bit of the blanks there, Koina? And welcome in, Grumble.
Send it.
Actually, you know what? While Koina is typing, Grumple, what do you think of Citizens United? Where do you stand on it?
I go back and forth, man. No, I was saying, hey, I just saw your message. Like, I just opened up Discord for the first time. So I just saw your message. There's a lot of words there. And then I just pulled up the list.
No worries. That's fine.
Yeah,
so
cool.
Everybody else
it's
got
sticky.
to do studying. You're going to go as we go. That's fine. So is Vegan.
Yeah,
so.
I just, F it, we'll do it live.
Yep, fuck it. Do it. So yeah,
Citizens United. Citizenship for corporates, like, that's sticky because the way the legal system works under the title system is everybody has a legal fiction, and so those corporations also have a legal fiction. Like, what do
you mean by a legal fiction?
What makes it different? Like like the courts, it's so weird once you get into like looking at the title system. Like this is where the sovereign citizens get a lot of the things that, like, I want to back them up on. It's like, that's, you know what, you're onto something here, but however, you're kind of a dumbass. The legal fiction of you, like, it's the difference between the thing being in all caps versus not. Like the flags that have gold fringe being maritime law versus like the Corporation of the United States of America in all caps versus, or the Corporation of the United States versus the United States of America. There's a lot to it, and I'm not really all that smart on it. But the whole thing about that's where the kind of the crux of it is. I think, I'm a simple monkey, remember, is if people have a legal fiction and that legal fiction is getting like, say, charged with a crime, then your meat has to go and pay the price for that. How does that cut over to why is that treated different than a corporation, like a business, a corporation? It's wild, man. So in summary, I don't know what the right way forward from that is about Citizens United. It's like, more you dig into it,
yeah, I
the
realized
more wild it gets.
this was the study I had, though.
Got a
All
little
right, so
bit.
real-
My
I
brain
was just
started
reading a
hurting.
different part of it.
No
Sorry.
worries.
But thank
So
you
real,
anyway,
real quick,
Starfuse.
non-fun just dropped something into the Discord chat. I want to read this real quick. We
Oh,
emphasize
sure,
that
hold
while
on. I
Citizens
can
United.
I can explain it a little
Do
bit. So yeah,
Yep.
so real quick, like I would have to do more reading. Okay, I got these studies from someone else I know who I talked to a lot, but he's done more reading on money and politics than me. There are like studies and papers that I see that make me like skeptical of money and politics. So the first one I sent, one basically finds that although there was like increased like turnover, like after Citizens United, it was more likely that states with Republican governor would turn over to a Democratic governor and vice versa. It doesn't seem like one party was like significantly benefited that much. And then it also finds like generally actually a lot of the lobbying that Citizens United enabled actually did lead to like pro-growth policies that led to a higher income for both labor and capital holders, right? So I do think there is evidence that to the extent that lobbying is a problem, it actually can have pro-growth effects for both general laborers and stockholders. And then it's the study I sent after that, which is it's like a meta-analysis of a bunch of different studies and I think a few books as well. They basically find which I haven't read that far into the second one I sent. They basically find like, because firms are like relatively uncertain about how well their lobbying is going to turn out, it doesn't seem like lobbying actually impacts political activity on the whole that much. But yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm also going to go ahead and real quick read what Koina said, since Koina was the one who put this one into the list. Reevaluate corporate personhood and constitutional rights for corporations. Personhood or being a legal entity needs to remain because they can be party to a lawsuit, which goes back to what Lethe was saying, that ultimately they still need to be able to be held accountable for mistakes, et cetera, and you can't sue a corporation unless it has personhood. Is that the gist there? I believe that's the reason we don't want to completely get rid of or abolish the personhood part. However, we want to figure out what that actually means in context of a corporation. Is that correct? All right. So then I guess repeal Citizens United would just be to reevaluate the corporate personhood, but there's no guarantee like this. We don't even actually have anything written out here, which I suppose we should probably fill in what we want to replace that with.
Yeah,
Oh my god, I don't care. Oh my god, I don't care. Oh my god, we're in control.
It kind of comes down to as well.
Oh my god, let me
the
talk about
ability
COK.
for dark
Oh my
money
god.
and bribery for the most part of politicians to allow for corporations to do things that shut out entire businesses from the market. Like if you look at the hemp industry versus the wood industry, if you look at there's many different instances in which people get frozen out. Like Walmart is especially egregious in this. To be able to know
Dark Money have a
who's funding
definition
people,
that's just like
there should be a lot more transparency when it comes down to whose money is going where and who's paid for by what.
Isn't dark money just like
You're talking
donations
about in
to-
regards to like the
donations to
actual
PACs that don't
politicians
have to be
themselves
publicly
and who they're
disclosed
receiving
or
money
whatever?
from, et cetera, et cetera. So my
Absolutely.
understanding is that's pretty transparent now, isn't it? Like there's a website that somebody turned me on to where you could see exactly who donated how much to each politician. Do you doubt their
Supposed to be.
information? Okay, so you believe that there's some under the table shit.
There's a
still
way, if
probably
you
some
want to
dark money
obfuscate
floating.
it, there's ways around that. Like they're just like any system, there's going to be ways around that. So
Open secrets,
it's
that's
supposed to
right,
be
Anton.
exactly like you described it, like where you're supposed to know who all the donors are, but whether or not that's something where it just kind of ends, you don't know who the actual donors are. Like, hey, this corporation or this whatever entity.
Yeah.
Oh, trailing cold. I'm sorry, Leafy. I didn't mean to.
No,
steal your,
I'm pretty much done. I've made my point.
Right on. And yeah, opensecrets.com, that's Lethe's chat. Good. That's exactly the one I was talking about. And yeah, I've fallen in love with that website because anytime I'm like, who should we be supporting? And then I go, because again, whenever we first, it was in conjuncture with the Project 2029 dreams. We also said, well, who would we want to put forth? Because as I said, I have zero faith in the Democratic Party, but there are several people in my circle who believe that they are the only possible way forward, and that it turns my stomach. It literally makes me throw up in my mouth a little bit to say that. If that's the case, this person persuaded me that we just need to fix
How
the
about we do
Democratic Party, which I do
one
not
money
believe
in
is
politics
possible,
one,
but
and
they're
then one
very
econ one,
persuasive.
and then one
So
money
I
in
was
politics
asking,
one, and then
who
one
would
econ
we
one, and then
potentially
one
be
money in
able to put
politics
out
one, and
front
one econ
there
one.
that we would be able to believe in? And that opensecrets.org was key, because I was like, okay, I keep hearing this Hakeem Jeffries guy's name. Is he a legit guy? And then I saw how much money he gets from Big Pharma, and I see how much money he gets from APAC, and I see how much money he gets from. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, see, Ancom, I thought you seemed so cool for a second. So you're a Democratic Party fan.
Oh, no.
Okay.
He's an anarcho communist.
Oh,
Oh,
well then,
damn.
why would he think that the Democratic Party was not broken? I'm confused. Never
Because
mind.
it's working as intended.
Oh.
Good fucking
kind of
call.
is.
Good. Nope.
Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah, fair enough.
You know what,
I
Horseradish?
understand.
You might get that libertarian card back at some point. You keep talking like this.
Be careful now. You're teasing me. Okay.
I called it.
Okay. So corrupt from the start. Yep. Nope. Fair enough. Cheers. I got it. Yep. I understand now. I'm sorry. I all caught up. Okay, so in general, we all agree that it probably needs to be reassessed and/or it needs to be revisited, but we don't necessarily know exactly what constraints should be put on it. So I'm going to definitely put that into my notes. We need to go back to the drawing board and put in a little bit more details about exactly what we want to leave behind and which parts we want to get rid of. So,
right, I would also have issues with just like how. What does it mean to repeal Citizens United? Because presumably, like you would have to pack the court to do that right now, and that might have some other side effects we might not like.
Oh well, term limits for SCOTUS is absolutely on this fucking list. So yeah, that's all. We don't need to pack it. We just need to flip them. That's all.
Sure.
So if the court's not going to be able to remain unbiased, then we need to keep the bias flipping. That's the only solution, in my opinion. So we'll get to that. That's like pillar 2 or something. I doubt that there's any way we're gonna make it through this whole thing anyway. Yes, sir.
Play my last. You're packing the courts. You're not getting that card back tonight.
What, you want back the courts?
No, just for funsies. No, just the whole packing the court things to get your way. That's not very. All right, you know what? Hey, is that libertarian?
I didn't say that. He said that, bro. He said that was the only way. I literally said term limits on SCOTUS is the solution. I don't want to fucking pack the courts. No. Yeah, it's okay. No, non-fun put that shit on me.
Well, I was just curious about how we would achieve it, but yeah, because I probably don't support packing the courts, but I don't know.
Yeah. No, again, probably. Unless they're my guys, then it's okay.
Exactly.
No. So again, no, I honestly think that term limits on SCOTUS would be the solution. So, and I also think that those term limits should be staggered out such that every seated president or every presidential term, they should get to name one new. Holy shit, Game Boy, is that your face?
No. That was polite.
I've never seen Game Boy's face. I'm sorry. I'm excited.
That's a real picture of him.
So next time he leaves your server, make the stipulation for him to come back. Show your face, bro. He can be in a private VC. Show your face, bro.
That's it. I need to know you're really you. Anyway, so
wait, no, he really has the neon cat ears.
It looks legit. That for a second. Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's a traditionalist. Why would he not have neon cat ears?
True.
Right. Because just so you know, you can't call him a conservative. He has to be referred to as a traditionalist.
I will spaz out if I'm ever called a conservative. Kind of gay.
You are, so.
No, tradition seems pretty conservative.
I was going to thank you, Lethy. Thank you. I didn't want to get into the semantics game because I know he'll just scurry back under the table like a kitty, and I don't want to do that. So I need to keep him here in the light where we can see him.
It's a neon cat.
All right, so following right after Repeal Citizens United is related reform PACs and super PACs. Set strict campaign spending caps. Now, this one right here, I'm going to go first on because this even I don't think is enough. I actually think PACs and super PACs should be completely gotten rid of. Period. All of them. I honestly think that and I understand that this sounds kooky to a lot of people, but I think that the only funding for campaigns should be publicly distributed. It should come out of the public coffers. It should be very, very limited. We have reached a point in modern society and modern media where it doesn't take a whole lot of money for you to sit on a fucking podcast. More importantly, I think that the federal government should be able to maintain a website that is basically like if Twitter and YouTube had a Gaby. I would like that for exclusively political purposes. I want there to be no other political advertising outside of this platform. I think on this platform, everybody who gets a certain number of signatures on their petition should be given equal access. They can answer all of the questions, they can make all of their commercials, and that way we don't have to listen to the fucking political conversation while I'm trying to watch UFC or while I'm, oh God, you can't do that anymore. But I don't want to drive past all the goddamn yard signs. I don't want to have to drive past all the fucking billboards. I'm sick and tired of the smear campaigns. How about you just tell me what you stand for and I can vote for you? And you don't need any more money for that. That is cheap. That is fucking borderline free. We're all literally doing it right now. There's no reason that every person running for Congress isn't just on fucking Twitch. Like, that would be the way. And we can get rid of all of these campaign donations because anybody who thinks for a split second that these politicians accept campaign donations and do not feel that they are in any way indentured to whoever made those donations, I got a bridge to sell you. Like, that is absolutely naive and idiotic. So I personally think they should be just completely gotten rid of, but for at least reform, I'm going to throw it to the room. And since we got enough people now, we're going to start kind of doing this round robin and we'll go one at a time. And since Grumple's for some reason got King's position here, we'll start up there with Grumple. Grumple, do you think that PACs and super PACs function correctly in the modern society, in modern America? Do you think they should continue the way they are, or do you think they need to be fixed or gotten rid of?
The libertarian position would be, yeah, vote with your dollars and influence and buy people. But I don't think it should be straight out of just the public coffers either, because then that's, I would say, stealing taxpayer dollars for it. So
true.
I would say we're donating them for that.
What's the? Well, there is a checkbox to like donate $3 to presidential campaigns. Well, whenever you do something, I forget what it is off the top of my head.
Sure. But you do not.
I don't have a whole lot of.
PACs...
Well, it's really conflicting because I'm very conflicted about it. Exactly like I just said. Should there be that much money in our politics from a realistic standpoint? Probably not. But then at the same point, how do you fix it? How do you make it so that somebody can't just buy the election and we don't end up with essentially kind of like how the cartels work, which is like, Ancapistan. Some might say we kind of have it already.
What do you mean? How do we already have it?
Corporations owning government, essentially.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Through Citizens United. Okay, got it. So Lethe, do you like the PACs and super PACs as they are set up now? Do you think they need to be reformed, or do you think they need to be completely gotten rid of?
They definitely need to be reformed, especially the super PACs, because you can have unlimited money going into the super PAC. At the same time, I would like for there to be a set amount that any candidate, like no candidate can spend or put more than this much money into their campaign. And it should be known that this is the case, because otherwise you're going to end up with a Bloomberg situation or anything like that. Whoever's rich is going to be able to basically buy the election at that point. But then same thing goes if you can get, like, even if you're a halfway decent individual, if a super PAC gets behind you, you'd be on the same level as that. So to deter from all that, because getting money out of politics would be the answer in the first place, which I agree with wholeheartedly. As long as our politicians are bought and paid for, we're never going to get the will of the people.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah, let's see where we at. Vegan, PACs, super PACs. How you feel about them?
From the uneducated standpoint, I don't see an issue why they exist. If people want to, or corporations, or rich individuals want to throw a bunch of money to do smear campaigns that are very ineffective, going to the Bloomberg thing in the last election where he spent the GDP of Hawaii for a year and got a couple electoral votes. It is horrendously ineffective use of money.
Wild.
But I think if they, I don't know, I can't remember the statistics. You'd have to look it up because this was a year ago. But it was a pretty wasteful use of money. And if people feel that they want to throw however many hundreds of millions of dollars to gain another 10 votes in some bumfuck state that gives them nothing, then I say, feel free, go ahead and do it, and then give more money to advertising companies, and then those advertising companies can do something with it. That's my take.
Okay. Non-fun. How do you feel about public donations or from corporations? I guess that would be it. How do you feel about super PACs and PACs?
I mean, again, I'd have to spend a week reading on it to have a fully fleshed out opinion. But like I said, like the actual studies I've seen make me somewhat skeptical that PACs actually have as big effect as people think they do. And then obviously we do see like anecdotes as well. You mentioned Bloomberg, but also like Zoran Mamdani, right? Like Andrew Cuomo had a ton of PACs behind him. And, Zoran won in New York City. It was not particularly close either. Right. So we do also see anecdotes like that, which make me think PACs don't have a super big effect. And to the extent that PACs do have an effect, I mean, I think, a lot of times it very well can be a pro-growth effect, as that one study I linked, showed. Like, obviously, I think PACs and corporations can lobby for things that are in the public interest, because I don't think, I don't think the public interest and corporate interests, like, always conflict. I think there is, there are companies that will do lobbying for like free trade, and I think free trade is beneficial both for corporations and the average worker.
If they didn't do anything, they probably wouldn't exist, right? So they got to have some kind of effect. I mean, just
they do.
Logically,
I mean,
not
it's,
it's
certainly
immediately visible or not. Yeah,
I think they have above zero effect. Obviously, I just think people like overestimate how big of an effect they have. And I do think I have a strong position on this, but I do think there obviously are some First Amendment concerns when it comes to limiting what your corporation can do, or what even a publicly owned corporation can do.
All right, Game Boy, PACs and super PACs. How do you feel about them?
I don't really have an opinion. I think on the one hand, it is like an unequal representation in a democracy, which I can't imagine does a
Playing
good
Wordle.
job at
Not doing it on stream
getting
because I don't want to show the
people
word.
to the links they need to be on sheer merit and virtue alone. But at the same time, I hold that like money is kind of your voice in a capitalist country, and people who have money, that is how they interact in the market and express themselves. And if that is blending over into a democracy, I may have my criticisms of it, but I don't have an expressed one where I can say it right now.
So
okay,
I just hearing the word corporations and free market in the same sentence just sounds like an oxymoron, especially like mega corporations and free market systems definitely seems like an oxymoron.
Sure, because of the fact, because of the corporate capture and the cornering markets and such like that, and how many, especially in the big tech, right? How many big tech organizations are pretty close to monopolies, right? But I feel like I've seen recently, or I remember reading an article, and again, this is not really my wheelhouse so much, but that the antitrust and the monopoly fighting and all of that stuff is basically, we're past that. They've given up the ghost. They're just allowed to do whatever they want. When was the last time we saw any sort of a significant, like, we were supposed to have Google get taken apart, right? Whatever happened to that? Nothing. Why? Because those are the circumstances where these giant corporate donations actually do make a difference, right? Am I wrong? Like those are the times non-fun where it actually does significantly impact the government and or the politics.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I just have to see, more evidence in support of
The
that.
actual numbers.
Yeah, right. And I obviously, to an extent, I might have issues with like some of the big tech giants, but like, obviously under a free market, you are going to get, large firms still. I don't think that necessarily makes it anti-free market. And in fact, that I think I think there's evidence sometimes that actually more competition between firms actually increases the size of firms, because consumers are able to buy from the most productive, lowest cost firm. And so long as barriers to entry are low, meaning that anyone can enter the market with it, in a reasonable time span, you don't necessarily even have to have concerns over them abusing their market power, even if they are a large firm, because like if I'm a monopoly and I'm charging whatever price I want, so long as someone else can, immediately start another company to compete with me, I'm not going to charge a super high, I'm not going to charge a price too much above my marginal cost, because I know the second I do, someone else is just going to start a company and outcompete me.
And if I'm a giant beast, I can just say, hey, you look like you might be a problem to me in the future. I'm just going to buy you right now and assimilate you in. What are you going to do about it?
Well, so buying you right now is actually not a problem, because at least that way the person who started the business gets some sort of a benefit. I would be more concerned about companies like Amazon, who will sell items at a fucking loss just to get rid of you, to literally smother you out of the market, and then they can jack their prices back up as soon as you've died. That's, I think, a bigger concern than buying me out. At least buying me out, I get a fucking paycheck at the end, right? And
It's been Amazon's model, like, for, I think, since not quite the 90s, I think just soon into the 2000s. They were just the loss leader to get the market share, and then everybody's locked in.
Yep, and once they own us, we're done.
I don't know. Like, I'd have to read more. Okay, there's gonna be other things that have stronger opinions, and I don't just say I have to read more. But I have not seen very much good evidence that like a lot of that is like cause that like Amazon is like intentionally lowering prices like all the time to just to outcompete small businesses. I think a lot of it is just that Amazon is more efficient and charges lower prices because their marginal costs are lower and they have economies of scale and things like that. Like,
that's their model for Twitch. Like, it's been a loss. I don't think Twitch has ever been profitable. They own Twitch just to have the presence, the market share for live streaming platforms.
And I was about to say, I don't want to tack out a turn here, but I'm pretty confident that this is an open seat. Like, this is out in the fuck. This isn't even like a conspiracy theory. Like, they have admitted, like,
no,
this is clearly their fucking business strategy. So,
I mean, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy theory or anything. I'm just saying, like, it would seem hard to say, I don't know what everyone's we're looking at, but Amazon charging lower prices in X area, and they outcompeted Y company, it would seem hard to say without more knowledge, like, is that actually like, did they specifically lower prices to outcompete that company, or are they?
For what it's worth, somebody in Leafy's chat, Moon, actually just said a great example, diapers.com. Shout out Moon. Diapers.com, if you want to Google that one whenever you get a chance. It was a good example of it, where they literally did exactly that. So, but anyway, okay, so
you want to know a little, just an addendum for that? I believe it to be, and please somebody check me if this is not on point, okay? That it wasn't actually Slamazon that was eating out local businesses. It was Walmart, and then Amazon beating Walmart. It was like, always a bigger fish. Because Walmart was big on, like, we're going to be the best player, and we're going to have the loss leaders, get all the people coming in the store in the local space. And then, well, why do I even need to bother to go to Walmart if I can have Slamazon
have it show up at my door
tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Look, that's the great thing. See, that's the great thing about free markets, is that even in the cases of some entrenched monopoly, like there still very much can be disruptors. There still can be innovation and things like that. I think that's a good thing. Although, and I
Good
also
to see you, Toka.
I really don't
Yeah, I was about
know.
to say, welcome into Oklahonis, by the way.
What up, gang gang?
I did send you an invite to the Stream Together party. If you're
Oh,
interested,
shit.
I can try. At least I think I did. I'll have to look and see if I succeeded because I suck at it.
Oh. Hold
Is
on.
it there?
I think I have it.
Share all the chats. To just rub all their faces together and let them all argue amongst themselves.
Yes, let them all hate each other. That's what I'm here for.
Okay.
All right, groovy.
Wait.
Yep, you are.
Yeah, I'm in. Okay.
But you are echoing. Yep, I was about to say, make sure you mute it. So just to catch you up, ma'am, since you're showing up a little bit after we started. So we are going through, I sent you a link to, or I sent you a PDF of something that my chat and I put together probably back in February, where when we realized that Project
They don't gonna make
2025
me
really
read
was actually the
all these black
playbook
bros.
for Trump's presidency, we decided, well, what do we want to hand off to the next president? What would be our dream playbook? Like, oh, let's take a page out of theirs and see what we can do. What would be the actual method to make things better? So we put this together. We kind of just threw a whole bunch of ideas down, and then Koina, the goat in my channel for politics or for legal stuff, made it all churched up and made it look pretty. And so now we're just kind of going through it 5-6 months later to see, first of all, if anything still holds up. Second of all, if there's anything we need to add to it. Third of all, I was hoping, because at the time the vast majority of my chat was entirely on the left side of the fence, and so it'd be nice to be able to try to get a little bit more variety, to get some pushback from the other side of the.
Wait, when was I on the left side of the fence?
Who?
Me, the vegan.
Were you involved in the original Project 2029 conversation?
Oh, sorry, no.
No. You're good.
I was.
Yeah, Game Boy was, but Game Boy's a traditionalist. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
He's a
Hey,
conservative.
okay, I'm just gonna end it. I'm leaving. It's over.
Yeah, checks out. Sounds right. So anyway, so what we're doing is we're going through line by line. Like I said, I sent you so you could take a look at it, but it's not like you had to do fucking homework for this. We're just kind of going through and just kind of going around and seeing what everybody thinks of each one. As we said at the beginning, the likelihood is we're not going to get through this whole list tonight, and that's perfectly fine, because each one of these line items could potentially be an entire stream on its own. So with that said,
ones, then. We should skip the lame ones.
Well, and so I'm looking for any that everybody's like, yeah, totally on board, and then we can just move right on. So you have to agree with me for this to go quickly. Anyway, and for what it's worth, that's the other part of this. Is not all of this is me. Some of this is me, and I'll be all excited and childlike whenever we get to ones that I suggested. But several of these came from either chat or from Koina himself. So shout out Koina again. So real quick, what do you feel about Citizens United, and what do you feel about PACs and super PACs?
Oh, I definitely think they're corrupt. PACs and super
my
PACs. I think it's a lobbying scheme to just control politicians. The Citizens United, you said it's about, I was listening earlier, about corporations gaining citizenship. I think that's definitely crossing a line or opening a can of worms, I guess I would say, for that you can't close, like it's like giving them rights to where like the freedom of speech and the right to bear arms and things like that. It gets very hairy. I don't think that it should be a thing, and I think it could definitely be taken advantage of.
Okay, based, as they say. All right. Well, so we were moving into number 3, and this one, as I've already kind of touched on with you guys a little bit, this is my solution to those two problems. So number 3. Publicly funded elections. I actually think that we should replace all private donations with public financing. I think that it would actually cost the public less, because if the government was operating some sort of a platform that was exclusive. For context, this was a big deal. I live in a relatively small town. And whenever it was time to go vote, everybody here knows, I'm sure, that local politics are where you really can make an impact, right? Like, we've all heard that song and dance. So I was like, okay, fuck yeah, I'm on board. Let's go deep dive and see who I need to vote for. And then what I found was, whenever I tried to research, I'd say about 8 out of 10 of these people had zero online presence for me to know anything about their actual stances. So I'm literally forced to vote D or R. That's it. Like, I literally have no other information beyond that. And
That's
since
the
I
same
hate
way with my
D's,
local elections, I'm like
Yeah.
trying to research their names, nothing.
nothing. And I don't think that should be legal let alone ethical. So again, I feel like if we had some sort of a public repository where people can first of all post, where politicians and candidates can post videos, long form videos. I don't want to see some tiny little like chopped up interview. I don't want to see some clips from speeches taken out of context. I want to hear you talk. I want to have Jon Stewart fucking interview you, and I want to know exactly where you stand on every single one of these subjects. Plus, I want to have a fulsome list of all of yours. You know what? I want to see you answer one of those political scales tests. Let me see your answers on that. That would be fine, because that way I can actually vote for the candidate instead of having to vote for a party, which I think partisan politics is disgusting. So, with that said, I think publicly funded is good, but our resident libertarian king in the top here says that that is antithetical to or is theft, excuse me, is theft from we the taxpayers, even though we're literally paying to get rid of the corruption in our fucking government. If there was one thing that every person in America should be like, yeah, here, take my $5, bro, that should be it. But Grumple, tell us again, now that we're actually on the right line item, why is this the wrong answer? Why is it evil for us to publicly fund the election process and campaign process?
Well, the question is, would it be? I believe how it is right now is there's a checkbox at some point when you're like, I think when you're filing taxes to where you can donate like $3, which isn't even a donation. It's just out of your taxes that you pay, that $3 of that gets designated towards campaigns, which if that's how it is, I mean, that wouldn't be additional theft, as you know, because personal earned income taxes are there's so many other taxes. We had my roads and everything up until 1918 and it was just fine. My roads.
Was it? Was that really fine, Grumple? I don't know about that, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, there's how many other taxes are there? It's a list longer than your arm, in even double spaced.
Okay, but just to clarify, you're saying that if this was a voluntary tax, if this was more of a tithe, we'll call it, you would be then okay with it.
No, well, it's not any worse than what we have now, because that's what we have now, and it's not anything additional. It's just designating that what I think it's $3, it might be $5, of that the taxes that you're paying go into this fund. And that's like, I mean, okay, that's not any worse. We're not making it worse, like, collecting more taxes, but
if 50% of the population gave $55 a year, I think that would be plenty to do what I'm talking about. So it sounds like Grumple's on board. Lethe.
Well, no, see, I got a whole lot of non-answers for you tonight on this stuff, man. Like at the same time, it's people talking with money. Like that's money is speech now. We can't unscrew that light bulb. Yeah, we can't, or like unscrew that.
It would actually kill me.
Never mind.
I can unscrew.
You can't unring that bell, man. It's like money is speech now. So freedom of speech is throwing money. What you think that your candidate's going to do, you throw more money at it, and then that.
I wouldn't modify should control it. I'm going to request after this that we alternate to the econ
that is good. That it is good that some speech is
I'm
limited.
sick of it at this point.
There are some
speech
forms
being
of speech
limited,
that should
meaning
be...
you can't get arrested for it, but that doesn't mean somebody's not going to punch you.
Right? No. I'm saying like even if we just I got to use this out there. It's the cliche, but fire in a fucking movie theater. We know that there are some kinds of speech that are prohibited. Okay, fine.
Supreme Court said Supreme Court said no.
Let's say fighting words, buddy. Again,
yes, fighting
ones
words
you want. So either way, we know that there are some
no, that's not restricted.
That are prohibited.
No, it's not prohibited. You can, if you use fighting words, that just means nobody's going to get like you can't civilly litigate somebody for attacking you if you use fighting words. That's how it's supposed to work, and I think it only.
It's definitely.
I'm not even sure if it's a legit thing. Anything.
That's I need to see a link on that one. So you're telling me that it's perfectly okay for me to challenge Vegan over there to a fist fight and to tell him that I'm going to whoop his ass, as long as I'm not going to get, or I understand that I can't sue him for actually kicking my ass.
That's how fighting words works, yeah. And it's mutual combat, which is legal in Texas.
That's Texas, bro. Yeah, everything's legal in Texas. That's a whole other thing.
Not quite soon to be CBD, not, but I guess that
Yeah,
that
true
got
story.
vetoed.
What is it
I
you're
vetoed
trying to
that.
show us there, Game Boy? Is that your spank video you were talking about earlier?
Oh, Game Boy just ditched.
Yeah. No, it's still the same Game Boy. He just changes his picture like he changes his underwear. So, or at
Well, I
least
don't
I
see-
hope.
Oh. No, there's
Okay,
there's
so-
a Game Boy
I
picture I
changed
know.
my
Okay.
profile more than my underwear.
I liked it more with the kitty ears, but cool, whatever. Go with Calvin. So, Lethe, how do you feel about publicly funded elections? Do you think that that's the smart move? Do you think that that would actually help to get rid of some of this corruption, or do you think that that's a waste of taxpayer money?
I mean, honestly, I think it might be a waste. Like, ultimately, my answer was put a cap on how much can be spent on elections. If it's $49.95 and gets you a cable access show, by all means, let that be the case. But everybody's spending the same amount of money, because if speech is money, everybody should be able to have the same amount of speech at that point.
Ooh, I like that. Good point. Way to fucking go, knocking Grumple off his high horse. All right, Vegan.
I don't think
what
we
is-
disagreed very much.
Well, no, I mean, but,
Yes, we
but
do,
he,
Grumble.
I guess I
You
have the
know
horse.
damn well.
he pulled the
Oh,
rug
no,
out
no,
from
no, no,
under
no.
you. He said your words are speech. Well, everybody should have equal access to speech. So everybody should have the same number of votes. Is basically, you shouldn't have more votes just because you got more bucks in the. Hey,
Well, thanks
appreciate
for
the follow there,
following,
Orca.
Amphibious
You
Orca.
shouldn't
Welcome
have
to the
more
stream.
votes just
Hell
because
yeah.
you got more dollars. So I agree with that 100%. Vegan.
Wait, did they even
How do
follow
you
me,
feel,
or
sir?
did
Do
it
you
follow?
think that publicly
No, I think
funded
they did follow
campaigns
me.
would be
I
the
think we're
smart
good, yeah.
move, or do you think Lethe's idea there might be the move that we just put really strict caps on campaign spending?
See why? I mean, going back to point 1 and 2, I don't have any issue with PACs or super PACs, so I'm not particularly inclined to saying that it needs to be publicly funded, especially considering that roughly 40% of voting eligible Americans don't vote every election anyway. So then that 40% who don't even vote, which is more important than checking a box to give $3 to public funding. I don't particularly see why I would join that movement.
And I guess that if we're being honest, we did see the so I do have one more take or one more pushback on this, but we did see, like y'all said, the Cuomo thing was the best example where just throwing money at the wall doesn't necessarily get you to stick, right? But I would also say though that, and I'm not going to say any specific names, Trump, but there is a level of exploitation that can take place if, let's say, you want to sell people gold-plated dollars that have your fucking face on it, in order to try to trump up money. I mean, drum up money. Or if you are doing other things like that, like I'm going to sell you a pretend $100 bill for an actual $100, right? Like those sorts of exploitative methods of campaign finance seems to me, especially given the fact that we know that those are generally going to prey on, I'm sorry, old people, but I'm going to say it, the most gullible amongst us, right? The most easily exploited. And so I feel like maybe that's another good reason for us to be careful about allowing anybody, any politician, to accept direct financing or direct donations, let alone the corporation thing. But I also do agree that the Cuomo thing is probably a non-issue. So I'm guessing Non-Fon's probably going to jump on the bandwagon and tell me I'm an idiot on this one too. Non-Fon, do you believe that publicly funded campaign money is the right move, or do you think that this is a waste of time?
I would lean against it. Like for the reasons I stated earlier. Like I just don't think that money in politics is that big of an issue. But I could probably be convinced, but I'd have to read more. I know some smart people who are in favor of it, so I'm sure if I talk to them, maybe they could convince me.
Too bad there's not any of those here. All right, and how about you, Toka? Do you think that the public should help fund or should exclusively fund campaigns, or do you think that it's just fine the way it is? We're talking specifically for I was about to say we're talking primarily when it comes to individual donations.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
we've already talked about the PACs and super PACs.
yeah, I feel like
What is your
regardless
on-screen
of
setup
whether
filter too? Sometimes it
individuals or
shows them in
super
chat, but not
PACs,
on
it's
screen.
probably going to end up in a
I
super
don't have that
PAC
many
type
filters.
way, you know? Like there's individuals that are going to be able to donate lots more money than other individuals. You know, so I think it's something that
forget.
we
I
still
don't.
need to
I don't
progress
know.
and make better. I don't think it's good the way it is. I do think we can always make
I
things
should
better,
just.
right?
I
But
thought I only had it to like hide commands.
definitely no. I think there should be limits. That's my solution. There should be like limits to how much each person can donate, which there is, I think, but you know, can be fixed.
Okay. Cheers. And Game Boy, how about you, sir? Do you think that we should be publicly financing
Both the
campaigns,
sensor things are
or do you
off.
think the campaign funding limits would be sufficient?
I think I don't really have an
Oh, there it is.
alternative I would be happy with or at least heard about. But I don't approve of publicly fund support of politicians, mainly just because I think
Let me turn that off.
I'm kind of worried that would lead to not bias per se, but just mixing like taxpayer dollars with the elections. I don't really know how to say it. I think Grumple said it better than me.
Okay, so you're a Grumple stand now. Got it. All right, so it sounds to me like that one's pretty much put the kibosh, and that we probably don't even need to worry about it. So I appreciate y'all re-educating me on that one. Let's move on.
That's
to
a
number
good example,
4.
but
Wait,
before we
real
move
quick.
on, just a
go ahead.
really good example. A really good example was the Francis Beto O'Rourke versus Ted Cruz. He had over $80 million that he spent, and it was mostly from money from outside of Texas for a U.S. Senate seat. This was in the 2010s. I forget. It was not the last Cruz election, I think, but the one before that. So, like, was it 2016, 2018?
Yeah, but
Somewhere in
check
there.
it out, man.
And Cruz was very
Texas.
unpopular in some cases.
A dude in
lot of
Texas
grassroots.
said, "Heck yes, I'm coming for your rifles," and he
Oh yeah, no,
was
that
going
was
to get him elected.
He was never going to win anyway. But I mean, $80 million, that's a lot of money.
No amount of money was going to call. It was going to solve that fucking problem, at least not in Texas. So, yeah. Because I was actually down there when that shit happened, and I was like, "Yeah, bro, you're cooked. This is nice seeing you. You had a fun name. It was fun to say."
Yeah, he had like a skateboard, and I think he said he smoked weed or something. Like,
yeah,
come on, like, yeah,
hey,
get that youth
welcome
vote.
to Austin, buddy. Yeah, no, he definitely got overlooked. So, and I heard that he was trying to like clean his image up and trying to come back for round 2, and it's just, yeah, not so much. So,
He's Irish now.
What was that, not fun?
I have a request. Can we like alternate between like 3 in each pillar or something, so we're not just talking about money and politics for an hour on end or whatever? Like,
I'm gonna speak for a friend. I'm gonna say let's go to 14.
Oh, hey.
Cap CEO pay to 100 times the lowest salary. Just
No,
a
you know what?
friend
No,
of
like I
mine.
said, I asked y'all at the beginning, if you want to jump around, I am fucking good with that. We don't necessarily need to beat each one to death, and so I would rather
jump
get to the
up,
ones
and
that
get
are
down.
I was about to make that joke, Grumple. Damn you.
one of the best concerts
Finally,
I've ever
Chad.
seen. I actually saw them with Biohazard, which was fucking insane. All right, so you said number 14. So we're going to Pillar 2, economics. Of course, non-fun would request economics. All right, cool.
I didn't hang on. I didn't say non-fun. I said a friend of mine.
I'm sorry, friend of yours. My bad. So
Yeah.
But we all,
All
you
right,
know you
so
only have one friend.
you said
A
number 14.
non-frond.
You said number 14, correct?
yeah, I
so-
mean, we can do 14. Yeah.
So yeah, number 14 was
Oh, not
actually one of my
politics, yeah.
contributions. So this is the squee dance, right? So the idea here is to reduce wealth inequality, strengthen labor rights, and hold corporations accountable. So number 14, cap CEO pay at 100 times the lowest salary. End extreme income inequality. So here's the thing. I was actually alive back in the days when old Ronnie Reagan was telling us about that whole trickle down, pissing on my shoulders economics, and part of that was he told us that the rising tide would bring up all of the boats, right? But we also see that statistically speaking, that is absolutely fucking dumb. That it has not happened. That quite the contrary has happened. Where at that time, I think the average CEO imbalance was like 30 times their lowest paid salary. I don't believe that you should just have a hard cap. I think that that is a bad idea. Okay, because again, this is that little shred of libertarian that I do have in me, where it's like I don't want you to just completely limit a business's ability to grow. But what I do think is that if you want to make it so that the guy at the top makes more, the guy at the bottom needs to make more with him. And I think that if you have it tied in I like the 100 times because that seems pretty reasonable. If the guy on the least paid person, the person swabbing your decks, is making 30K a year, then that means that 100 times that, which I suck at math, but I think that's like $3 million, right? Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, okay. $3 million a year, that seems like a pretty fucking good salary. But if that CEO wants to make 5 million, well, homeboy at the bottom needs to get pumped up to 50K a year. That seems pretty reasonable. If you're going to do better, all of the boats have to rise with you. This is going to incentivize the CEOs and the entire corporation to make sure that everybody who works there is happy. And this is going to get rid of a lot of those helpful those expenditures, those theft taxations that Grumple worries about, because we're going to be able to get rid of a lot of those assistance programs. We're no longer going to have a Walmart employee who's on food stamps. Meanwhile, the Walmart CEO, or even just the fucking the general manager of that particular location, is making, 1,000 times what their minimum wage checkers are making. That is just not good for American society. So this is one that I actually am pretty. This one I'll stump on. So that said, Grumpelstiltskin, you are. I was about to say you are first up, sir. Go ahead and tell me why I'm wrong.
It doesn't matter what the cap is. A lot of CEOs, a lot of executives don't get paid in salary. They don't get paid in earned income. They get paid in like stock options and other things.
People are going to be against it for the dumbest fucking.
Is there an inherent value whenever they are offered that for a payment?
It doesn't. It's not income.
No, but is there a value? I am trading value.
Whatever the current stock price is.
Sense of bartering, dude. And so if we're going to barter with something that's not pieces of paper, whatever those not pieces of paper are valued at in pieces of paper is what you're getting paid. We're not going to play a semantic game on that.
Well, no, it's not semantics. I'll give the example of elongated muskrat, man. Like,
dude, I hate these people. I hate these people.
It's his full name. Calm down.
Dude, I hate these people.
I almost just snotted my lemonade.
I believe he doesn't even take any salary at all from Tesla. He gets just in stock. There might be a small salary that he gets as earned income, but then he has this value of stock that as the company. I mean, this is actually incentive for CEOs and such to raise the value of the company, because then the value of the stock goes up, their net worth goes up. But the way that the way that they do money is they take loans from financial institutions against the value of the stock. It's not earned income. That's why they don't pay taxes on that. And then they just pay it back and just get another loan.
We plan to close that loophole that's on the list. So
assuming that's on the list.
Yeah.
But, well, currently that's still on the table. Because how are you going to restrict other compensation? Are you going to restrict company cars? Like,
no, we're going to tax
middle managers.
We're going to count it as part of your salary. Whatever the intrinsic value of that company car is, that is part of your salary, because it is.
Make sure that
for like
recoupable.
A lease. For like you would tax it like a lease would, or
it's a lease you didn't have to pay. So again, whatever the cost of or the value of is going to go into the intrinsic value that you are being paid. You are being paid even if it's in barter, and that barter should still carry a value. I'm sorry, what did you say there, Lacey?
I was joking. Said make sure the car is not recoupable.
It'll probably be a Tesla truck. Anyway, what were you saying, Grumple?
So that doesn't seem like something that you could tax the value of the vehicle unless it was something that if it was just wording in the contract, if that person gets to keep that vehicle upon stopping employment upon termination, then yeah, that would be like something that you maybe could tax the value on upon transfer. That's maybe something, even though I don't like taxing things. But if it's something that you just get to use while you're in that role, that's maybe tax it like a lease. But then now
It's
you're
like a lease.
making.
For what it's worth, this isn't about taxation necessarily. This is about valuing how much you're being compensated for your contribution to the corporation. The CEO, if he's being paid in taxes, or excuse me, if he's being paid in stocks, if he's being paid in company cars, if he's getting paid in blowjobs on his private jet, whatever the going rate of that blowjob is going to count towards his salary. And so
That's going to vary wildly.
Well, it depends on how good it is, I guess. But I'm getting at the
mean,
idea that
how would you audit that?
Whatever you're being compensated. Well, the guy mopping the floors gets 1/100th of a blowjob is how we work this. No, so again, whatever the value of your compensation is in. You said kittens, right? You said
just
kittens.
a little kiss. Just a little
Oh,
kiss.
a little kiss. Okay, that's how. Yeah, there you go. So again, whatever the current value of the compensation you are being given is, if you are getting a lease, you don't get to keep the car when you're done. You're getting a lease, but the lease for that vehicle goes for
That's how you would have to
$500
count
a
it
month.
as, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fine. But that's still $500 a month worth of lease that you didn't have to pay. So that is a benefit. That is a trade. That is part of your compensation for this job. That is what I'm talking about. So again, whatever the current value of that compensation, of the stock option, of the business, of the company, the company retreat, what would it cost to rent that company retreat for the 2 months out of the year you get to use it? That is part of your salary, and we would just use it as a.
What about health insurance?
Let me land. Hang on, let me land the plane on this one. Just saying, my response because it sounds like there's other items where we can talk about this in more in depth, and this is like getting it to be a little much for everybody else to answer. My answer is that it would have zero impact. Cap the CEO paid at 100 times the lowest salary.
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. What did you say? Say that again. I'm sorry, sir. I got distracted.
I want to just wrap it up because this is other topics that are actually listed as topics. So the summary, the TLDR on Grumple's stance on this one, the answer is it'll have zero impact in the real world.
Okay, you give me a little bit less of the L. Give me a little
bit
more.
less of the, so not penetrate quite as deep.
More of the D. More of the D is what I need. So give me more of why you say this wouldn't work. I'm sorry.
Because earned income salary is only a portion of what even just like high level professionals get at most larger entities. Like I get stock most of the time when I'm a full-time employee.
And when you get that stock, sir,
I hate these.
Is there at that time a value to? First of all, I guess I was talking about trading blowjobs ran vegan off. I'm sorry, vegan. I didn't mean to offend you, sir. So
it's after tax money. It's after tax money that's used. Usually purchasing the stock at a discount, though. I mean, not direct, but like purchasing stock at a discount as an option. It's after tax money that goes into doing that.
Cool.
But then
How
as
is
the
everyone
company
here
grows,
so retarded?
Or
Right.
so maybe I'm
how is
misunderstood the
everyone?
question. My bad.
Yes. So I think so. So again, you know that whenever you were given 100 stocks for this month, that was part of your pay, right? I understand you don't think that because it's not little green pieces of paper, we're not calling it pay, but you were traded for your time and effort 100 stock options. Yeah. Those 100 stock options, let's say they were selling for $1.25 a piece. That means that is $125 that you received in compensation as stock options. So that $125, the guy at the bottom, the least paid amongst your business in your corporation, would receive, I guess, $1.25 worth of stocks. You see what I'm saying? So again, you would still have
this is
capital
even if it's
gains.
not, I'm sorry.
Is it?
Please continue.
No. Explain.
Yeah, no. Stock, when you sell, you receive the value of something, but then it's when you liquidate it, it becomes capital gains, and it's taxed as capital gains, which is different structure than earned income, because it's something that changes value.
Sure. Yes. Okay. That's fine.
And it's different
I
if
don't
you
see
keep
how
it
that
for a
affects
year
what I'm saying.
or a year plus a day. That's short-term versus long-term capital
Sure.
gains.
That's how much
because
it
it's
accrues
taxed
over time.
Well, it is taxed, but it's taxed when you sell, not when you acquire.
Okay, Lethe, maybe you can explain this to me in smaller words and make me feel less dumb.
You
Why
want
would
it to be
bad?
longer.
I did. I want smaller, but longer. So I want more words but less complicated. How about that?
Less girth. Okay.
Explain it to me like I'm
See,
5.
it's all this meat talk that drove away the vegan. Y'all did this. Now live with it.
It was the meat talk. Good call, buddy. All right, so Lethe.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah, completely checks out. So, do you agree, sir, that with Grumple, that this would not make any difference, or that it would be impossible, or do you think that it sounds decent for us to tie somehow? Maybe 100 times is not the exact number. I thought that was a pretty nice round number. I like round numbers because they're easy. But do you think that having the bottom salary tied to the top salary makes sense?
Not necessarily, for somewhat similar reasons to what Grumple said, but there's a way around this. I'm not black-pilled like some people are, and I think things can be reformed and fixed. So the idea that you give your employees some equity in the company, like stocks from the bottom up, may be a better answer. When you look at like Henry Ford, that piece of garbage, he said he wanted his employees to be able to afford his products. So with that in mind, to make it possible that the people in your company will be able to afford your products and also have some equity to work harder, or some reason and incentive within the company to work harder and make a better business so that their stock price rises as well, make it possible for the employees to have stocks in a ratio comparable to the CEO. But I also understand the CEO bears some risk, so we take into account the risk, and that's why the larger number ends up being on the CEO.
Okay. You were the one who kind of requested this non-fun. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why this, or do you agree with it? Maybe I'm out to lunch. Maybe you think this is a swell plan.
Hold on, yeah, just give me 1 second.
That's fine. Is it cool if I come back to you then?
No, hold on.
Or is it literally just 1 second?
Okay, yeah, just 1 second. No, I'm good
Okay.
now. Okay. Yeah, I think it's evil, horrible. I don't agree with Grumple that there would be no way to enforce it. But, for one, I think with that we have evidence from China that when they did a CEO pay cap, we saw that, firms' profitability fell, and also that CEOs just started consuming more perks, more benefits, more things like, company cars that siphoned away resources from the firm for their own benefit. I also think there's a lot of evidence from when like CEOs get like hospitalized or suddenly die. We can track how much the value of the firm falls. We can also see from studies that look at firm performance of companies whose CEO died versus firms whose CEO didn't die, and see that when the CEO firms die, like it's like within 2 years, like 50% of those firms are like bankrupt or whatever. That might not be exactly correct. I'd have to fact check. From all those studies, we can generally figure out that CEOs get paid less of their marginal product than the average worker, right? So the average worker probably gets about 85% of their marginal product. That's essentially the revenue that they contribute to the company. The CEOs actually only get about 68 to 73% of their marginal product, right? And additionally, I think a lot of times people like way overestimate how big of an effect this would have an inequality, because the median CEO actually only gets paid something like $258,000. The reason we see all these like eye-boggling stats all the time is because those studies, which are most of them are from the EPI. I don't really like the EPI. Look at how much CEOs are at the top 350 publicly traded firms are paid, right? So obviously CEOs at publicly traded firms, the top 350 of them, are going to be paid quite a bit, especially because, as Grumple mentioned, a lot of their compensation comes in the form of stock, which again does incentivize them to, you know, productively to actually do their job and make the company more productive so that their own income goes up over time. And also, lastly, I just think people way overestimate how much income inequality has increased in the first place. There's a lot of good work from Austin Splinter, which looks at income inequality. And although pre-tax income inequality has gone up a decent amount, if you look at post-tax income inequality, because of how progressive our tax system is, post-tax income inequality has not meaningfully increased in the U.S. in the last 50, 30 years.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, you said income inequality has not increased in the last how long? 50
Post-tax, I can pull up the things. I mean, obviously, it depending on what you look at, it's been like on a semi-steady trend up, but like I think people again way overestimate it. If you look at post-tax income inequality, it's not gone up significantly since 1963.
Bro, do you know how much $1 billion is?
Right, but also like, you know, in the 1960s,
imagine.
in the 1960s, we also had people making, you know, a ton of money in inflation adjusted terms. There were people in the 1900s that, you know, were richer than Elon Musk is now. You know, the reality is, like, the data just says, you know, post-tax income inequality has just not increased that much because the U.S. does a okay-ish job at taxing the rich and giving to the poor.
So you're talking about proportional inequality then?
Right? There's multiple different measures. So I think if you look at the share of income post-tax inequality has not gone up that much. If you look at the Gini coefficient, post-tax income inequality has also not gone up that much. And then I guess if you, I don't know what else you would want to look at, but most of these measures show income inequality has not gone up that much.
If you have the time, sir, while the rest of the people are speaking, if you can throw anything in the chat that backs up what you're saying.
Oh, I threw a ton of things
when
in
we
the chat.
when we did our conversation regarding balancing the budget, one of the conversation topics was the imbalance of the income inequality and how much it's been exacerbated over the last like 50 years. So it's interesting that you used that number, 50 years, although you actually were talking since the 60s, that's technically 60 years, I think. But whatevs. The point is that in that same window of time, my understanding is like everything's cost has gone up like 300-fold, while everybody's income has only gone up like twofold. Like that the increase in the actual median income has been nominal, while the overall cost has skyrocketed. And as Lethe was just getting at, I think, not to put words in your mouth, good sir, but like we didn't have billionaires back then, really. So the fact that there is a billionaire, oh wait, there's a whole fucking class of billionaires. Meanwhile, the rest of us have only gone up a little bit, seems to fly in the face of what you're saying. So again, I believe
I sent a lot of things in the panel channel.
Okay,
you know,
fantastic.
I think really this is just what the like higher quality evidence says. You can find stuff on the other side, but usually that's from Emmanuel Saez and Gabriel Zuckman, and I think Saez and Zuckman make a ton of rather dumb assumptions that are not empirically founded and are stupid and lame.
Okay, I've never heard either of those numbers or either of those names. So
I almost guarantee you if you've seen a chart of like income inequality or if you've seen a chart of like pay stagnation, it's probably Emmanuel Saez or Gabriel Zuckman.
Saez, S-I-A-Z, or S-A-I-Z?
I think it's S-A-E-Z or S-A-E-Z, I think is.
And then you said, what was the other one?
Zuckman. So I think it's Z-U-C-M-A-N, I'm pretty sure. Gabriel Zuckman, yeah.
Gotcha.
As the value of dollars decreases, where you need more to equal the same of real dollars, the quantity of millionaires and billionaires is going to increase because you have to have more dollars to have the same relative value of 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever years ago. You have to have a lot more dollars. So if somebody, I mean, that's just the nature of it. It's constantly going up, like line go up.
May I ask you a question, Grumple?
Sure.
You just did.
If you spent...
You want to do another one?
We allow all of them. Go ahead.
if you spend $1,000 a day, how long would it take you to go broke if you had $1 billion?
Oh, more than.
Oh wow,
normal
Real
human
Gumball
lifetime.
Watson, thanks for the follow. That's crazy.
Unless the value of those dollars changes and keeps losing value. Depends on the acceleration of that loss of value. 100%.
Literally
There's no way to say.
$1,000 a day doesn't matter. It's always $1,000 a day.
This is my superpower.
Right, but the value of those dollars is constantly.
You might get less for your $1,000, but you're still
Oh, wait.
$1,000.
Twitch has been moving so fast.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait,
because
hang on.
I'm in shared
listen,
chat, easy money. So
how much does 1,000 pounds of feathers?
Not a useful question.
1,000 pounds of
1,000
chocolate
pounds of
does.
feathers weigh more than 100.
Oh yeah, and also Piketty too as well. Yeah.
Wait, metric pounds or?
Oh, sweet baby Jesus! All right. So
yeah, no, it's longer than you live.
Shared chat, honestly.
Yeah, it's like
For
it's over
$1,000 a
1,000
day.
years. Yeah. So Toka, what do you think? I know it took a long time to get there, but let's hear your take.
That's awesome. That's
Do
true.
you
That's
believe
true. Yes.
that we should
Yes.
cap CEO pay in any way? And if so, because I do want to clarify, I believe that Nanfan was talking about all the reasons why capping CEO pay in China sucked. I'm not talking about capping. I'm talking about tying it to the lowest salary, and that's an important distinction.
Same thing.
Do you think that there's some merit to that, or do you think
Still a
that that's dumb?
That clarification is definitely necessary there.
No, it's
I
not.
do think it would be like opening another opening can of worms that you can't close if you were to cap salaries like that. But I understand what you're saying now. It makes sense. I do agree with it. I think it could work. I think it's possible.
I mean, like.
I am interested also, though. I wanted to go into this topic.
That's a
if-
cap at
if
the
you
lowest paid
or
workers
if
marginal
health
revenue
insurance
product,
would go
right?
into that, because you said the car would be part of their salary. Would also the health insurance they're getting be part of their salary? Because I think it should be, because some CEOs are getting better health insurance than their regular workers, so it could be some sort of standard there as well.
If it would be corporate funded, if it is from the business itself, then yes, that would be one of the things that is one of the benefits that you are getting, and as such is part of the barter for your trade or
It's
for your
about who
contribution
the
to the
most
business.
retarded.
For what it's
on
worth,
what?
for what it's worth, number 16,
What?
expand Medicare for all is on there, but so everybody should have but yes, if part of what you are getting from your business is much better or more expensive health insurance, then yeah, that's part of the let me
Oh, hey, look.
tell me if I'm using this word right.
Well, the regulation was
Non-fun-
intended to-
fungible. That is part of the fungible assets that are being traded or bartered for your time. Is that what fungible means? Did I use that word? Like it's something of value that you can trade.
I don't know. Well, I think fungible means like,
basically that it can be duplicated. Non-fungible means it cannot be.
Yeah.
That's why NFTs non-fungible or fungible. I'm not sure.
Well, I think fungible means like like money in general. It's also
yeah, it means there's only one of it.
Right. All right. What was the original question? Like, are like stock benefits like fungible or whatever?
Well, fungible. That just means that it's something that is tradable, correct?
No, I don't think that's what fungible means. But
okay.
Obviously it's part of
Just use the word.
CEO's total compensation. By the way.
Yes. Okay. So it would be part of the total compensation. Fair enough. I like
Also,
that
just so we're clear, the study I sent on Chinese state-owned enterprises doing it was also a ratio of capping, executive pay to the average employee in the company, and that was the average employee, not even lowest paid employee.
Obviously, I haven't clicked it yet because we're talking, but okay, it was the exact same thing that I'm talking about. So, and you're saying that statistically speaking, it didn't work in communist China.
Well, I mean, like we would expect probably the same results here. I don't know why we wouldn't think it would hold, but yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so sorry
Don't
about
like
that,
your
Toka.
company,
Yeah, back to you.
get less salary.
So back to answer your question, Toka. Yes, it would be part of the pay would be the excess Medicare coverage or medical coverage that you receive. So does that change or?
No,
Okay.
I like it. I think it's a very interesting idea that could possibly work.
Groovy. Game boy.
Shreddish,
yes, sir.
You just started getting not an echo, but as if it's being like a very quick echo. I'm not sure what. You're not broadcasting in the shared Twitch chat thing.
No.
Is anybody else hearing that? It's just me.
Just
Did I unmute
just
something
you.
somewhere?
So it's probably something.
Never
on your
mind.
end.
Disregard. Yeah, it's probably something.
All right, copy that. Game Boy,
Disregard.
sir. Back to you. Do you think that CEO pay should be tied to the lowest paid employees? Do you think that any sort of capping of CEOs is un-American?
Yeah. No, I think both Grumple and Non-Fun brought up good practical
Don't put us on the same
concerns about
playing
that.
field.
I'm not. I honestly don't know, and honestly, I'm not going to look into it. But I think it would be better as a substitute for like minimum wage, probably. Like say, oh, you can only pay your employees as much as the maximum earner makes in relation to X, Y, and Z. I just kind of worry that that would be arbitrary. Arbitrary? No, that's not how you pronounce that word.
No, stick with
I like
that.
it.
That's better.
I like it. Run with it. Yeah.
Roll with that.
I think that's just my concern is what gives like the government like the ability to say, okay, we're drawing the line here instead of over there and over here. And I think that's at the end of the day going to bring up a whole nother vacuum of concerns. I forgot who said it, but that's like opening the floodgates of sorts of, okay, well, if you're going to have it in relation to this and this kind of math equation, why wouldn't it be over here, over there? And as we increasingly see, at least in public discourse, people often change their opinions on what is ethical to pay workers or what is ethical to give workers in the workspace over time. And I'm concerned that will kind of snowball into us saying, okay, well, this policy isn't as good as we once thought it was. And so I just wonder, is it better as a minimum wage?
This Jeffrey guy's not a fan of you. Oh, he's talking about me in chat again.
Which I don't think is a good idea or something like that.
Actually, I like that framing, and I hadn't even considered the fact that doing this would make minimum wage obsolete. We would no longer need to concern ourselves with minimum wage because it would be tied to and one of the other reasons that I liked this more than the idea of a pay cap, and again, I'm going to do my research, Non-Fun, don't you worry, I'm going to look, because you're saying that this has been tried and it didn't work, and if it's been tried and it didn't work, I'm going to go and I'll look, and I'm going to see why it didn't work and see if that's, but one of the other things is this still works for small businesses, right? Because let's say you're a little mom and pop's joint, right? You're going to only be able to afford so much, right? But if the salary of the guy who owns that business, he's making $100K a year, well, fuck, I guess that means that that means that his lowest paid employee would only make
look like all right, boys. Today's 4-hour meetings about how
that's probably right, because that would
we
that's probably right because that person's probably part-time.
That's true, Sauce Robert.
Right? Like otherwise, you're in the wrong fucking line of work. But I guess I did just sort of figure out a problem with this plan, didn't I? So yeah. So I don't know. Are there CEOs of small businesses that are making that little? Like, I honestly don't know. If you are a CEO of a small business, would you even be a CEO of a small business, or are you just a small business owner?
Yeah, you would. Yeah, I think
Technically, I'm a CEO of a small business, but I think it has to have a board, which
that's what I was about to say. Yeah, you have to have a board of directors. You have to, and that's so. Again, and that's one of the other things here is we didn't really get into how this would apply for non-corporations. This has been specifically geared towards big corporations, but so I guess that if you're not, but as Grumple likes to remind us, anybody can be incorporated. And so ultimately, if you've got yourself an LLC, you are a corporation, and therefore, if you are paying somebody, so you are paying somebody, I presume. But then again, that's the other question: how many? Without, I'm not trying to get too much into your finances here, bro. But how many employees do you have in your LLC, Grump?
Oh, me.
Yeah. So again,
I'm the owner, and I'm the only employee.
As long as you don't pay yourself more than 100 times what you're making, then you're good. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be a non-issue.
Just
I know.
Oh, just
it's going to be a non-issue. Is
Physical
all I'm
cringe.
saying. So, but okay, so we got through the CEO, the cap. I agree that just a hard cap doesn't work. I am specifically talking about doing this for corporations. However, I will do my research before we reconvene in 6 months on this, and I will do what I can to see if you're right, if this is completely bullshit, if this has been tried and failed.
Well,
but I also just because the CCCCCCCP tried it and it failed does not necessarily convince me that it's a failed concept. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, the reason, part of the reason the study is it is meaningful to me is because it confirms basically what we would expect to see, based on just economic theory and like basic, like market stuff. Like, I guess fundamentally, like why wouldn't we want CEOs to be paid what they're worth and workers to be paid what they're worth? Like, why are we trying to distort that decision?
You wouldn't say it's distorted right now?
By what?
The exponential number or the exponential salary that CEOs have compared to their workers?
How is that at all evidence of distortion? Again, as I mentioned earlier, we see evidence that CEOs actually get paid less than less of their marginal product as a percentage than the average worker does.
CEOs are like the captain or the skipper, if you like, of a vessel, of like a ship, and that can be of any size. They don't do anything like hands on. They tell people to do things, and got to keep track of everything.
And yet we can't mutiny when we need to.
Well, I mean, maybe.
I know where my pitchfork is, bro. I mean, I'm not in Minecraft. I know where my pitchfork is in Minecraft. Anyhow,
we got to go back to pen and paper with that one.
Wait, hold on, real
I'm
quick.
just saying,
There's link whoever
okay.
in chat, because they have stock options. Non-fun is being disingenuous with that statement. I have no clue. I obviously know that CEOs get paid a lot in stock options. That does not at all indicate that they're getting paid not what they're worth. Obviously, these studies are accounting for that. And look, the whole reason why we would expect, or part of the reason we would expect like firm profitability to fall if we cap CEO pay is because CEOs are incentivized to make their company do well when they are paid in these type of stock options.
I don't necessarily disagree. I still think seeing that we have an upper 1% having most of the money in the world, as well as in America, is going to make some severe inequity go on. So once you get down below that 1%, yeah, maybe there's not too much of a disparity going on. But it's that upper 1% that's really fucking up the math.
I mean, I think, again, like I would have disagreements about, how large wealth and income inequality actually are. I think people like way overestimate it typically. But look, to the extent that we view these things as a problem, I think there are much more effective ways to reduce it. Like I think you should just be doing, some type of, redistributive taxes rather than trying to, predistributively punish, CEOs. Like I don't know why we'd look at capping pay over just
why are you looking at this as a punishment to the CEO? I'm seeing this as the CEO stopping punishing the lower employees.
I mean, I'm
seeing this as a less exploitative method.
I don't think
If there's somebody that pushes a broom and that's all that person does part-time, that salary is now a factor of what that CEO makes. For somebody, maybe it's a student, just somebody that pushing a broom a couple times a week for a few bucks.
I think
right?
Mida needs permissions.
Oh, did he join? I'm sorry. He might have joined.
Maybe
He's
the
trying
premise
to.
needs a little bit massaging. Is all I'm saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
hear the echo now.
For on horseradish, it's like sometimes it's there, but only a little bit, and then sometimes it's not. It's super weird.
Yeah,
I don't know what's
I don't
doing
know.
that.
I heard it now.
Doink. And doink. There you go, Mida. Jump on in here whenever you're ready, bud. I remember Mida from the boss's stream as well.
Yeah, no, Might is good to
Stu-
go. He's got a few weird takes. According to
Anybody heard
Crumple.
from Boss?
A lot
No.
of weird takes. Never supported him once.
Nope, and we're not allowed to hear from boss because Russia.
So we've heard
I-
it.
Get him out of the gulag.
I have TB's phone number.
Gator gulag
I have
or
not
regular
heard from
gulag?
him in like it's getting close to a year now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I reached out once and then got nothing before I heard that.
Wait, no, 6.
You know, Russia got him.
I thought that was a rumor.
Well, so my
Memeing
assumption.
because he's in Russia.
Yeah, well, memes aside, Discord got outlawed in Russia. So yeah, that was my understanding is like, and he made the comment when that first came out or when that first came down, he made the comment that he's like, well, there fucking goes my stream because kind of critical to what I do here. So that was, and he said he would be back when that shit was over, which we can
We'll
look
see when that
forward.
happens.
Yeah, exactly. We can look forward to forever. But yeah, that was my understanding. So Maida, welcome in. Haven't spoken to you in quite some time. You I'm guessing, given the fact that you wanted to come in here, there was something that was said that specifically got under your craw. If you want to go ahead and just open it up and warm yourself up, tell us what you got on your mind, sir.
There wasn't
it up,
anything
yeah.
that specifically made me upset. It's just there's a lot of people I know. Obviously, I am associated with Pocahontas and non-Fonz communities. I know Game Boy. I know Grumple. I've known them for a long time. Toka told me I should come on and talk with whatever is being engaged with right now. I got here 5 minutes ago.
Cheers. No worries.
Very intuitive.
Yeah,
Why is
yeah,
Maida
no,
not
like I said.
engaged with my community?
Yeah,
Aw.
because there's only one of them, and he can only spread himself so thin.
There's only so much. That's right. I'm sorry, my bad.
Well, just to
Technically
give
engaged
you,
with all of ours because shared chat. So
that's
you're
it.
welcome.
There you go. Yeah. Cheers to
think
that.
Rumple
Tonight,
cheated games.
for right now.
So just to catch you up, Maida, on what
Cheat
we're
the
doing
game.
here. Back in February, my chat and I came up with a list that was a Project 2029 wish list. Since we realized, as soon as we realized that Trump was actually following the 2025 agenda, we said, well, it seems like we should probably have one of those for ourselves. So we all sat around and basically started rubbing it up and seeing what we could come up with, and we came up with a pretty decent list. And then Coin from our chat, a regular in my channel, put it all together, churched it up, made it look squeaky, and put it on the channel. And we've been kind of discussing it once or twice since then. We haven't visited it since February, so I kind of thought that now would be a good time for us to go back and look and see, is it still relevant? Is there things we need to add? Is there things we need to get rid of? So far, I'm going to be real with you. It has not held up very well. So there's going to be a lot of editing going on. But yeah. So that's
my
kind of what
bad.
we're doing is we're going through step by step and getting everybody's takes and telling me which ones you like or which ones you don't like. Since you are new to the Discord channel, the Stoners channel, if you go up to, let's see, where's it at? There's a Project 2029 text channel, and if you just scroll up a little ways, you will be able to find the PDF of it if you want to follow along at home. So real quick, moving forward here, raising the minimum wage to $15 to $20 was number 15, tied to inflation. So as I just had the moment of realization where the CEO cap, or the CEO tethering, let's call it that, CEO tethering. I like that. Sounds better. The CEO pay tether would make it so that minimum wage is obsolete in all corporations. This would not necessarily extend to small businesses or privately owned businesses. So those, I guess, we would still need to have that minimum wage. I don't like the idea of a number necessarily, as I like it to be able to be fluid, because we've already seen through minimum wage in the past, anytime they set a number, they pick an arbitrary number, that number gets left behind as everything gets more expensive. So really, I think the biggest, most important part here is tying it to inflation. So what, Non-Fawn, I'm going to shoot to you first, because this is a question you'll probably be able to answer off the top of your noodle. What is the annual, is there an annual measure for inflation? Like it's the Fed, the Federal Reserve, who tracks inflation, is that correct?
Me and Non-Fawn are about to fight.
So there's a few different measures of inflation. So the two most common ones are, and they're different versions of both of these. The two most common ones are PCE and CPI. CPI, the consumer price index, is tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS. Generally, it's going to give you your highest measure of inflation. I think there are, I have issues with CPI actually. Generally, it gives you your highest measure of inflation. That's the government doesn't typically use CPI. Like the Federal Reserve looks at PCE, and that is tracked by the BEA, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and that typically gives you a little bit lower estimate of inflation. That's what the Fed looks at. I think that they look at core PCE, and that there are differences in the methodology. Doesn't matter too much right now. All you got to know, CPI is usually higher, PCE is generally lower.
So many acronyms. How often is it reassessed?
Monthly. Both of them update monthly. So
monthly.
Although
Okay,
CPI comes out a little faster than PCE does.
Okay, because it's eager. All right. So then we would only is there like an annual report on this? Like an annual cumulative report?
Basically, like each month, like usually like midway through the month, like we're probably, actually we might have already gotten it. Like we're probably about to get the CPI report for last month. And then basically at the end of usually PCE you get like almost like 2 months late. So like it'll be like at the end of this month we'll probably get PCE for whatever like 2 months was. So not June, but May, I think. Okay. So and then obviously they do compile it annually, at the end of the year. So
okay, so
Nonfon may disagree with this. I like the Baltic Dry Index as like a measure of like real world for inflation. Those are like the government numbers. This is like a number that, or this is a chart that's used. It's a Fred chart for used to see how things are doing in the real world currently, not like
you call that
projected.
The Baltic Dry Index?
Yeah, if you just search Baltic Dry Index, it'll bring up a Fred chart.
I will. Okay, cool.
He made that up, and he also made the website.
I don't doubt that for a second. It sounded kind of sus, so yeah, totally believe that. In fact, Baltic Dry sounds like a wine cooler. So, all right, so now
he figured it out.
Going back to you here on this one, Grumple, because you're always leading us. Yeah. Do you believe that minimum wage should even be a thing? My guess is you're going to say no. But if it is going to be a thing, do you think that tying it to if we have to have it, because us silly ass progressives believe that people shouldn't starve to death, do you think that it should be tied to inflation and reassessed annually?
If that's going to cause more government agencies, that's the real cost, not the actual minimum wage. Because so here's the thing about minimum wage: who is making minimum wage? Like real world, real talk. Usually, absolute low or no skilled laborers who are on their first 6 months of a job. That's who's actually making minimum wage. Is that not pretty across the board?
That is not at all.
I know at
true.
McDonald's, I know everywhere that just anecdotally, every employer that I've ever seen that has jobs that like roles that are minimum wage, you get, if you just show up on time for like 3, 6, whatever it is months, you automatically get a raise and then you're no longer minimum wage.
Okay, you're kind of right on that. Fair enough. So minimum wage should not be where you stay, and that is a very, very true point. That it does tend to go up quickly, as long as you actually show up for fucking work. But you are still at the mercy of the generosity of your employer in that circumstance, and we know that employers are not typically known for their generosity. So having some sort of a standardization for what the least amount of exploitation is kind of the way I see minimum wage.
To finish it out, I'll land the plane. Is that if I go back to, hey, teenager that wants to just push a broom for a little bit, should that person make the same amount as somebody, I don't know, loading peat moss at Walmart that just started, just going and pushing a broom for a couple hours a week? That's
is an
like, hey,
excellent
a few
question.
extra bucks for something. I'm not making a prescription here. It's literally like, hey, I kind of see, hey, society, somebody brought up the social contract. I don't remember if that was here or somewhere I was like hanging out earlier. The that whole thing, if you're doing like work, and I don't know a way to quantify that either. That's why this is so hard or girthy or whatever you want to say. Not flaccid of a topic. How do we also allow for having like kids that are legal but still underage people that want to just do a little bit to make a little extra money? How do we still allow them to be employed and not make that illegal? How do we get there? How do we do
Obviously we're
both?
talking. I need to put it out there, and we're going to get right back to you, Letha. To hold on to your thought, I promise we're coming right back to it. But I do want to say that this ties back to the CEO thing. That you did make a thing, or you did make a statement that made me sort of grab my ankles for a second, regarding the
Well, I mean,
part-time
I
workers.
might do that from time to time.
The part-time workers, right? So when it comes to part-time workers, that's a different thing. Part-time workers are very rarely, if ever, salaried employees. And what I'm talking about is salary. So, but again, obviously, I do not think that a person who's pushing a broom for 15 hours a week is going to be the same as a full-time employee. Like, I do not believe, but that is why we have an hourly based pay system where the minimum wage is going to correspond with the number of hours you're actually contributing. So no, the person who's pushing a broom for 10 hours a week is not going to make as much weekly as the guy who's shoveling peat moss at Walmart. But I don't know why I said it like that. That was really weird. But
Walmart.
that's because
Oh, roll with it. It's good.
I was going to do an accent there, and I realized how unacceptable that would be right now. So
I imagine that's how the Europeans say it.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was going to go with
Or
Borat. Actually, yeah, I was
Borat. Yeah, Borat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
Oh, my Pete Moss.
Again, obviously that person is not going to make the same amount to bring home every week. However, they are going to make the same amount for the hour that they work, depending. Right? Again, depending on the job you're doing, depending on your past experience, depending on your, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, that's the same thing. It's the salary is just more hours. It's the same thing. And in that case, I think maybe minimum wage is kind of where it needs to be. Like right now, absolute minimum, federal minimum wage, what's like $7.25 or something like stupid like that. Okay. If for somebody that's just pushing a broom a few hours a week, okay. That's fine to me. Not necessarily somebody that's an integral part of like food service or whatever, even though that's how integral that is.
It's $16.75 an
Let me
hour.
ask you something though, Grumple. Would
Well,
you
it's
be
already
opposed to a
$16.
system that has the minimum wage increased for the state rather than the Fed, relative to the amount of inflation or the cost of living that state has currently or projected within like some short range of the future?
Isn't that already what happens though? Because I mean,
some
states
extent,
can have
correct.
increased
No.
federal. Or I mean, states can have increased minimum wage also on top of the federal, and that's how it exists right now. And that's what I'm saying. So the Grumple stance, unless somebody says something that really makes my monkey brain spinner, I think things as is are okay as far as the actual minimum wage.
So what I was going to say was, yes, there are certain implementations of increases to minimum wage that are done by the states, but usually these are not done in a percentage relative to what we have to cost of living or inflation. They're usually proposals for a set or a static number. And this is something me and Non-Fond covered a couple months back, but there's charts that show that the price of the dollar and how far it is stretched on the consumer price index within the United States relative to where it was in terms of wages and the cost of living, even back in the 1980s or 1990s, is significantly lower now than what we had back then. And now, granted,
I agree with you.
there are certain.
I think that's correct.
There are certain offsets in which we have like studies that have been done that show that like while the average wage is higher or the overall wage is higher, the buying power seems to be somewhat lower. And
It is.
when you have a system in which it uses a percentage rather than a flat number, like the original proposals from politicians like Bernie Sanders, you can see that there might be a little bit more viability in terms of both short-term and long-term implementation of these things, because you're not going to get the drastic inflationary rates that come from things like increasing a minimum wage by 50% over a period of like 5 years, when you needed a more gradual implementation of that minimum wage in a short term.
You're mostly I think you're mostly on point for all of this, except for the part where what it's going to be tied to is as a percentage, because then what are you using as the source for what that source is that you're going to make a percentage of?
You would do
or
that
a percentage of inflation.
Yeah, you would do this
relative to what, though?
Relative to the average cost of living,
Like
or the
to
price of goods in that
CPI?
state.
Or I
You
mean,
could
you're
use-
talking about for the states.
Yes, correct. So you could use PCE or CPI for this, but I don't think that these would necessarily be a good measure, because like these are usually referred to as consumer indexes. So consumerism, trade, different things that happen non-domestically, internationally, or even at a federal level can usually affect how you judge these things. And that can come up with some level of inaccuracy. So I think it's better that you do it on a state level, so that way you can have a more domestic understanding of the cost of living in either the state or the municipality, et cetera, and then you can adjust wages relative to that.
For what it's worth, I do think
Here's-
that was kind of Crumple's take, was that it should be more state-based, that the federal being what it
Yeah,
is, and then the states can increase it as they see fit. That's kind of what you were
But then
saying,
if
right?
it is, and if you're prescribing what all the states should do, that's like an across the board federal thing, which I disagree with.
Well, yeah, I'm not prescribing that it should be for every state. What I'm saying is the proposition
Oh,
is, would you be
okay,
in
then, yeah.
favor of something that was increased relative to a percentage of cost of living across the board or unilaterally for like these states or for these systems?
Regions.
Or would this be something that you would oppose regardless if it was
somewhat-
done at a federal level or a state level?
Because again, somewhat, like a lot of me wants to say yes, but then my brain always goes back to the teenager going and just pushing broom for a few hours. Should that be the same thing?
Well, labor's
no
labor,
no
right? It
benefits.
shouldn't
You're
matter who's doing
part-time.
it.
Labor's labor.
Well, what the labor is maybe matters though, right? And how much
Yeah,
value
no,
that labor has for the business.
marginal
That's
revenue
where I'm
matters.
coming in.
I wouldn't
Is how much
necessarily
value
disagree.
does pushing that broom? So you could make somebody else do it, that kid doesn't get a job. That's where like the minimum wage increase argument usually goes, is that like unskilled, low/no skilled laborers, and like kids that are just getting into the workforce maybe, just can't get a job because the business can't afford to pay that low for the value that employee provides.
But don't you think that the alternative is just simply not having that job position filled, especially if they don't already have a labor?
That's exactly how that happens. If you raise the minimum wage too high, then that position just can't exist. The business can't afford to pay that employee without you're not providing enough value. The business is now losing money on that role.
But we have necessary services that exists in surplus and deficit all throughout, like state, local, municipal, all types of governments. It's no different with some
Okay, but
businesses.
we're talking about the lowest possible. Again, the teenage kid pushing a broom part time for whatever, like a burger joint, a mom and pop burger joint. We're not talking about necessarily a hospital where, hey, more standards and things are going to have to be. We're talking about the minimum, and the minimum is the minimum across the board for all businesses, right?
Well, I mean, the proposition was based on a more municipal level, but I guess yes, in some regards.
Well, within that region or municipality, yeah, but it's still the same for all the businesses. If you have a hospital and a burger joint, like a mom and pop burger joint that are in the same municipality, that minimum is going to apply to both equally, right? So
yes, I would tend to
the mom and pop shop won't be able to, give a few kids their starting job, where seriously the value that they get out of it is learning how to show up on time with their shirt tucked in and like ready to just do something. That's
So what you're
value
referring
they
to
get out
is
of it
more
too.
the value of something like an internship in the work experience rather than the actual physical pay that they're getting.
Well, hang on. You brought up internships. Would minimum wage apply to internships?
Yes.
I would assume so.
Oh, then
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to take Horseradish's argument here because I don't know if we necessarily agree on the ins and outs, but I'm just making an assumption.
Yes, it would. So I do want to say real quick because I've gone back and forth on the minimum wage conversation, and for what it's worth, Leith, I did not forget about you, but I saw your sword fighting in the chat, so I figured that you've probably lost interest in what we're discussing at this point and completely forgotten.
I didn't mean to take up all the
No,
time,
I know
man.
what the point was, but it's like
Okay.
pretty much along the lines of what Grumple was saying. But I think there should be an index that normal people can access because a lot of people don't know what the value of their labor is. So there should be an index that everybody has access to. And based on the jobs added to the labor that's in the index, there should be a percentage that wage is raised. So like say you start working, you're mopping floors and they're like, hey, can you also clean out the gutter, the oil gutters? Well, that's going to raise my wage. And so that should be the fair market value of what somebody's pay should be, because we're paying fair market value for items.
Oh, that's not in my job description all the time.
Yeah.
Glassdoor is trying to do that privately, making an index for like, hey, this job in this area.
This is what you should be getting paid in that area. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Things like Glassdoor are doing something similar, but that should be the way it works for people that are working, because people constantly get taken advantage of for labor.
Especially those younger people.
Oh, I don't disagree at all.
I mean,
or migrants.
Or migrants, 100%. So one thing about the minimum wage, I mentioned earlier, I live in the state of Washington. You guys are talking about the state-by-state basis, right? So I moved to Washington from Texas. I went from a place that had 7.25 minimum wage, the federal minimum wage, to, oh, good God, I couldn't do it sooner.
I remember it when it was that way here.
Holy downgrade.
Yeah, eat a bag of dicks, dude. 20 years of drought conditions was enough for me. You got to be a lizard to fucking like Texas. Plus, the biggest problem with Texas is it's full of Texans.
I am lizard?
Yes, I'll stay.
I am lizard.
Everything's
Yeah,
bigger.
That's fighting words, horseradish.
Including their egos. That is correct.
Horseradish, I'm going to put you in a salad.
I have lived in about 6 different states in my life, and I could, if you put a gun to my head, I could not describe to you the state flag in 5 of them. But you cannot be in Texas for 2 minutes and not see somebody with a fucking tattoo on their body of the Texas state flag.
Hey, don't knock my Texas flag.
Horseradish is becoming one of my favorite people all the way around.
Sorry. So anyway, back what I was going to say.
Oh,
Though.
Leafy.
So I know that really did touch me. It touched me. Yeah. So that said, when I did this move, like in the actual drive across the country, it was kind of interesting because when we got here, so I love Denny's. I love moons over my hammies, very specifically. My favorite order at Denny's. Okay. So in Texas, before I left, we stopped at a Denny's, and lo and behold, my moons over my hammy came up to $9.99. Huzzah! Not a problem. We drive cross country. I get up to the state of Washington. The very first place we ate was Denny's. I ordered my moons over my hammy, and that motherfucker was $14.99. I said, "What the shit?"
You don't say.
Oh, I do say. Furthermore, and this is another big one. Down there in Texas, when I would go to Jack in the Box, I would order myself a combo meal. And the combo meal roughly ran about $7 or $8 for the medium-sized combo, Jumbo Jack Supreme, whatever the fuck I was getting. I moved up to Washington.
Just not the tacos.
Oh, dude, at 3 a.m. when you're fucked up, those tacos are godsend. Anyhow, the tacos and egg rolls in equal measure. I'll double fist them bitches like a fat kid.
Okay, it was dollar amounts. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to distract you.
You distracted me. It's cool. It's easy to do. ADD. So whenever I got up here, same exact combo was like $12 I can't go to a Wendy's and buy a combo meal for less than $12. That's insane to me. But
what are you
I
doing? Why are
also
you still
know
peeing?
that the people who work in there are way less likely to spit in my food. So I would also like to say that a big difference that I noticed between Texas and Washington was the tipping. So, and I will admit that this is going to make me sound like a fucking cheapskate. I swear to God, I'm actually not. I worked in the service industry for many years. I worked for gratuity for many years. I am a happy tipper, okay? But when I got up here and I started realizing, well, wait a minute, why is it so much? And they said, well, that's because everybody here makes minimum wage. Down there in Texas, if you're a bartender, you're a waitress, anybody who works for tips, pretty much, you're probably making $2.25 an hour, I think it is, plus your tips, right? Up here, nah. That waiter, that waitress, they're making $17 an hour plus tips. There are waiters up here that are making 70 fucking K a year easy. And the thing is, and this is the kind of gross part about it. I am perfectly
low.
fine. I am perfectly fine with paying the extra money for my meal, knowing that the people in the behind the counter and the people bringing me my food are getting taken care of, and I don't have to do that anymore. But they still expect you to tip. The thing is, we tip based on percentages. That percentage goes up because the employer has now increased your pay and our cost has gone up with it. So basically, I am now paying a larger percentage of paying your salary. So I'm paying your salary twice. Now, this is actually becoming more popular in the zeitgeist here in Washington. People are tipping less up here, and that's okay. Like, again,
Dude, how does
gratuity
one
should be
man
that.
yap
It should
so
be for
much?
a
Oh my
job well
God.
done, right? The point I'm trying to make is if you want to see exactly how the minimum wage affects the cost of living, you just go to a fucking fast food joint. You hit a drive-through and you will know what the minimum wage of that state is. I don't know that necessarily bringing up the minimum wage is the solution. I think that this is where we start getting into the exploitation of the employee or of the labor class by these corporations. I do also
Wait, hang on.
understand that.
I mean,
I'm sorry, just that you were very explicitly talking about tip workers, which is a different pay scale, and the minimum
Yes.
wage for tip workers is different. Why are
Not here.
Wendy's, or excuse me, Jack in the Box, why are they like, do people tip at Jack in the Box?
No.
I saw a
Dude,
meme
are we-
picture
are
and
you
I was like, you
fucking
know
kidding
what?
me?
I'm on
Dude.
board with that. If I'm standing when I
These
order the
people are
food and I'm
retarded.
standing when I receive the food, that's not where you tip. Unless
Correct.
somebody's like amazing doing like some like hibachi, you know, catch the egg in the hat and, you know, do
If
some
you
like
read
some
my
fancy
mind
stuff.
and knew what my order was going to be, I'll throw you a few bucks. Yes, correct. Like this is
Yeah,
a pet peeve of
that's
mine. If I order to go food and I go to my restaurant and I go to pick it up and I go to my restaurant and I go to pick it up and
that's
what
Bitcoin.
are you showing us?
And it's
That's
bright.
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is up to
Sorry, I just
117,000
I
each.
didn't mean for it to be that bright, but it's up to almost 120,000. It doubled
Bitcoin
again.
Bitcoin going from 100,000 to 117,000 is not as big as it going from like 10 to 15.
Especially,
But it
wasn't it
keeps
like
going down, doubling,
Mm.
going down, doubling. So it's like
Mm.
it's not over yet for Bitcoin, I guess.
NFTs is another whole conversation. All right, so in general, we all believe that minimum wage is
Well, hold on.
not. Go ahead. Don't.
Yeah. So look, I mean, for one, like I don't think there's like a ton of evidence that like workers are like so systemically being depressed everywhere, right? Like I think one of the reasons why I would probably lean against a national minimum wage, but I don't think it's I don't have like super strong opinions on it. It's because we do see pretty we see different effects of minimum wage in different places, largely based on how many employers are in that area, right? So in places with a few employers where it does seem like there are firms can actually have some amount of wage setting power. Well, in that case, you don't really see disemployment effects from minimum wages, meaning you don't really see that employers reduce hours or employers lay off people because of minimum wage increases. In fact, in a strict like monopsony model, you can actually see increases in employment due to minimum wage increases. But like that's obviously not everywhere in the U.S. And we do find that like broadly, when you do minimum wage increases in places where there isn't monopsony, you probably do get some disemployment effect where people reduce hours or lay people off. And like obviously not everywhere in the U.S. has a monopsony, so like it seems silly to me to have like one national minimum wage where we try to address this issue. Especially because I do think you could just have like a national like welfare policy and like prevent poverty that way. Obviously I don't think I think it's better for people to have some type of cash transfer, some type of like minimum income, so that way they're not in poverty, and not have a minimum wage. That way, there are still jobs available for people who otherwise wouldn't have them under the minimum wage.
So are you suggesting a UBI?
I mean, I think I think some type of UBI and or negative income tax would probably be something
That's
I would
number
like.
18.
Hey, negative income tax for everybody.
I mean, UBI negative income tax.
Negative income
or-
tax for all. I'm on board. Non-fon, we
Give us
agree.
our money back.
A UBI negative income tax are like UBI negative income taxes are, you can design them to be like literally identical. You can design them so that the net payments either way are like literally identical. So
I
which one
prefer
we
the
go with
term
doesn't.
freedom dividend for the
True.
record. Maida, what you had a
True.
question for non-fun?
Yeah, I was going to ask him how he felt about national wealth funds.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're probably a good idea. I think you would have to have it, basically managed by some type of independent board. But I do like the idea, and I talk to Econoboy a lot, and Econoboy really likes the sovereign wealth funds.
I was going to say sovereign wealth
word.
funds. That's number 24, just so y'all know. Go on.
Oh yeah.
Just to clarify, do you mean like the IMF when we're talking about
No,
this
I
topic?
mean like, do you know about
Jeez,
Norway's
mod.
sovereign wealth fund? I mean like I mean like an investment fund that's sort of like owned by the state that takes tax revenue, like Norway takes tax revenue, and a few other countries do this from their oil sector, and they use that money to invest it in like just the stock market broadly, and that wealth fund is used to pay for. I think Norway uses it for some of its pensions, and it's just publicly held wealth that Norway can use to finance whatever they want. And I think generally I like the idea of taxing away. Like,
you think that would not be corrupted in the United States?
I was about to say, can I
I'm
ask
sorry,
real
someone
quick?
else.
I was just, because it's basically where you were about to go with this, Grumple, I think. Can I ask real quick, why would we think that, would that not misincentivize to prop up the stock market? Like, we've already seen the corporate bailouts for like banks and shit. Why would we think that the government being invested in the stock market wouldn't also end up being corrupted, or at the very least exploited through bad investments?
I mean, I think like some other countries have them, and it's clear like if you have a democratically transparent government like Norway does, then sovereign wealth funds tend to work pretty well, right? You can have the sovereign wealth fund managed by an independent board, right? We have a few different institutions. The Federal Reserve is managed independently, right? And it doesn't seem to be as well. Some people think the Fed is corrupt. It doesn't seem to be especially corrupt,
except for the chairman being appointed.
What? Well, yeah, they're appointed by the president and voted on by the Senate office. There were still Democratic checks, obviously. But yeah, I think like the U.S. has enough institutional like strength to be more like Norway and less like Venezuela, so we could have a sovereign wealth fund managed independently that wouldn't be super corrupt and would provide benefits to most people.
Okay, so again, like I said, number 24,
Yeah,
the state and
Salstrom, they
federal
did pay it
sovereign
back.
wealth funds use national resources to generate public wealth. You agree with that one then, just to make sure?
Yeah, I think I would. I don't know about state ones. I know about federal one. I think I would agree with the federal one, but I don't know if we need to have a bunch of state level ones. I'd kind of just rather one big publicly held federal one.
Can I ask you a question about universal basic income? It seemed like this is something you talked about previously, Horseradish, because I'm not someone who is fully sold on universal basic income as a long-term solution. I think of it as a short-term means to be able to achieve something that is a more long-term solution. And I can elaborate on that if you want.
Lay it out.
So basically, the idea is I used to advocate for a universal basic income system
don't use econ
that
jargon,
was
use normal people terms.
a certain amount of
But
funds.
I mean, I think
individuals
I
above
try
a
to
certain
use
age,
mostly normal,
monthly,
or at least explain like
to be able
a
to
monopsonies
have
when there's
the
like
money,
employers,
etc., to be able to provide for goods, etc. But generally, I started thinking about this, and I came to the conclusion that I think a universal basic income that switches over to a basic income package for people below a certain income threshold, and then once the income threshold is met, let's say $200,000, rather than providing the universal basic income package, you give these people a negative income tax in the sum that you would give to the people who would get the universal basic income package. Let's say $12,000 a year. If you make more than $200,000 a year, instead of getting your universal basic income package for monthly payments, you get a negative income tax that can be paid forward in the sum of $12,000, rather than having to create a deficit to the state itself paying out these income amounts through the universal basic system. You can sort of hemorrhage some of the bleeding while simultaneously allowing the incentivization structure for people who are of a higher wealth class to spend more of their money rather than hoarding the capital and reinvesting into the economic systems that are available.
Okay,
It's a standard deduction.
So I would also like to
Currently.
say that I too am still on the fence when it comes to UBI, and I'm sure everybody in this chat and probably everybody in the fucking, or I'm sorry, everybody in this conversation and everybody in the chat probably is familiar with Anok Life. Kay actually laid out for me what he
Yeah, we
thought
hate
was a
that
better
guy.
solution. What he
Man,
laid out
fuck
for me
him,
what I
bro.
thought was a better solution, which was instead of universal basic income, going with universal basic services. The idea being that rather than me having to go and pay for these things out of the money that you're giving me, how about you just pay for the services which are available to all, which I think is probably a smarter move because, again, a person who does not need that assistance is less likely. Now, again, you still can. If Grumple's like, well, hell, I'm paying for this out of my taxes, goddamn it, I'm going to go get me some free cheese from the government, then yeah, he can do that. The cheese is there for you too, Grump. But the
Big
more
problem with that.
important part the more important part is that the people who need it, it's there for them. I'm sorry, what was your problem with that, Grumple?
There's a big problem with that. Is like grocery stores aren't a government provided service.
Correct. We're talking about something completely different here. So one perfect example of this, or
Oh no,
one
I
great
think it's
solution.
right in line.
Well, so
Please elaborate though.
Yep. Okay, so I would like for us to have some sort of a federal food security program. I think that while, yes, the grocery store itself is not going to be the one who is giving me, just like I'm not going to compel the skills of a doctor to work for free. Nobody wants that. Nobody's proposing that. What they are proposing,
Well, some
though,
people are.
okay, well, those people are fucking idiots. What I'm proposing, though, is
Just to be
for
clear.
us to have some sort of a group funding of this, which would help to normalize the cost, right? That's, I'll tell my wife you said that. I'm sure she'll agree with you, based. So anyway, when you go to, so for instance, vertical farming would be something that would be very easy for the government to subsidize. You would be able to have you would be able to end food deserts instantly. You would be able to have a self-sufficient, mostly automated
Kill me.
indoor farm or grow facility, which every day is churning out products that would then be free to the public to come get. It's not a grocery store. It is a food security program. So I also personally think that all public property that has any sort of like decorative trees or fauna, flora, all of it should be food-bearing plants. So in other words, every single tree down 6th Street should be pear trees. I think that every single tree and every single plant should be some sort of a food-bearing plant that is free and accessible to all. So at least the homeless people can get a good apple from time to time. But that's neither here nor there. I think that securing services in the most basic manner possible for the average person, most people are not going to take advantage of it. I do understand you're going to have those selfish, greedy pricks who are going to try to exploit the system and take advantage of it. I am willing to accept those selfish, greedy pricks in exchange for not seeing people dying in the streets.
If I may, as an addition to that, real quick, what do we think about victory gardens and like municipalities and or homeowners association prohibiting people from
victory garden?
It's just like in your front yard, in your backyard, whatever, you're growing vegetables and food instead of just manicured grass.
I have an apple tree and a cherry tree in my front yard, and as soon as they're fully grown, they're going to have a sign that says, "Take it if you got it." Yes, I'm all for that. I also believe that that's the way that communism could potentially start, is if we actually started communal living. Like, again, I've had the conversation about the community goat, which is to say that there's a goat that's staked down in everybody's front yard, and that goat moves from yard to yard every day. And if you know what, if it's in your yard, you can go out there and milk it too. Huzzah! Yeah, I'm all for that.
I was kind of scared.
That's not how milking animals works. Somebody has to do it every day. Like
I know that's what I'm saying. If it's in your yard, you go milk it.
Or you're required to then milk it because it has to be done, or else it dries up.
We can figure it out. If there's one who's like, I don't like goat milk, then I'll go milk it in your yard. That's fine. We'll figure
the
it
victory
out.
gardens were for personal use, unless you had extra, and then that's on that family to then either give it away or sell it or whatever. But it's your vegetables and your grown produce that you have to work with. And maybe chickens, maybe rabbits, maybe
ducks. Actually, we
fancy
have ducks.
like ducks.
Duck eggs are way better. Duck eggs are way better.
Ducks are the best
worth,
animal to eat ever, but they're also adorable, which is a big.
Well, that's why we only
conundrum
eat
for
the
me.
eggs. That's why we only eat the eggs. And for the record, Rambo, it's not grapes in my wine; it's blackberries. Thank you very much. And you're welcome to come over and get some.
Duck is the
Yeah,
best
but-
animal to eat ever, but they're adorable.
I disagree,
Anyway.
but you're entitled to your opinion.
I've actually never eaten duck except one time in a turducken, and I couldn't
Oh,
really
they're
tell
great.
where the tur started and the duck ended. So, anyway, back to it. I think that
Valid.
some sort of a universal basic services is probably a better way to do this than for us to just hand people a paycheck. But I also feel like people should have their autonomy, and so if I want to spend my UBI on a better set of headphones, then that should be my American privilege. So. Anyway, so I do want to go ahead and move on to a couple more of these because we've kind of touched on a few of them. I said Medicare for all. I assume everybody here supports expanding Medicare for all, right?
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, I would.
Nope.
generally
Okay.
agree.
Universal health care would probably be better, but still.
Sure.
Some type of universal health care.
What I would fantasize of is, as growing up in the military as a child, seeing the way that the military hospitals functioned, I kind of wish that everybody had access to the military hospitals. Like, it should be just like if you're a military dependent going to Walter Reed because you need a surgery. I think that should be the way it is for everybody. So with that said, there are some caveats, and I feel like there are probably ways that we can make this work out a little bit better. But the best thing we've got right now is Medicaid. So if we just made it so that it was forever, or excuse me, Medicare. I always get the two confused. I'm sorry.
California.
What about California?
Medicaid.
Oh, is that where Medicaid is?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Like I said, I don't know the difference. I just know that I also don't understand why they call it single payer. Like, that doesn't make sense to me, but sure. The single payer government. The government should be the insurance. That's what I'm saying. Like, the government should run the insurance company. Yes. Yes, sir.
I think the government should have
Just make it open it up so you're not restricted by state lines. That's an easy answer. Things will get better.
Gotcha.
Competition will make things better.
Wait, sorry. What are you
Gotcha.
talking about? Restricted by? What do you mean restricted by state lines?
Insurance companies are only you have to get authorized in each individual state in order to operate as a health insurance provider.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. You stumped him. Good
Being
job.
able to operate without restriction from state lines that would be a giant deal to allow more competition between insurance providers.
Just out of curiosity,
And thus lowering premiums and prices.
I assume, Gamebo, you were talking about the person who just jumped into the Discord channel. Does anybody here know Jakowski?
I do not,
They're
but
your
if he
friend.
wants to take my spot, it's actually a great time because I have to take off and go watch some movies with some people.
Right on. We'll enjoy your movies, sir. And it was
Y'all
a
have a
pleasure
good
having you.
one,
You're
and
welcome
I will
back.
be
Yeah, you're
around
welcome
again.
back anytime. We do this every Friday, so consider it a standing invite. No, the reason I ask is Jakowski. I just so
Later,
you know,
Mida.
buddy. The people who are able to jump in are either somebody that knows somebody or somebody that I've seen stream.
Oh, sorry,
no
Easy Money.
offense,
I
but
should have
don't
explained
really know
Easy
you that
Payer to
well,
them.
so you kind of have to
We should
swim
only
around in the
socialize
pool
healthcare to
for a
rich. They
month.
deserve it. That's true. That's true. That's
As
true.
long as you show me
Free
that
healthcare
you're
only
obviously
for
not just going to
billionaires.
come on, turn your
They're
camera
the
on,
most
and whip your
productive.
dick out.
They deserve
Then
it.
I will actually welcome you into the conversation. But
I'd be
everybody
giving it
who's
to
here,
veterans who don't
no,
contribute
you're good.
anything.
It's cool. It's not a problem. It's
No,
again,
fuck
this is
the
kind of
dick.
the.
I didn't mean to swing it.
Oh no, it's fine. You had your camera off, so then that's why I
Oh,
didn't click
okay.
the watch stream earlier because I know better. I've been streaming on Twitch long enough to know you do not just let any old person walk in the door. So, but
So
that's
I
Most are
have
live on
to-
multiple platforms also.
But I will, however, give you guys your
And
welcoming.
Calm also joined.
Yeah, I see that, and I appreciate both of y'all jumping in. I will give you guys the appropriate so you can at least see what we're doing in here and start commenting on the conversation in there, so I can see that you're a real human being. All right, so again, everybody but Grumple is for
Hold on,
Medicare for all. Grumple wants
Yeah.
people to die. That's fine, cool.
Real quick, hold
yes.
on. So I have to go relatively soon. If I could make one last request, number
Yes, sir.
21 seems catastrophically bad for me. It seems basically indefensible.
This one was not one of my additions, but okay. Tell me why.
So
why do you think that it is indefensible?
Yeah, national rent control. I mean, obviously, I would say for one, the primary issue of housing right now is that the supply is overly restricted, mostly by zoning regulations in local communities. I think rent control is obviously going to make things worse because it reduces the incentive to build new housing, right? We see a ton of empirical evidence for it. What it does is it makes the quality of housing worse. It makes builders build less housing, whatever type of housing you're rent controlling. And it makes depending on, if you only like rent control apartments, for example, builders convert a bunch of apartments into condos and owner occupied housing. So like we just don't observe good effects from rent control. Just based on a simple economic model, they seem bad. And doing it nationally seems like it would be like horrible.
Catastrophic. That was the word used. Okay. So for what it's worth, I actually, again, as I said, this one was not one of mine. This one was added by Koina. I actually think that a better solution here, as opposed to rent control, would be to get rid of all corporate-owned single family households. I do not think that any corporation should be allowed to own a single family household. Oh, it wasn't you, Koina? Who was it? Because it definitely was not me. Do you remember by chance? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put that on you, buddy.
I mean, yeah. So obviously, the corporate ownership thing, one, it's just a pretty. I wish I had the numbers on hand. I can probably find them. It's just like a pretty low percentage of homes are owned by are owned by corporations. Like it's not. It's not that meaningful. And obviously, we would expect in any other market, like if corporations were buying all the cars, right? You wouldn't just expect to see the price of cars skyrocket. You'd expect producers to produce more cars. But we don't see that in housing, primarily because of the government regulation preventing more housing from being built.
Why wouldn't we have those regulations on houses being built when they get put in places that decide to set themselves on fire or get flooded?
Well, if you want to, prevent housing from being built in areas that are prone to being flooded, that might be okay. But most zoning regulations are like needlessly like saying, oh, in San Francisco you're not allowed to build more than 3 stories high, right? Like in this random suburb you're just not allowed to build duplexes or triplexes. You have to build single family homes with setback requirements, and it can only be 2 stories. Like that's obviously quite destructive.
So real quick, there's different numbers are showing up here, but apparently it is between 3 and 10%, depending. But there are some places where it's as much as 26% that are corporate landlords for single family homes. But the biggest problem is that those homes have a tendency to be in very specific areas, and those areas are the places where people are literally incapable of building any sort of personal wealth. We all know that the best way to build personal wealth is through property ownership. And if the areas where people are trying to buy affordable homes, starter homes, et cetera, are all being scooped up by companies like BlackRock and then hawked off at exorbitant rates, we don't necessarily need to have rent control. However, if we can get rid of predatory, go ahead.
Just clarifying point on this: corporate ownership is somebody that has if you're doing property investment, you have to have an LLC so that if somebody slips on one of your rentals, if you just say have 3 rentals,
I hate these people.
Each one in a separate or all 3 of them in one LLC, so that somebody who slips and falls on that property can't sue you and take away your house. That makes you a corporate owner.
I do understand.
So
I do understand the purpose and the safety and the precautionary measures that are needed for the LLC.
Limited liability LLC.
I understand. So I will also say though that first of all, I think it's pretty well implied that that's not what I'm talking about. But even that I think is predatory.
Then how do you differentiate?
Sure. Based on, again, do you think BlackRock and you owning a house with an LLC are the same thing?
Legally, I believe they are, but then so that's my question is how do you differentiate them between the plausibly predatory giant corporate overlord megacorp that's gonna that's gonna also have a super PAC to do whatever to influence rules or to like make law versus like I'm the little guy that has maybe a couple rental houses.
If you own one or two houses, first of all, those little guys are usually the ones who turn into slumlords. I think that's also a pretty well known phenomenon. That said, I think that if you have more than we'll say two, I'm pretty sure I rented from you when I lived in Austin, actually. So once again,
oh
yeah,
I had to evict you. That's right.
If you have yeah, that's what I told you, slumlord. If you have more than one or two, if you have more than one or two homes that you are trying to rent out, I think that should be against the law. I honestly do. And I understand, oh, it's my world, I'm allowed to own as much as I fuck off. No. When it comes to shelter, when it comes to people's homes, I feel like the reason that we have the issue that we do now, where so many people are unable to purchase homes, it was a well-known phenomenon about 5 to 10 years ago was when this really started to accelerate. But people would, and we even, I personally dealt with this when trying to buy our home, where some of the houses we would try to put a bid on, there would be an automatic upbid from a corporation that is trying to scoop it up. And the thing is, they can outbid me forever. Like no matter what I bid, they go $1 more. It's like the fucking Price is Right. So those corporations, not only do they drive the prices of homes up unrealistically, they also take away homes from the market that the average person would be able to afford. So
they don't like take away homes from the market, right? Like they buy homes and then like rent them out to other people. Now you might say that might not let them like build wealth or whatever, but it doesn't like decrease the total housing stock. Rent control, on the other hand, does seem to decrease the total housing stock based on a bunch of cities who implemented it before, and that does drive up long-term rents. Additionally, so I would say number one, the reason housing is such a good investment for these corporations in the first place is because the supply is restricted by zoning laws. And then secondly, the reason that you see big increases in price from even small increases in demand from corporations is because when supply is very inelastic because of government regulations, even small increases in demand lead to large increases in price. Zoning is obviously the biggest issue.
I agree that zoning is a huge issue, but I was going to suggest something that was also said in the chat, but I was going to say before I read it, a progressive tax on homeownership by the amount of properties owned would be a great way to start. A progressive tax in most cases fixes a lot of these things, and zoning would be another portion of it.
How would you, just follow me in the real world. Most rental, like single family homes, in most markets, like you're going to be lucky to make 400, maybe on the really upscale, like somewhere in the order of $800, but like 300 to 400 if you're making money. Sometimes in some markets you're cutting even, and sometimes you're losing money, but the equity build is worth it, so you don't have cash flow. So how would you deal with the tax situation on that?
Yes, I'm trying to
Okay, I don't care anymore. Oh my god. I'd ask him why zoning is an issue, and he'd say something like, we need less restrictions, and then I hit him with utilities and land conditioning required to support the zoning, and it takes time and money to develop. I have no clue. What if I could take text? I don't know. You should have left earlier? I should have, for real. Dude, what a miserable... listen, I'm glad I got to do, three little rants, okay? Three little rants for fun, okay, about CEO pay and stuff like that. But also, it's just funny that they just, don't care. Game time and video time? It might. I don't know. We'll see. Hold on. But it was funny arguing. I might have shown this on stream. Arguing in dude, this fucking Coinite guy or whatever they keep mentioning is a retard. Dude, I sent him. This is like the fucking big. I think I'm an ANCAP now face. Glad I got you. It's like the thing I said, like, oh, you know, I just said in my sources, you know, pay cuts in China had poor outcomes. CEOs earn less of a percentage of the marginal product than the average worker. And then I cited like, oh, you know, post-tax income inequality has not even gone up that much in the U.S. This is like a David Splinter thing and a Our World in Day and a Gini coefficient thing. There's wealth inequality hasn't gone up when for adjusting for Social Security, and taxes have gotten more progressive over time, which I cited another David Splinter thing for, but that is appears the link is broken, and this is a household income thing. Whoops. But this guy, genius of our lifetime, says, have you considered Le Fred chart? Have you considered Le share of net worth held by top 1%? Have you considered Le share of net worth held by 50th to 90th percentile? Have you considered Le net worth held by bottom 50%? Wow. Incredible. I've never seen this before. Wow, never thought of this. Mind change. There are two other ones that prove more your point. And yeah, I just said like, oh, I'm talking about wealth. Sorry, you're talking about wealth. Most of my stuff I studied was about income, but when you include Social Security and wealth inequality, hasn't gone much up. It hasn't gone up either. This is about income inequality too. This is like post-tax share inequality. And then he, genius of our lifetime, clicks on this and goes, what? Wait, well, I'm confused because the line go uppy. What do you line go uppy? Inequality go uppy. Yeah, looking at real income growth for only factor income, and it's like, yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I did it. Didn't recognize that one. That's crazy. Watching 45 IQ people discuss CEO pay takes me depressed. Yeah. Yep. We need more. Dude, I don't understand why these people feel so comfortable talking about things they don't know any fucking thing about. Like what do you like do you notice how I'm pretty hesitant to talk about like money and politics because I haven't done a ton of reading on it, and then like when I do I'm like, I don't have a strong opinion, but like these are the studies I've seen, and they are just like, no, I know this from anecdotal example. Like, okay, it's like, okay, when they talk about CEO pay, they do like the same thing. I'm like, okay, have you read like any of the? Have you read any of the evidence that you were citing, but not even really citing? It's like. But I've seen the chart that income inequality go up 1 bajillion %. Yeah, I know. You're saying. Do you know who that's by? Do you know the assumptions they make? Are you familiar at all with any of the counters to that? Like, what are we doing, Doc? Like, what are we doing? What a crazy fucking thing.
Now, the other thing I was wanting to mention, a lot of times I find when it comes down to this immigration issue, nobody ever touches the subject of American-born citizens that are being detained and actually put on deportation list. I know of an American citizen that was
True. Okay, I think I'm paneled out. Think I'm good. Think I'm out of it. Think I'm pretty good. Think I'm pretty good. My dip though was upper in yield. Yeah, it makes sense you dipped. I'm about to dip too. Okay, head over to Tomfoolery on YouTube. Penna was retarded. Hey, I had like 3 opportunities to do good fun little rant back and forth and stuff. On Twitch, is anyone streaming? I think I have like 1 viewer on Twitch. I'm pretty sure everyone on Twitch left. Oh wait, I was saying that you dipped from the Sarah panel? I thought you were talking about from my stream, but I think you mean from the Sarah panel. I can tell because I think you're still streaming. Let's play games. I want to go on a walk and go to bed, but I don't even know if I don't even know if I can go on a walk because it might be raining. Renito, I think you're still streaming on Twitch, the panel. I don't know if you know that Restream does that. Like when you leave, it does not stop streaming unless you tell it to stop streaming. So like you're just streaming the Sarah panel right now. Playing games and watching videos is the easiest content. That's true, but I'm tired. I've done a lot today. You guys expect too much from me. I'm just kidding. I love my fans. Yeah, I don't know how not to. It is what it is, based. Free promo? That is true. That is true. Okay, I would play games and watch whatever video, but for the first time in like a fucking week, dude, it's not raining and or absurdly hot outside. Dude, it's been like 85 degrees at like 2 a.m. And like that's just miserable. Because I want to go on my walks at 2 a.m. after I finish streaming. And like I'm not going to do that when it's 85 degrees. That just sucks. But it's a nice 74 and not raining. It's been raining a fuck ton recently. Okay, head over to fucking are you in Cali? No, I'm in North Carolina. I'm in a cool, better state, best state in the union, might I say. I would say so. Yeah, okay, I got one of you on Twitch. It's not worth fucking rating anyone. Okay, anyway, head over to Tomfoolery. Love you guys. Love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. Pretty sure I'll stream again tomorrow. Fairly certain I'll stream again tomorrow. But yeah, hopefully talking to that Talia girl about the shrimp welfare project soon. I think that's probably the only like debate that I got coming up. And other than that, we're going to be chilling. We're going to be reacting. We're going to be reading. We're going to be chatting, things like that. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Really love streaming. Really love you guys watch me stream. Subscribe, follow, all that jazz if you haven't. All my social links in the description. See you guys later.